Un, deux. Ah. So please take a seat. Please. Thank you. Please take a seat. We are about to start the Congress. So good morning. The UCI Congress is about to start, so may I ask you to go to your seats, please? So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this to the 2023 UCI Congress here in Glasgow at the Scottish Event Campus. You will find on the screen the information regarding the translation channels. So you have this in front of you. Before I proceed with the roll call of the voting delegate, I will explain the running of the UCI Congress. As you know, the 192nd UCI Congress is a decision-making event, and today, 10 proposals concerning the usual business of the UCI will be submitted for approval. The voting delegate will be asked to vote by a show of hands. I will now proceed with the roll call of the voting delegates. Each delegate must raise his or her hand. So, for America, we have 9 voting delegates. Brendan Quirk from the United States. Yes, but it's so dark. So yes, okay. Okay. Hi, Brendan. Jorge Blas Diaz from Dominican Republic. Thank you. Jorge Mauricio Vargas from Colombia. Roberto Calazzo from Puerto Rico. Thank you. Gustavo Matus de la Parra from Peru. Nice. Gabriel Curuchet from Argentina. José Luis Vasconcelos, Brazil. Monique Lerdam from Aruba. And Rowena Williams from Trinidad and Tobago. Nice. So we have the 9 voting delegates from America. Let's move to Asia. Saif Arushandi from Oman. Yes, hi Saif. Khalaf Nazal Ahmad Al-Ashud from Jordan. Nice. Fing Banzong from China. Thank you. Kozim Urinboyaujev from Uzbekistan. Kozim, yes. Azam Kunabev from Kazakhstan. Thank you. Abraham Tolentino from Philippines. Nice. Syed Azhar Ali Shah from Pakistan. Thank you. The voting delegate from United Arab Emirates is not present, but we have a substitute. So we have at the voting delegate, first of all, Li Chia from Chinese Taipei. Thank you. And we have a substitute from Hong Kong, Chik Yuan Li. Thank you, Mr. Li. Always available. So we have our 9 voting delegates from Asia. From Oceania, we have 3 voting delegates. Man Frenchner from Australia. Yes. So I will after need your signature on the document. Thank you. Eric Tidinko from Guam. Thank you. And Daniel Afoa from Samoa. Thank you. So we have the 3 voting delegates from Oceania. Let's move to Africa. Esham Zaidan from Egypt. Thank you. Jean Domenico Massari from Nigeria. Thank you. Sandra Kimnyomviv from Burundi. Thank you. Abdallah Morenzi from Rwanda. Thank you. So Abderrahman Etam from Mauritania, he was supposed to be with us. He's the president of the NOC, but unfortunately, he has not been able to get his visa. Julius from Kenya, no, but with him, we never know. He can appear at the last moment. So he's not with us, but I think he applied only yesterday for his visa, so that's probably why he's not with us. Naoufel Mershawi from Tunisia. Thank you. Linda Hélène Warren from Zimbabwe. Thank you. Et Marie-Madeleine Guigui de Côte d'Ivoire. Alors, qui a signé la feuille, mais qui n'est pas là. Alors, j'ai une feuille de présence de signer. You have to move. Yes, you have to move on the first. Il faut venir au premier rang avec les délégués votants de l'Afrique. So you have a seat with Linda. Vous avez un siège avec Linda. So we have 7 from Africa, but I will call if we have potentially the substitute, Mr. Ahmed Ashraf from Sudan. No. And Ignace Amédée Bérandougou de Burkina Faso. Ah. Très bien. Donc nous avons 8 délégués votants de l'Afrique. We have 8 voting delegates from Africa. We'll need a signature, another signature here. Pour l'Union européenne de cyclisme, Alejandro Martin, yes, from Spain. Umberto Langelotti, thank you. Victoria Lesnikova, thank you. Thierry Maréchal, de la Belgique, merci beaucoup. Walder Badissera de San Marino, merci. Camille Dan de Luxembourg, du Grand-Duché aurait dû-je dire. Voilà. Livia Anesova de la Slovaquie, thank you. Reivo Ron de l'Estonie, merci. José Luis Costa Mendes Ribeiro, Portugal, thank you. Joe Bajada from Malta, thank you, Joe. Tomislav Zadro from Croatia, thank you. Tsila Tam de la Hongrie, merci Tsila. Yaroslav Krakovikova de la République tchèque, thank you. Thomas Bacteman from Sweden, thank you. And Katarina Lakonen from Finland. Thanks a lot. So we have the 15 voting delegates from Europe. So from what I see, we have 44 over the 45 voting delegates. So congratulations to all our voting delegates for attending this Congress. So I can now declare the 192nd UCI Congress open and welcome to you all. And I'm delighted to have you here today for the annual gathering of all our members. I'm fully aware most of you had traveled far to get here to the beautiful city of Glasgow and the beautiful Scotland. We have today, and that's a record, 151 national federations in the room. So congratulations. We never had 151 national federations. So congratulations to all of you. And say the agenda of the UCI Congress is on screen and on all tables, together with the QR codes to access the UCI Congress file and the 2022 UCI Annual Report. All voting delegates will find a printed copy of the Congress file and of the annual report on their table. And I'm very happy also to welcome our 2 former presidents of the UCI, Mr. Pat McQuaid and Brian Coxon. Thank you both for being with us. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. And I know, Brian, that you are training very hard for tomorrow for the Grand Fondo. Let's see. I will now give the floor, we will move to the point number 2 on the agenda, and I will now give the floor to the Right Honourable, the Lord Provost of the City of Glasgow, Councillor Jacqueline McLaren, for her welcome speech. Thank you, Lord Provost.
Wow. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of Congress, after years of planning, it's my immense pleasure to welcome the UCI Cycling World Championships 2023. Welcome to Glasgow. The moment is finally here. Like you, I'm excited Glasgow is hosting such a prestigious event, ushering in a new and dynamic era in world sport. That's thanks to the vision and hard work of countless people, many of whom will never cycle across a finish line. You know who you are. For the first time, we're bringing together 13 prestigious and distinct championships of cycling to create one unified event, promising a truly global spectacle of world-class sport in one of the world's sporting capitals. Friends, we are ready, and you are ready. And more than 8,000 athletes are eager to channel their years of training, sacrifice, and determination for the ultimate prize, to become a world champion. This event brings a new benchmark in world sport. It's fantastic to know you've put your trust in Glasgow. This is a city obsessed with sport. Our citizens' enthusiasm, dedication and passion far outweigh our medal hauls. We're very proud to be the European capital of sport and very proud of our sportsmen and women. For 11 days, more than 200 elite athletes will compete in the pursuit of medals and glory. Their ambition? To add their names to sporting history. We're also keen that these championships act as a catalyst to inspire lasting change in people's attitudes to cycling as a sport or means of healthy and sustainable transport. While elite cyclists take centre stage, the championships also represent a golden opportunity for Glasgow to inspire people to get on their bikes. The legacy of these championships won't only be measured by medals, but in lasting benefits they bring us all. We're looking forward to witnessing the next generation of sporting heroes and heroines, their endurance, techniques, triumphs and tears. You can be sure Glaswegians will be watching and cheering them on, willing them to make sporting history with the action of being beamed across the planet from big screens here in George Square to smaller ones in homes across the world. And throughout Glasgow, we'll be celebrating with a unique blend of cultural and festival events as we welcome hundreds of artists and performers arriving to animate our city as part of our Go Live programme. Congress, I guarantee you'll be glad you chose Glasgow, for this is a city that lives and breathes sport, a city famed for its friendliness and hospitality, and its ability to throw a great party. We are thrilled to be part of this new championship event, a new and exciting element in world cycling. It's my honour as Lord Provost of Glasgow to welcome you and confer upon you the status of Honorary Glaswegians. The moment is here. Let's enjoy it. Thank you. Before I leave the stage, I have a small gift for President. If you'd like to come over, please. That's just a gift of Lord Provost.
I don't know what it can be, but I have some ideas about what it can be.
Yeah.
And I have also a gift for you.
Oh. Thank you.
And thank you for your warm welcome.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Lord Provost, for the warm welcome we received here in Glasgow and the involvement of all the municipalities. So thank you very much. We will now move to the point number 3 on the agenda, which is the speech by Bob Howden, President of British Cycling, and I will now give the floor to Bob for his welcome speech. So Bob, welcome.
Good morning. On behalf of British Cycling, I'd like to begin by extending a warm welcome to President Le Patien, to my fellow National Federation Presidents, to the Management Committee of the UCI, and to all other delegates joining us here today. It makes me incredibly proud to stand in front of you all as we embark upon what is a landmark moment for our sport. We are incredibly thankful for the trust which President Le Patien placed in our country to deliver his ambitious vision to bring our whole sport together for one momentous celebration of cycling. And I have no doubt that Scotland will welcome the cycling world with warmth, humour and open arms. I've been proud to be a British Cycling member now for 54 years. Including time as a rider, event organiser, commissaire, director, and now president. And in that time, cycling in Britain has changed beyond all recognition. Our country has always been blessed with beautiful roads, routes and trails, several of which you'll see over the next 11 days. And we have now so many talented riders. But for too long, our sport stood in the shadows. While our sport's growth in this country over recent decades can trace its roots in many places, what is undeniable is the power of bringing cycling's greatest shows to these shores, giving people in communities across Britain the opportunity to watch the world's best go head-to-head on their doorsteps. From the Tour de France Grand Depart in 2007 and 2014, to the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2012, and along with World Championships in track, road, BMX and mountain bike, we've witnessed some unforgettable moments. But as impressive as those feats all were, the real magic is in the legacy they leave behind. Through investment in community facilities, greater commitments to active travel, and programs to enable children and young people to access our sport, the impact of those events has been transformational and continues to pay dividends to this very day. The 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships is the next chapter in this story and stands to be the most significant of all. We've been thrilled to see £8 million British committed to community cycling facilities in Scotland through this event. With the Race the World's programme delivered by our friends in Scottish cycling, dozens of children will have the unforgettable opportunity to compete on our World Championship courses. And through our Summer of Cycling campaign, British cycling clubs will host more than 300 free sessions for young people during the school holidays. So thank you once again to President Le Patien and to all of our fellow national federations. I may not be able to promise you sunshine in your time in Scotland, but what I can promise is 11 days of brilliant racing, jubilant crowds, and a legacy that we can be proud of. Finally, I'd like to pay tribute to the organising committee, commissaires, volunteers, and other staff who have worked around the clock to ensure that Scotland is ready to welcome the cycling world. Against what we all know is an incredibly challenging economic and geopolitical backdrop, their passion and determination has never wavered. And I'm sure you will all join me in extending my most heartfelt thanks to each and every one of them. Thank you for your time this morning. Enjoy the Congress, enjoy your stay in Scotland, and Slán Siva. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob, for your kind words. Thank you, and thanks for the welcome from British Cycling. And it also gives me the opportunity to say hello to the chair, also Frank Slevin, with us today. I will now give the floor to Mr. Paul Bush, who is the chair of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships, for his welcome speech.
Bonjour, buongiorno, buenos dias, good morning. On behalf of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships, I'm delighted to welcome you to Glasgow in Scotland for what's going to be 11 days of fantastic cycling action. This is truly an historic moment for your sport, but it's also historic for Glasgow and Scotland as we bring together 13 UCI World Championships to host the biggest, the widest reaching, and most ambitious cycling event ever staged on this planet. Last night's opening ceremony was a culmination of 5 years of planning and hard work, which started with the famous meeting of breakfast, which I'm still paying for, with the President David Lepatier in the spring of 2018. I'm hoping that next time David will pay for breakfast. Getting to this point would not have been possible without the partnership working which has been central to the planning and delivery of the championships from the outset. Through our approach to event delivery, we've worked in close collaboration with the Scottish Government, Glasgow City Council, Glasgow Life, UK Sport and British Cycling, as well as our many host venues throughout the country to bring this event to fruition. From the outset, our collective goals has always been to not only create a spectacular festival of cycling for the athletes, who are the most important participants, but also the fans and the sport as a whole, but also to deliver societal change in communities across Scotland through the power of the bike. For us, this is more than just an event, and we've aimed to maximise the event's impact and opportunity for all. It is about the power of the bike and ensuring everyone is able to experience the freedom riding a bike can bring to their everyday life, something I'm sure you can all attest to. We have many great initiatives. The Cycling Community Fund that has had 42 communities across the whole of Scotland become involved in championing the power of the bike. Scottish Cycling has had a Ride the Worlds programme and getting new people onto bikes and involved in the sport, with young cyclists for the first time ever having the opportunity to ride some of the World Championship venues ahead of their idols over the next 11 days. We have an education pack called Learning Through Cycling Pack, a cross-curricular learning and resource programme to inspire, educate and promote a lifelong love of cycling, amongst the children in Glasgow and Scotland. Our 23 million mile challenge, encouraging everyone in the UK to ride around the world, to hop on their bikes and log the miles to celebrate the brand new event, has been hugely successful. And I'm looking forward to seeing Brian and David tomorrow in the Grand Fondo in Perth, adding to those 23 million miles. The Rock Up and Ride programme, that is part of the Scottish Government's commitment to providing access to bikes for school-aged children who could not otherwise afford them. We have a cycling facilities fund, which has contributed over £8 million to new facilities in the nation. That would not have happened without this event. And most importantly, we have a really ambitious equality, diversity and inclusion framework, which is a signatory of the UN Sports for Climate Action Framework. This is helping change in the cycling landscape in our nation. We have looked to Amsterdam, we have looked to Copenhagen, and we aspire to be one of those cities and nations, but we have a long way to go. Planning of these events is not easy, and as Bob said, during COVID it's been extremely challenging, particularly the size and scale of this, which has never been done before. And I think all of us have been surprised at that size and scale and the challenge. There was no manual for this event. One of the biggest challenges, I've said, is the pandemic. It's forced us to think differently, it's forced us to innovate, but it's also given us great opportunity, which you'll see over the next 11 days. We have extensive wealth and experience in this nation of delivering major events. This city particularly hosted the Commonwealth Games, but throughout Scotland we have equal expertise. And I believe we've developed and will deliver a truly amazing event for you that leaves a lasting legacy for the UCI, cycling and for Scotland. It's been an exciting journey to get to this point, and I want to thank the UCI for giving us the opportunity to be the first in the world to host the UCI Cycling World Championships. I would like to thank again our partners, Scottish Government, Glasgow City Council, Glasgow Life, UK Sport, British Scots Cycling and Visit Scotland. Our regions and host local authorities throughout the nation, Edinburgh, Stirling, Perth, Dundee, Angus, Fort William, Dumfries and Galloway and Loch Lomond. Finally, I would like to make a personal thank you to Amina and Trudy, who have carried the weight and burden of this event with their teams at the UCI and within the organising committee. Without both of them, this event would not have happened. It's very easy for Dave and I to sit at the top of the pile and give instructions, but at the end of the day, somebody has to do the work. So thank you again. I'm going to leave you with a small taster of the film that is being shown on the world feed over the next 12 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for your keen word, and thank you very much for your leadership for Glasgow 2023 and the 2023 UCI World Championships. Thank you, of course, to you as the chair, but thank you also to Trudy and all the team that has been involved to deliver this wonderful event. You will see in my speech in a few minutes a small video about the birth of this event that you just mentioned, but without your personal involvement, Paul, it would have been difficult or not impossible to deliver this event. So thank you very much in the name of all the UCI family for your personal involvement in delivering this event together with the team, because you have a strong team, but it's also necessary to have a strong share. So thank you very much, Paul, for this. So, we will move to the next point on the agenda, which is admissions, suspensions, exclusions of national federations. Always a great point, more specifically when it comes to affiliations of new federation. However, we have a technical point before, and after the last elections of the Seychelles Cycling Association, the members have dissolved the federation and created a new one, the Union Cycliste des Seychelles. In accordance with the Article 20, paragraph 1A of the UCI Constitution, the Seychelles Cycling Association no longer has the character of a national cycling federation. It is proposed that the Congress proceed to the exclusion of the Seychelles Cycling Association. Does the Congress approve the exclusion of Seychelles Cycling Association? So, who is against? Abstention? So, unanimously, the UCI Congress decided of the exclusion of the Seychelles Cycling Association. It is also proposed that the new federation, the Union Cycliste des Seychelles, is affiliated as the candidature file meets of the requirements of the UCI Constitution. So I will ask the same question, but in the other way. Does the Congress approve the affiliation of the Union Cycliste des Seychelles? Anybody against? Yes. Any abstention? No? So welcome to Seychelles, and I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Edson Mathieu, Vice President of the Union Cycliste des Seychelles, together with Dr. Mohamed Ouagui Azam, President of the African Cycling Confederation, to receive the certificate of affiliation of the new federation. Thank you to Seychelles, and welcome back, I would say, in the UCI bunch. I'm delighted that the UCI Congress has today another affiliation to consider. The UCI continued the collaboration, particularly, dear Tony, with the Oceanian Cycling Confederation within view to affiliate national federations from Oceania, which is the only continent where we still have countries that are not affiliated to the UCI, but less and less, I would say. In this context, we received a candidature for affiliation from the American Samoa Cycling Federation. The candidature respects all the requirements of the UCI Constitution, so I will ask the same question. Did the Congress approve the affiliation of the American Samoa Cycling Federation? Nobody against? No abstention? So congratulations, now the American Samoa is a new member of the UCI, and we have now 203 members in the UCI family. And I'm glad to welcome American Samoa in our great cycling family. Unfortunately, Mr. Michael McDonald, President of the American Samoa Cycling Federation, could not make the long trip to Glasgow due to prior work engagements. However, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Tony Mitchell, President of the Oceanian Cycling Confederation, who will receive the certificate of affiliation on his behalf. So this brings the total of national federations, as I told you, affiliated to the UCI to 203. As you may know, we have 206 National Olympic Committees worldwide, so there are only a very limited number of countries that are still not affiliated to the UCI, but we know Tony is working very hard to close the gap, and we are among the very few international federations with more than 200 members. So we will move to the next point on the agenda, which is the minutes of the last Congress, the 191st UCI Congress. So you already received all the documents in your file. Do you have any remarks regarding the minutes? No, so can we approve formally the minutes of the last UCI Congress held on the 22nd September 2022 in the wonderful city of Wollongong, Australia? There's a Congress approved the minutes of the last UCI Congress. Nobody against, no abstention. So thank you very much. We will now move to the next point on the agenda, which is a speech delivered by the UCI President. President of British Cycling, Bob Howden. Chair of Glasgow 2023, Paul Bush. Glasgow Lord Provost, former UCI Presidents, Pat and Brian. UCI Vice President, UCI Honorary Vice President, Continental Confederation Presidents, UCI Management Committee members, dear colleagues, voting delegates, National Federations Presidents and representatives, Monsieur le Président du Conseil départemental de la Haute-Savoie, cher Martial, cher Bernard Hinault, ladies and gentlemen, friends. It's a pleasure to address today for the traditional message from the President of the Union Cycliste Internationale to Congress. I'm delighted to see so many of you here today. A total of 151 national federations are represented today, a record. Congratulations to you all. I still have the same passion and energy for my work as the day you first elected me UCI President nearly 6 years ago in Bergen. My motivation to serve the UCI and its national federations is as great as ever. Today, I will look back at what we have achieved since our last Congress. I will also talk about the major challenges that lie ahead for our sport and our institution. But first, I would like to extend my warm thanks to the organizing committee of this year's very special UCI World Championships. I will come back to this exceptional nature of this event in a moment. Many thanks to the chairman of the organizing committee, Paul Bush, and the chief executive officer, Trudy Lindblade, for their excellent work since the beginning of the preparations. Thanks also to British Cycling and its chairman, Frank Slevin, and president, Bob Howden. The event, which will take place here and across Scotland over 11 days, will no doubt be a huge success. It will mark the history of cycling and indeed of the sport. I would like also to thank the Scottish public authorities for their welcome to the beautiful historic city of Glasgow and venues across the country. We already feel at home, and we have even, look at this, adopted a dog. Scotland can be proud of the event we are about to witness. Since our last Congress in Wollongong, cycling has produced some magnificent competitions and a lot of emotions. Let's take a few moments to look back at this period.
Crowd here in Helensburgh.
Ready, watch the gate.
With so many fast riders. Listen to that crowd as well. big attack as we make our way towards the two laps of racing to go, and it's Remco Evenepoel who's decided he rides 25 kilometres solo. Another attack. She puts in a furious attack now.
Oh, he's clean! Look at the time, he's gonna smash it! Oh, she is rapid!
The sprint starts, so she's got a 3:54.7 to finish.
Look at the time she does it! Look at her try and take it. Italy going to come around though. Maynard has the rainbow jersey already.
Millimeters on the line.
I don't think she quite believes it.
It's unbelievable. I never won in France, and it's the world champs. Incredible from Louis Bruni.
Give up the fight. Gonna stay strong for you.
Awesome! It's really amazing. I can't believe it. It's like a dream. I don't know.
I think later I will cry and just celebrate it. It's so big. It's so big.
Yeah, for sure I'm going to remember this for a long time.
Winning in Formula Limits, it tops it every time. It's so cool. Hopefully I can have enough time now all day to say hi to everyone. So nervous before.
Thank you. Cycling continues to amaze us with its unique and powerful emotions, as you just saw. We must thank our athletes for this. They always give their best. They are the backbone of our sport. We must never forget that. I'm sure you know, I was elected president of the CNOSF, the French National Olympic Committee, at the end of June. First of all, I assure you that I remain fully committed to my role as UCI president. This election was not planned, but it's very good news for our sport. It means that the solid link between our federation and the Olympic movement is even stronger. It is also good news for the success of the events, especially cycling, at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. I look forward to welcome you all to Paris next year. Several people, thank you. Several people here today are both president of the National Cycling Federation or involved in their federation and president of their country's NOC. I'm thinking, for example, of our friend from the Philippines, Indonesia, or Mauritania. It's fantastic for cycling to have its passionate leaders representing our sport in Olympic bodies. We have just approved the affiliation of the American Samoa Cycling Federation, which means the UCI now has 203 affiliated national federations. Not many international federations have more than 200 members. This shows that cycling is one of the most important international and popular sports in the world. Welcome to American Samoa. When it comes to the international health situation, I'm delighted to report that we are finally back to normal life in nearly all regions of the world. We had more than 2 difficult years, but COVID is now behind us. I take this opportunity to thank our UCI Medical Director, Professor Xavier Bigard, for his expertise. He played a major role in ensuring that cycling was one of the few sports that continues to exist and shine during this complicated period. Thanks to you all as well for your commitment during this time. Unfortunately, it's impossible to have the same optimistic outlook about the situation in Ukraine. My thought goes to all the people in that country who are suffering the effects of the war started by the Russian government. I remind you that the UCI Management Committee immediately condemned the Russian attack and aligned itself with the positions of the International Olympic Committee. We continue to call for peace. This is our mission, but also stress that sport must stick to its fundamental principles. All those include political neutrality. Sport must unite people, even where the countries are at war, and not be used as a tool for political sanction. I will come back to this later, when I also talk about the support of Afghan women cyclists and an event at the end of 2022 that gave us hope. I will now focus on a few points that I feel very particularly important. And I will move to French, and then I will come back to English, so you have to maybe to use the translation kit. Je vais maintenant continuer dans ma langue maternelle, le français, deuxième langue officielle de l'Union cycliste internationale, avant de conclure en anglais. Lorsque vous m'avez élu à Bergen, en 2017, la création du championnat du monde UCI, réunissant différentes disciplines du cyclisme, figurait dans mon manifeste de campagne. Cet événement figurait ensuite, naturellement, en bonne place, dans l'agenda 2022 du cyclisme que nous avions approuvé. Aujourd'hui, cette vision, ce rêve même, est en train de se concrétiser depuis la magnifique cérémonie d'ouverture à laquelle vous avez eu l'occasion d'assister hier en fin d'après-midi. C'est la jeunesse de ce projet que je souhaite partager avec vous, et notamment avec la vidéo que nous avons préparée. Let's have a look.
So we knew each other.
I've known David a long time, probably 10 years before we started talking about 2023.
And I said, maybe we have something to discuss together.
And he said, let's have a chat in Bangkok next week about his vision for a combined UCI Cycling World Championships.
The project was already in my suitcase, I would say, when I was running for presidency. But it was initially just about aggregating the 5 Olympic disciplines, not 13 UCI World Championships together.
I think because of our personal relationship and our professional relationship, we trusted each other. And I think he trusted Scotland that it's got a great track record of delivery.
It was not a whiskey party, it was just a breakfast. And in fact, we had no tender process, no bidding documents at the UCI, just something we've created together. And this is what is amazing with this. It's just a common story. We started at the beginning of the breakfast with 5 disciplines.
1 hour later, the deal was virtually done, which is quite unusual in international sport.
And we ended the breakfast with 13 disciplines.
We've had for me, probably one of the most unique relationships in my memory of dealing with an international federation over the last 20 years.
It's a big project. That's the biggest cycling event ever. 8,000 athletes, 219 titles, 13 UCI World Championships.
It was an interesting challenge because there was no manual, there's no playbook for this event. It's never been done.
To combine it, it seems to be simple, but you have also to modify the calendars of all the disciplines.
For Scotland and also for the UCI, the really important thing is there was very little capital infrastructure investment required.
what was good for us is they have all the venues, I would say.
Ready, watch the gate.
One of the really exciting things for me was that we're going to showcase some of the great natural vistas of Scotland. So if you start in the north, we've got Fort William, which is, you know, one of the iconic downhill mountain bike tracks. Moving down the country, we have Gran Fondo in Perth and Angus and Dundee in Stirling. Probably for me will be one of the most exciting parts, going up the cobbles towards the Stirling Castle as the riders finish. And we've then got a big cohort of events in Glasgow. We've got BMX, we've got indoor cycling, we've got track cycling, we've got the finish of all the road races. And then we move down the country into the borders, into Glentress for the mountain bike cross-country and mountain bike marathon. And then the last port of call will be down in Dumfries and Galloway, where the para events will take place.
The landscape, of course, of Scotland is wonderful for that.
Currently, we're looking at athletes from 180 countries, 8,000 athletes. So this will be the biggest ever number of athletes coming into Scotland for one single event.
If I want to make a success with the first edition, we need to go in a place where we will have hundreds of thousands or millions of people along the routes. And I was sure that with the Scottish spirit, with the Scottish people, it will be the case.
A huge crowd here in Helensburgh.
Lots and lots of our 5.5 million population have an opportunity within probably less than a 1 hour drive time to see Cycling World Championships, which is very, very special.
The athletes themselves, they are really happy because now they have, really something to share in a common event. So it's that kind of cycling games.
13-1. So we've got 13 World Championships, and we want them to come across as one major, some people have called it the Cycling Olympics, whatever you want to call it.
We have always one opportunity to make a first good edition, and that's why Glasgow and Scotland are the perfect location for that.
For Hearts of Wire in 2027, they'll learn a lot from what we've done. They'll learn from things that have been good, things that have been not so good, and they'll do things obviously better in 2027 than we'll do in 2023. I think it's important experientially that whoever you are, whatever you're doing at these championships, you go away having had a great experience. Let's hope we get some great weather.
Thank you very much. Il s'agit tout simplement du plus grand événement cycliste jamais organisé. Vous les connaissez pour la plupart, mais je voudrais vous rappeler quelques faits et quelques chiffres. Les championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI 2023, ce sont 13 championnats du monde, 11 journées de compétition, 10 sites de compétition, des championnats du monde de cyclisme, des champions du monde couronnés tous les jours, plus de 200 maillots arc-en-ciel, un événement inclusif, avec notamment des courses paracyclistes et pour la première fois, une équipe composée d'athlètes réfugiés. Quelques 4000 bénévoles impliqués, plus de 8000 athlètes, élites ou amateurs, en provenance de plus de 150 pays, et la présence de la presque totalité des fédérations nationales affiliées à l'UCI. Je note d'ailleurs à ce propos que nous n'avons jamais été aussi nombreux depuis la création de l'UCI le 14 avril 1900 à Paris. C'est donc historique, c'est fantastique. Les championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI propulsent notre sport dans une nouvelle dimension, en lui donnant, au travers d'un événement innovant, une visibilité planétaire, digne des plus grands rendez-vous du sport international. Ces mondiaux UCI figurent parmi les plus grands événements sportifs du monde en termes d'audience télé et de visibilité médiatique. Le monde découvrira comme jamais jusqu'ici nos différentes disciplines. Et nous aurons l'occasion de faire une énorme promotion de notre sport bien au-delà de son aspect compétitif. Nous montrerons qu'il est également un outil d'une efficacité redoutable au service du développement durable. C'est le sens de notre campagne, et c'est le sens de la campagne Power of the Bike, de grande ampleur, mise en œuvre par le comité d'organisation de Glasgow et de l'Écosse. Gageons que le cyclisme, il y aura un avant et un après Glasgow. Et le succès de cette formule quadriennale est appelé à se perpétuer. L'événement a déjà été attribué en 2027 à la Haute-Savoie, en France, comme vous le savez. J'en profite pour saluer le président du conseil départemental de Haute-Savoie, M. Martial Sadier, qui est aujourd'hui présent parmi nous. Et plusieurs candidats sont déjà sur les rangs pour l'édition 2031. Nous vivons à Glasgow et dans le reste de l'Écosse un très grand moment. Entre nos championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI, organisés tous les 4 ans, nos nombreux championnats du monde constituent chaque année une formidable vitrine pour toutes nos disciplines. Aujourd'hui, nous allons attribuer 16 championnats du monde UCI. Nous avons désormais, et c'était l'un de mes objectifs, une vision à 5 ans, voire même parfois à 7 ans, dans presque toutes les disciplines. Cette situation démontre que les villes et les régions, partout dans le monde, sont très nombreuses à vouloir organiser des événements cyclistes de premier plan. Et ce n'est évidemment pas un hasard. À côté de la beauté du sport et de la passion qu'il suscite, les villes et les régions en tirent de multiples avantages, en termes économiques, pour leur image ou pour faire avancer leur politique de mobilité ou de développement durable. Je remercie ici tous nos organisateurs et toutes nos fédérations nationales et toutes les autres personnes impliquées dans ces candidatures. Merci également à tous les secteurs de l'UCI impliqués dans ce processus. L'objectif reste également de garantir et même de renforcer le caractère international de notre sport en visitant régulièrement les 5 continents. Les championnats du monde route UCI l'illustrent parfaitement. L'année passée, nous étions à Wollongong, en Australie, en Océanie. Cette année, nous sommes ici, en Europe, comme la prochaine fois où nous serons à Zurich, en Suisse, pour un événement qui combinera cyclisme et paracyclisme sur route. Puis nous irons en Afrique, en 2025, pour la première fois de l'histoire, pour des mondiaux UCI sur route, plus précisément à Kigali, au Rwanda. En 2026, nous retournerons en Amérique du Nord, à Montréal, au Canada, puis ensuite en 2027 sera l'année des championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI en Haute-Savoie, en France, avec un programme sportif encore plus étoffé par rapport à cette année, avec près de 20 championnats du monde. Enfin, cet après-midi, l'hôte des championnats du monde UCI 2028 sera dévoilé. Sans anticiper l'annonce, je peux déjà vous dire que nous irons sur un autre continent, l'Asie, 10 ans après l'édition de Doha au Qatar. Il y a 1 an à Wollongong, j'espérais devant vous que nous puissions retourner en Asie avant 2030, ce sera le cas. Alors que les championnats du monde piste UCI fêtent cette année leur 130e anniversaire, notre sport continue d'innover. En février de cette année, les championnats du monde de cyclisme e-sport UCI, qui vivaient leur 3e édition, se sont déroulés dans un format très dynamique et attractif, avec des manches qualificatives éliminatoires avant l'explication finale. Aujourd'hui, nous nous apprêtons à vivre des championnats du monde UCI complètement inédits. Et l'an prochain, au début du mois de février, nous assisterons au premier championnat du monde UCI de snowbike attribué à Châtel, en Haute-Savoie, en France, et qui se composeront d'épreuves de dual slalom et du super G sur neige, comme vous pouvez le voir derrière moi. Je remercie au passage Michel Callot, président de la Fédération française de cyclisme, qui est évidemment parmi nous aujourd'hui pour son implication dans cette candidature couronnée de succès. Et d'autres innovations sont en préparation afin de rendre nos championnats du monde UCI toujours plus attractifs et populaires. Les Jeux olympiques, vous le savez, constituent un autre événement d'une importance capitale pour les athlètes bien sûr, mais pour notre sport tout entier. La prochaine édition des Jeux olympiques est déjà toute proche puisqu'elle aura lieu l'an prochain à Paris et dans ses environs. Comme membre du Comité international olympique, maintenant président du Comité national olympique et sportif français, et bien sûr possédant cette belle nationalité, j'ai le plaisir de siéger au comité d'organisation de Paris 2024. Je peux donc vous confirmer que l'événement sera à la hauteur des attentes, avec des sites de compétition spectaculaires et accessibles, dans un cadre général incroyable. Et pour couronner le tout, les efforts conjoints du CIO et de Paris 2024 permettront à cette édition des Jeux Olympiques d'être neutre en carbone. Je remercie à nouveau la Fédération française de cyclisme et son président Michel Callot pour leur implication dans ce qui s'annonce d'ores et déjà comme un grand succès. La présence du cyclisme aux Jeux Olympiques de Los Angeles en 2028 a déjà été confirmée et nous ferons de notre mieux pour assurer la présence d'au moins 5 disciplines, le nombre actuel avec la route, la piste, le mountain bike, le BMX racing et le BMX freestyle. Nous savons tous que les Jeux Olympiques constituent une formidable vitrine pour notre sport et un moment unique dans la vie de nos athlètes. Et aussi, c'est essentiel, une source de revenus important pour l'UCI qui investit intégralement cette somme dans le Centre mondial du cyclisme UCI et pour ses projets de développement et de solidarité en faveur des fédérations nationales qui en ont bien besoin. Je me réjouis de travailler avec UCI Cycling pour les Jeux Olympiques de 2028 et qui constitueront un nouveau grand moment dans l'histoire de notre sport. Je n'ai aucun doute sur le fait que les Jeux Olympiques de Paris 2024 et de Los Angeles 2028 permettront au cyclisme de rayonner aux 4 coins du monde. Et je ne doute pas que le cyclisme contribuera à son tour au rayonnement des Jeux Olympiques. Des événements, j'aimerais passer à un sujet central, celui clé du sport féminin. Je m'étais engagé, avant mon élection, à développer la place des femmes dans notre sport et à développer le cyclisme féminin. Nous avons beaucoup progressé ces dernières années. Tout d'abord, au niveau de la représentation des femmes au sein de notre comité directeur, comme vous pouvez le voir, et aussi au sein des confédérations continentales. Création également du contre-la-montre par équipe en relais mixte, parité complète aux Jeux Olympiques de Paris 2024, création d'un vrai statut professionnel pour les femmes dans le cyclisme sur route avec des salaires minimums égaux à ceux des hommes des équipes comparables. Création de nouvelles courses de premier plan, à l'image du Tour de France, avec Zwift ou de Paris-Roubaix féminin par exemple. La période entre le congrès de Wollongong et celui d'aujourd'hui a elle aussi été marquée par plusieurs avancées réjouissantes. Quelques exemples. Lors du lancement des UCI Women's World Team, qui est la nouvelle première division des équipes sur route féminine, leur nombre maximal a été fixé à 15. Il n'existait cependant pas de structure qui répondait au cahier des charges des UCI World Team. C'est pour cela qu'elles n'étaient que 8 en 2020, 9 en 2021, 14 en 2022 et leur nombre de 15 a été atteint pour la première fois cette année. C'est un signe clair du degré de professionnalisme atteint aujourd'hui par le cyclisme féminin. Depuis 2023, les salaires minimaux au sein des UCI Women's World Team sont alignés sur ceux des UCI Pro Team masculines, des structures à l'assise économique comparable. Cet alignement s'étendra à la structure des équipes féminines UCI dès 2025. Et ma directrice générale, Amina Lanaya, vous parlera de cet événement réjouissant dans son rapport et notre vice-présidente, Katharina Nash, y reviendra plus en détail dans la journée. Puisque j'évoque le cyclisme féminin, je voudrais revenir sur une décision récente du comité directeur de l'UCI au sujet de la participation des athlètes transgenres, des hommes devenus femmes, aux épreuves féminines du calendrier international. Comme vous le savez, notre comité directeur de l'UCI a décidé d'interdire la participation des athlètes transgenres devenus femmes après leur puberté masculine aux épreuves féminines du calendrier international UCI des différentes épreuves. Je tiens à préciser une nouvelle fois, que la position de l'UCI sur ce sujet est complexe. Nous respectons les droits humains, y compris celui des personnes, de choisir le sexe qui correspond à leur identité de genre, qu'ils soient nés hommes ou femmes. Dans le cyclisme, chacun est le bienvenu, quel qu'il soit. Et à cet égard, les personnes transgenres sont encouragées, comme toutes les autres, à rejoindre et à faire partie de notre communauté cycliste. Toutefois, L'égalité des chances est primordiale dans notre sport et il était essentiel de réagir pour éviter de se retrouver dans une situation où l'égalité des chances entre les athlètes cisgenres et transgenres n'était pas assurée. En effet, dans l'état actuel des connaissances scientifiques, une telle égalité des chances entre athlètes transgenres féminines et participantes cisgenres n'était pas assurée. Dès lors, il n'était pas possible, par mesure de précaution, d'autoriser les premières à courir dans la catégorie féminine. Now, I will continue in English. Among the values we want to promote, in line with the Olympic values, peace and friendship are fundamental. Our responsibility to promote these values became very clear in 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine. As you know, from the start of the war, the UCI supported Ukraine, its athletes, and the Ukrainian Cycling Federation. We welcomed refugee athletes to our headquarters in Aigle and provided them with equipment and financial aid. A few months later, our UCI Management Committee adopted a resolution on the sanctions against Russia and Belarus. The resolution was in line with the Olympic movement's position, the IOC Executive Board meetings, and the 11th Olympic Summit. The sanctions imposed meant that no Russian or Belarusian national team could take part in the UCI World Championships or other events in the UCI international calendar. No event taking place on Russian and Belarusian territory could be registered on the UCI international calendar. And no distinctive emblem of these two countries, for example, flag and national hymns, could be visible at events. While these measures are fair, a debate followed within the Olympic movement on the role that sport should play in conflict situations. The conclusion was that sanctions should be targeted at countries, but not their citizens. Banning athletes because of their passports goes against the fundamental mission of the Olympic sport, which is to unite the world in peaceful competition. Even, and perhaps especially, in times of war. Several public statements have underlined the need for the Olympic movement to be neutral and help promote peace. For example, the United Nations General Assembly, the President of the G20, and the UN human rights experts. So, we decided to allow Russian and Belarusian athletes to compete in events on the UCI international calendar under strict conditions. They may now participate as neutral individual athletes, except if the rider is part of a UCI registered team that is not Russian or Belarusian. However, athletes who actively support in any way the war that started by Russia against Ukraine are excluded. In another context, as you know, the UCI also assisted the Afghan cycling community following the seizure in Kabul by the Taliban almost 2 years ago. Together with our partners, we organized the evacuation of nearly 170 members of the Afghan cycling community who were in danger, in particular, women cyclists. These people are now leading normal lives in Switzerland, France, Italy, the United States, Canada, and Singapore. At the last Congress, I announced we would organize the 2022 Women's World Championships of Afghanistan in Aigle. This took place around the UCI headquarters on 23rd October. About 50 Afghan refugee athletes took part in these championships, won by Fariba Hashimi. The event sent a message of hope to Afghan sport and a message of resilience to the world. The UCI was again a pioneer in and its actions was praised by the International Olympic Committee. The UCI was also awarded the special jury prize at the Peace and Sport Awards in Monaco last November. Still with a view of promoting Olympic values, the UCI adapted its regulations to create the status of refugee athlete. This is not to encourage the participation of athletes. This is to encourage, the participation of athletes who had to flee their country in major international competitions. Refugee athletes can now take part in these events, such as the UCI World Cups and UCI World Championships, under the status of refugee athletes. They do not need to rely on registration to their national federation, which, as you can imagine, is very complicated, if not impossible, in their situation. I'm pleased to announce that a refugee cycling team made up of athletes from Afghanistan, Syria, and Iran will take part in the road and mountain bike events at the UCI Cycling World Championships, which start today. They will compete across the Grand Fondo, road, and mountain bike events. Now to solidarity. I spoke earlier about the importance of Olympic revenues to finance the activities of the UCI World Cycling Centre and its solidarity programs for national federations and continental confederations. I will now return briefly to the subject of solidarity. True to its commitments, the UCI has continued to expand its actions in this area. In 2022, we announced we would reinforce the UCI World Cycling Centre satellite network. And at the time, we had 5 satellites in Japan, Korea, South Africa, India, and Portugal. That means in Asia, Africa, and Europe. Since then, as promised, we've opened new satellites in other regions, South America, the Caribbean, and North America. I'm pleased to tell you that our network now has 3 new UCI World Cycling Centre continental development satellites in Trinidad and Tobago, in Cuba, in Canada, in Bromo, and in Argentina, in San Juan. Following the award of the 2025 UCI Road World Championships to Africa in the city of Kigali in Rwanda, we launched a program called Africa 2025 with ANOCA, the Association of National Olympic Committees of Africa, supported by the IOC and the UCI World Cycling Centre satellite in Paarl, South Africa. The aim of this program is to help Africa athletes achieve their best possible performances at this historic event. A part of this program, 13 African athletes have been based in Brittany, France, to immerse themselves in European and international cycling culture. I invite you to meet with them at this video.
The age group is basically for them to be competitive and be U23 or junior by the time the World Championships come around in 2025, coming from different national federations in Africa. We have funding that's coming from the Olympic Committee, the ANOCA, and obviously the UCI. So we're all putting all that together to actually create this great opportunity for all these athletes to come to Brittany and race.
It's a tough journey, you know. They'll make it with our support. I have no doubt in that.
For a lot of them, this is probably their first incursion into Europe. And we realize fully that, yes, the first time that the World Championships will be in Africa is going to be in Kigali. And yes, we understand it will be in Africa, but let's face it, the majority of the peloton will be European. So whilst you'll be in African soil, the way of racing will still be a European way of racing.
We've got some really good riders here, actually. They're not to be underestimated.
Brittany is one of the meccas for cycling, so this is a great place to actually learn the trade.
It's a perfect location for them to be integrated into the sport and into the culture.
The roads here are really safe, so it's nice training terrain here. It's also still, like quiet, no cars, a lot of cars and everything. And the people here are really, really friendly.
Good? Okay. Mohammed, and you will lead the way, yeah? All right. Ali.
It's completely different than where I come from, so I'm looking forward to everything here. By far, it's been nice. Last year, I went to a training camp in South Africa from October to December. So it was an ANOCA selection camp.
I'm here for work and progress. My federation contacted me for come here to Brittany before I go to South Africa before this, and they say you can go in Brittany in France.
You want to milk my
It's stressful going into the first one next week already, but yeah, I'm excited to learn.
We're here to help each other, we're here to grow and learn. We all come from different places, we all come with different experiences, and I think that will make us all grow stronger.
We've been talking together, like having conversations, laughing, making jokes, everything.
The athletes actually come here and call me Benny. It just creates that environment where they understand me and I'm also able to understand them.
Everyone here is my second family here. Family at home and family with cycling.
It's not only about riding the bike, it's everything that has to do with outside when you're not on your bike as well. You work on nutrition, we'll work on some stretching, some other skills that they need to acquire. It's not only the technical, tactical, but it's everything around the environment that we create to better give athletes a fighting chance for success.
I think cycling in itself, I've learned over time, doesn't necessarily mean you have to be the best pro rider, but there's some values in the sport that you can take into your normal life. So this is also some of the things we try to instill in the riders.
Training with the boys, it's really nice. It's hard, but I feel like it helps a lot, teaching me tactics and how to sit on the wheel. Yeah, I think it's just better riding with them.
Racing from South Africa and here it's different. So I'm here, I'm willing to learn how to do everything here in Europe.
These guys are having to learn that here, you know. They've got to really hit the ground running, and that's why the first couple of weeks of being here, we're just going out, riding as a group, learning the etiquette.
My dream is to win a Trento one day and become a world champion.
It's my dream to be a professional rider. All the riders come to center, he now is professional rider.
For this year, it will be world champs in Scotland. But yeah, the big goal is probably to go to the Olympics next year.
I'd like now to say a few words on a subject that is as important as cycling itself, sustainable development. Our sport has a decisive role to play, and our UCI Director General, Amina Lanaya, will talk about you in a report just after. We know that climate change is not a subject for debate. It's clearly a reality. It won't happen tomorrow. It has already begun. And we are seeing the effects. More frequent devastating floods, heat waves leading to mortality, major fires, and so on. Society as a whole suffers, and of course, cyclists too. Everyone, in their own way, can do something to combat climate change, but that's not what I'm talking about here. What interests us at this UCI Congress is that cycling is part of the solution, and a very significant part. At a time when we are looking for solutions to lead a more sustainable lifestyle, one solution exists, and it's the one you deal with every day, cycling. So, I encourage you to use the program and tools developed by the UCI, such as the UCI Sustainability Guidelines. Let's promote the power of the bike, which is the slogan of the campaign launched by the organizers of the UCI Cycling World Championships. Amina Lanaya will tell you more in a moment about measures that the UCI has already undertaken. Returning to our sport, let me talk about a subject that is one of the UCI's priority, rider safety. I'm pleased to tell you that we took another very important step. At the end of June, we created Safer for safe road cycling with all stakeholders of professional road cycling, both male and female, organizers, teams, and riders. Safer is an independent body that will be responsible for improving competition safety. Everyone agreed there was a need to collaborate and adopt a more structured approach to ensure safety. Safer will build on the work already carried out by the UCI, such as Safety Guide published in 2021 and the database of incidents and accidents established in partnership with the Ghent University in Belgium. We can be optimistic about the results of the latest initiative. Before concluding, I encourage you to regularly consult the Agenda 2030, which you approved a year ago, to get an overview of what we are achieving together. You have received a copy last year, and it's also published on the UCI website in 9 different languages. I recommend that you draw up to your own Agenda 2030, so that at a national level you can achieve what we are doing at a global scale. Thank you very much. To conclude, I would like to say how proud I am to be the president of one of the world's greatest international federations. The UCI governs one of the most popular sports on the planet and brings together many passionate and committed members. We are achieving a lot together. We have a lot to look forward to and many reasons to be optimistic. With our Agenda 2030, we have entered a new era. Cycling has a long history, but continues to evolve and help shape the society of tomorrow, a better society. I often say, cycling will be the sport of the 21st century. Cycling conveys great values, effort, commitment, solidarity, and respect. These values are promoted by you, our national federations, and clubs, and our leaders. We should not forget the exceptional work carried out by all the members of the cycling movement, whatever the position, and by our volunteers. I congratulate them warmly on behalf of us all. They are the soul of our sport. I'm also delighted by the cohesion within the UCI Management Committee. I can't conclude my speech without thanking all my elected colleagues who also work very hard to develop our shared passion. A special thank to all my colleagues of the Executive Board, Dr. Mohamed Waghi Azam, Katarina Nash, Osama Al-Shafar, and Enrico Della Casa. Thank you also to the employees of the Union Cycliste Internationale who are professional and committed to serving you with passion. A special mention to Amina Lanaya, our UCI Director General, and the entire management team for their unfailing commitment. I have every confidence in them. I would also like to thank Melanie, Camille, and Viviane from the President's Office for their support in my mission. The human relationships and encounters I've made in the last 6 years are among the great privileges of being UCI president. I will always have the same energy to meet the challenges of our sport. This has been the case during all my years at the service of cycling, first in my club, then regional, national, continental, and now world level. I will continue to serve you and to serve our sport with passion and energy. There are so many beautiful pages still to be written together. Ladies and gentlemen, today the first day of the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland. I would like to emphasize once again the revolution that this event represents for the history of the UCI. We are privileged to be living this moment together. Thank you for your support and your commitment. Thank you for your attention. Long life to cycling. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and now we will move to the next point on the agenda, which is point number 8, the report on the UCI activities in 22 by the UCI Director General. And I will now leave the floor to Amina Lanaya, our UCI Director General, that will give us a report on the UCI activities in 2022. The floor is yours, Amina.
Thank you. Welcome to Scotland. We are making history in Glasgow and across Scotland with the UCI Cycling World Championships. Presidents and delegates, management committee members, ladies and gentlemen, you are part of this history, of this amazing event. It is big. At first, I think a lot of us did not realize how big, but we are here and it's finally happening. For the first time ever, we will witness 11 days of action, 13 UCI World Championships, and more than 200 rainbow jerseys awarded. Somehow, we've managed to bring all these countries, all these disciplines, all these people together. And this has never happened before. So I don't only want to welcome you, I want to thank you. It's the result of teamwork, and we have achieved this together. 2023 will definitely be a year to remember, and not only thanks to this UCI Cycling World Championships. It's already been a fantastic year, and I would like to point out again, this is because we have all worked together. We've made progress in areas such as sustainability, integrity, and how we interact with our fans. Before we discuss these topics, I'd like to talk about women's cycling, starting with 3 major developments in 2023. Number 1, for the first time ever, the average salary in the UCI Women's World Team is higher than for a men's UCI Pro Team. And this is a great step for women's cycling. Number 2, several UCI Women's World Teams have now created development teams. That means they have the same kind of growth programs as men. And number 3, a record number of teams requested UCI Women World Team licenses. We even had more requests than licenses, and this is a wonderful indicator that women's cycling is growing. Looking to the future, in 2025, we will create a 3rd category of teams, UCI Women's Pro Teams, in line with the men's UCI Pro Teams. More and more organizers want to organize a women's race. After Paris-Roubaix and the Tour de France Femmes, this year, the Vuelta España Femenina extended from 1 day to 7 days. And it's no secret that RCS Sport wants to organize a women's Milan-San Remo, and ideally, we will soon have a women's event for all of cycling's monuments. And onto the track, men and women will race over the same distances in most events from 2025. It's exciting to see women more aligned with men in our sport, to see men's and women's cycling coming closer together. And this is thanks to the vision and commitment of all cycling stakeholders. So far, I talked about athletes, but we are also creating opportunities for women working in cycling. Last year, I talked about women in governance. But what about mechanics, sport directors, coaches? First, mechanics. Our female trainee mechanic at the UCI World Cycling Center, Fiona Cluzo, successfully completed her apprenticeship last year. Second, sport directors. Since 2019, the UCI awards scholarships to women for the UCI Sport Director course. 75 women already successfully completed the course. And third, coaches. The UCI selected several women to participate in the WISH coaching program for women in sport high performance, financed by the Olympic Solidarity. One of those women is Anna Weiss from Poland. In 2021, Anna obtained the UCI Level 3 coaching diploma. She then completed 2 more training programs: the WISH coaching program that I already mentioned, and the Certificate of Advanced Studies in Cycling Coaching, organized by the UCI, the World Cycling Center, and the University of Lausanne. The UCI continued to support Anna by appointing her coach of the WCC team this year. At the head of this UCI Women's Continental team, she practices what she learned in the classroom, she gets help from the UCI Experience Center coaches, and she grows and develops with her team. Anna enjoys the diversity, working with 9 women from 9 different countries who speak different languages, come from different cultures, and are far from home. It's a very big journey for the team, both from a sporting and human angle. It's a journey they are making together. Let's hear from Hannah and some of her team.
My dream is to be a good cyclist, good rider, and to find a World Tour team.
I would really like to be one of the best climbers in the world peloton, and particularly I would love to one day wear the polka dot jersey in Tour de France for women.
For sure the Olympic Games, like representing Argentina, it's a big dream, like from when I was young, so yeah, I think that is a big one.
It's really hard to actually try and make something of cycling in South Africa, and even coming from South Africa into Europe, because the level of racing is just
you are fighting with the wall sometimes. So it's keep believing and keep believing all the time.
In Ethiopia, it's hard to go outside, only to stay in your home to help your mother or to work inside of the house. I was best rider with the team, and for me was surprise.
You can't make a life in cycling in South Africa, it just doesn't pay. I got an email from Jean-Jacques here at the center saying that they've received my email and that he would like to chat to me the following day, and that there's space for me in the team, and would I be interested in signing a contract with them to come and ride here for the next year. And when I got that, it was just oh my goodness, I am gonna be a cyclist next year.
They saw me, I think, in the World Champs in Belgium. I was kind of a little breakaway at the beginning of the race. So after that they contacted me and they told me, hey, do you want to come to to be part of the Continental Route team and also to race on mountain bike? And I say yes, for sure, yes.
In this moment, I live in Montséjour with the center, with the girls.
It was a bit emotional. I think I've never been away from home for such a long period of time. Montséjour is our home away from home. The center does a lot to make it that it feels like home to us. They sometimes make barbecues there for everyone so we can gel and mingle together and play ping pong. We have picnics in the summer.
Yeah, it's hard out family sometimes, but yeah, they give me love, this family also. They give me love, everything.
We all live together the whole year, so we try to understand each other and to be flexible with each other because we have different cultures.
We are together almost 24/7. We live together, we eat together, we live in a hostel together. So yeah, lots of learning, but loving every moment of it.
You are like a mother, then like a sister, then maybe sometimes like a best friend or someone who have to tell you something right to your face and you don't want to hear it. So I think that I don't also like to put like that I'm a coach or I'm a sport director. I'm a human being, so I treat them like human beings.
Alex, this is the new BMX girl from South Africa.
Nice to meet you. How are you?
Thanks to you.
Good. You're welcome.
Thank you.
It's your bike.
Cycling is for sure a very big team sport. So I'm learning how to work together in a team, like maybe sacrifice your own aspirations in a race to help a teammate who might do better than you in that particular race.
I want you to focus on two things, not only the turn, but also how you continue, okay?
That was too fast.
No, that was really good, but you could have started to pedal sooner when you're already on the line. You know that? Yeah. Pedal!
I think I changed a lot, in many aspects. I would not say like a big jump, but from the first season on the road to this one, I feel how much I changed.
By position, I can see that.
We can learn each other. When I have a good position or a good thing, she can learn from me. When she have, I learn from her.
I want to see results now, but it is a process and it's not going to just happen overnight. But I can already feel and see that like my descending skills have improved, my riding in a bunch together, my communication skills during a race. It's a process and I'm working towards it, so this is good.
So every time we finish the stage race, we come back to Aigle, the emotion goes down, and I want them to evaluate. Maddie.
Yes.
Your turn.
When I finally took up the courage to actually move myself to the front, that I was involved in the crash, but it's bike racing, that's how it goes, it's part of it.
And then the second thing, I want them to be really focused about where they see themselves in the future. It can be a sentence, it can be one word. Yeah, like when you think about your 5 years plan, what limits you?
She's trying to help us plan for the future in terms of, okay, what is it that you want to get out of this opportunity in terms of for next year or the year after that, or for her it would be like 5 year. What's your 5-year plan?
Whenever you want. But
So after every race, there is like something the center decided just before, that the riders cleans the car, and that's a way to be grateful with all the stuff. The values are super important. There are a lot of people here and we need to have good relationship with everyone.
I need to win. It's not possible to direct to win, but step by step I need to move.
I am so positive and I keep believing all the time, keep trying new ways. If something didn't work, I try another way to try to arrive to the place that I dreamed when I was a child, and now I keep with that attitude to arrive to the new dreams.
I've never been in an environment as supportive as this. Like, they want us to learn and they will do anything and all things to help us learn. it's a lot of learning happening here, and even learning from the other girls, different cultures, different religions, everything. Like what's normal for one person might not be normal for another person. So I think this is what makes this environment or this team quite unique.
Maybe we put a bit of small stone to build their success. But I believe that as long as they are happy and they are like passionate, and that the most important thing is to enjoy what you're doing. And then as long as they're happy about it and cycling and love it, then yes, that would be great for them to succeed.
Now let's turn to a completely different topic, but one that is critical and very important to me, sustainability. Last year I talked about the UCI sustainability guidelines. Now we have gone a step further with a new approach calling for action, the UCI Climate Action Charter. This is bold. It makes us commit to taking action, but it helps us truly move forward to help combat climate change. National federations, UCI World Teams, UCI Women's World Teams, and organizers such as ASO, RCS Sport, and Flanders Classics signed this charter when it was launched last November. More than 100 stakeholders signed up so far. They commit to helping reduce waste and energy demand, taking concrete action to do so, and measuring and reporting their emissions. Signing this charter is a perfect step forward before we include obligations in the UCI regulations. I would like to share some excellent examples from stakeholders that already signed the charter. The Union Européenne de Cyclisme donates a tree to each host of a European Championships. Thank you, Enrico. The Fédération Française de Cyclisme is creating a French version of the UCI Climate Action Training Program. The Skoda Tour Luxembourg tracked its carbon emissions and awarded a trophy to the team with the lowest emissions. And the Tour de Kyushu in Japan next month will focus on sustainability in response to climate disasters in the region caused by global warming. Congratulations to all national federations and stakeholders that have committed to our UCI Climate Action Charter. Now, I encourage everyone else to take this step forward. We can make a difference together, and it's so important. So please sign up. Setting an example, we implemented changes at the UCI headquarters, the UCI World Cycling Center. We carried out significant work in and around the building to save energy and help our staff contribute to the fight against climate change. Let's take a closer look at how cycling, the UCI, and our World Cycling Center contribute to sustainability.
Cycling is accessible, healthy, and above all, non-polluting. It's difficult to find a better sport for the environment. What a powerful inspiration to create a more sustainable future. At the heart of world cycling, the UCI WCC is setting an example by driving new mindsets and behaviors. The best examples start at home.
And we've equipped our headquarters with solar panels, LED lights, and charging stations for electric cars.
We're also raising awareness on the need to limit waste. Our challenge? Upgrading our infrastructures to answer tomorrow's environmental expectations. Just like our athletes, we are working hard to achieve the highest ambitions.
Let's give the best of ourselves. Join the movement with us.
World Cycling Centre, passing on the passion.
Every effort, however small, counts. If we add all our actions together, they can have a big impact. Now let me turn to integrity. It's another area where the UCI reinforced its commitment. You will remember last year we launched the Cycling Integrity Program to keep cycling clean, safe, and fair. This year, we launched a campaign to protect cycling and the cycling family from harassment and abuse. Our message is simple. Don't turn a blind eye. Don't turn a deaf ear. Don't stay silent. They are 3 short sentences, but powerful reminders that everyone must speak up if they are a victim or a witness of conduct that puts in danger a safe cycling environment. This is why the UCI continues to promote its reporting platform, UCI Speak Up. It could be a life changer for somebody in cycling. So please, use it, encourage others to use it, and consider setting up a similar platform at national level. Together, we can work to keep cycling safe. I've talked about our work to develop women's cycling, combat climate change, and keep cycling safe. How have these efforts helped the UCI's international image? We can find the answer in a survey conducted by the Sports Recruitment Hub, I Work in Sport. If you could choose to work anywhere in sport, where would that be? That is a question that 1,600 people from more than 100 countries answered in a survey this year. The UCI was listed among the 20 most attractive governing bodies, including national, continental, and international organizations. They consider us an excellent international federation and great employer. Indeed, the UCI works to ensure our staff are motivated and happy. To give just a few examples, we are renewing our EDGE certification for gender parity in the workplace. We encourage and help staff who wish to participate in further training courses. We enable staff to experience the excitement of working at UCI events, and I'm delighted that 2/3 are here in Scotland for this UCI Cycling World Championships. It helps them better understand how everything comes together on site and the reality of an event for their colleagues and for you, our national federations. This is key to the success of all UCI events. A happy and motivating working environment is essential for the well-being of our staff and the quality of their work. I invite you to meet some of them in this video.
So this is to go where? BBC.
Tu vas me poser des questions.
Il fait comme ça, il fait.
On est du naturel. Oh non, on nage naturel. On part vite au galop.
Oui, d'habitude je suis assez à l'aise, mais là c'est un peu stressant.
Bon, je vais essayer de pas vous faire trop de retard. Hein.
Hello.
Facile.
There are so many.
Il y en a plusieurs, mais je vais en sélectionner un.
Un petit pied de nez à tous les collègues français de l'UCI.
I can't pinpoint one memory.
Grâce à l'UCI, j'ai pu voyager et puis j'ai assisté à beaucoup de championnats du monde sur route.
If I have to choose one, I'd go back to 2014 and a road trip I did with a bunch of women from all over the world.
Bon, en tant que Suisse, c'est vrai que mes principaux souvenirs d'enfance c'était toutes les victoires de Fabian Cancellara.
Pendant toutes mes années d'adolescence, on était mère et fille, les deux passionnés à aller sur les courses.
Mais un triplé suisse lors de la course VTT femmes dans le cadre des JO de Tokyo.
Au risque de paraître chauvin, je vais citer le triplé français au dernier championnat du monde de descente au G.
C'est les JO de Pékin.
Probablement les championnats du monde de BMX de l'année dernière à Nantes.
Win at a variety of different levels, from winning the Olympics, World Championships, World Cups, European Championships. The fact that can be able to help assist athletes to achieve goals that they've had for a really long time is extremely fulfilling.
3 Français sur le podium en France, devant une foule incroyable et puis dans une station mythique.
Creo que el recuerdo más bonito es cuando era niño aprendí a hacer bicicleta, me caía, me levantaba. Esto me enseñó a ser perseverante en lo que hago. Este punto me ayuda aún hoy en día en mi vida cotidiana.
J'ai eu la chance d'y participer avec Suisse Olympique.
The day after we rode down the Champs-Élysées, we watched Marianne Vos take victory in the women's pro race.
Je pense à un de mes meilleurs souvenirs, c'est que mon père me ramène justement un de ces maillots arc-en-ciel des championnats du monde.
L'ambiance était vraiment incroyable.
Voilà, c'est les meilleurs moments de mon enfance et de mon adolescence, à aller rencontrer nos héros, à voir ces courses et à vibrer pour ce sport.
that was the staff. But what do we do for our fans? Wherever they live in the world, we want them to feel part of our global cycling family. And that is the role of My World of Cycling. The UCI's Find Reward program will have 80,000 fans by the end of this UCI Cycling World Championships. Everyday fans can take part in quizzes and challenges and get a chance to win exclusive prizes. One lucky winner will enjoy a money can't buy experience here in Glasgow next week with accommodation and VIP tickets for the last 3 days of competition. Fans worldwide routinely log on to our platform, like Belgian Davy Mulkers. When he saw the My World of Cycling stand at the UCI Track World Championships in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines last year, he thought, why not? And he won a Tissot watch. As he said, what would you stop after that? He even sent us a photo to say thank you. Davy says My World of Cycling is also an amazing source of information about all cycling disciplines. But above all, it's a great way to share his prizes and pass on his passion to his son. Luca is 4 years old and has already caught the cycling bug. Together, the two of them have the time of their lives on the side of the roads or mountain bike trails. Watch out for Davy and Luca. They are here in Scotland for the 11 days of competition, living the dream. Being part of this international cycling community motivates Davy and many thousands of people to connect to My World of Cycling. We also encourage that community spirit at the UCI headquarters. The United Nations World Bicycle Day on the 1st of June was a perfect example. To celebrate this International Day, we welcome people for a bike ride with our athletes, a brunch in our restaurant, BMX racing and track initiations, and a conference on improving performance. World Bicycle Day also saw the launch of our joint UCI Strava challenge called Your Ride Counts. The challenge motivated people to cycle instead of drive. And in just 1 month, cyclists worldwide registered more than 192 million kilometers. I invite you to relive World Bicycle Day. This was yet another example of the cycling world achieving a common goal together. It was also a significant partnership between the UCI and the digital platform Strava. Indeed, more and more cycling fans are engaging with the UCI online, and we now have 10 million fans across our social media platforms and the UCI website. And we are expecting huge interaction over the next 2 weeks. This UCI Cycling World Championships will be a major catalyst for attracting new followers. Our UCI website is a dynamic hub with easy-to-find information. No matter where they are, fans will have all the information they want at their fingertips, such as live commentary, results, medals table, photos, and videos. But when it comes to our website, we are not only concentrating only on the UCI Cycling World Championships. We're covering all disciplines and UCI events across all our platforms. For example, paracycling. It's increasingly in the spotlight with the upcoming Paris 2024 Paralympics, the integration of paracycling at this UCI Cycling World Championships, and the joint UCI Road and Paracycling Road World Championships in Zurich, Switzerland next year. It's the perfect time to increase paracycling content across social media. So we produced a fascinating series of videos giving a true look into paracycling, its science, and its athletes. For example, Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hall. Sophie is visually impaired and races on the tandem with her pilot, Jenny. UCI World Champions on the track and road, the British tandem also won 2 medals at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. Together, they have experienced so much. Jenny steers the bike, changes the gears, and brakes. She talks about the trust that Sophie puts in her. They describe the effort, the mutual understanding, their goals and ambitions. They'll compete in front of their home crowd at the UCI Cycling World Championships, trying to defend their rainbow jerseys. You can watch them in action on the track at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome and on the road in Dumfries and Galloway. And remember, they are part of our series on the UCI digital platforms. Social media is great, but nothing is better than seeing the action live. And that is the beauty of this UCI Cycling World Championships taking place in the same country at the same time. You can discover in person events and disciplines you may never have seen before. I hope you will take the opportunity to watch as many competitions as possible. We want you all to enjoy this event. So it's our pleasure to help national federations that need assistance with travel and accommodation. The Scottish Government, Scottish Cycling, and UK Sport are also a big support to our national federations with fewer resources. And remember, the UCI staff is at your service to make your stay in Scotland memorable and as easy as possible. We are pleased to share this historical event with you, our national federations that help develop our sport in all regions of the world. This event is also the result of your work, and I sincerely thank you for that. Now, let me turn to the local organizing committee. What can I say? Paul Bush, Trudy Lindblad, and the teams undertook a very big and difficult challenge to organize 13 UCI World Championships combined into one event. It has never been done before, but here we are, ready to experience an incredible 11 days of action. Paul and Trudy are here today. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. My gratitude also goes to all members of the UCI Management Committee. Thank you. The UCI Senior Management Team and our UCI staff. The last 18 months were challenging, sometimes difficult, and often exciting. We rode that roller coaster together. Looking back, we learned a lot. It was an amazing journey. Of course, I could not close without a word for our president, David Labartien. A president who is an inspiration with his ambitious ideas, but also with his dynamic and motivating leadership to make these ideas a reality in the interest of our beloved sport. Every time, cycling takes another step forward. And we have the results of that here in Glasgow and across Scotland. The first ever UCI Cycling World Championships that are taking our sport to new heights. Everybody played their part, and from next week, the athletes will make history. It's going to be unforgettable, so please make the most of it. We've made this event possible together, and I want all of us to enjoy it. I'm sure you've guessed it. Together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amina, for this very clear and comprehensive report, and also for leading the UCI administration in a very professional way. So thank you very much. We all know your level of professionalism in your work. So thank you very much, Amina. I will have to ask the Congress if does the Congress approve the UCI, the report on the UCI activities in 2022 as presented in the UCI annual report. Anybody against? Any abstention? So thank you very much. As we are running a little bit late, I would propose that we can do the coffee break now, but before you leave the room, we will start again at 11:30 precisely. So the bell will ring at 11:25, and we will start precisely, so you need to be seated before, at 11:30. So we will go now to the coffee break. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. We are about to start. Please take a seat. Please, as we are running late, if you can take a seat. So we will now move to the next point on the agenda, which is the point number 9, the Ethics Commission report. And I will ask Bernard Fouché to come to the floor. He's the president of the Ethics Commission. So Bernard, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je parlerai bien sûr en français, ma langue maternelle. Bien, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du comité directeur, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du Congrès, bien, comme vous savez, j'ai l'honneur et le plaisir de présenter le rapport que la commission d'éthique doit soumettre au Congrès en vertu des dispositions, bien évidemment, du Code d'éthique, donc des obligations qui sont des obligations statutaires. Je le ferai en 2 points. Tout d'abord en vous présentant de manière assez traditionnelle le bilan de l'activité, c'est-à-dire qu'est-ce que nous avons fait au cours de ces dernières années, ce qui vous permet, je l'espère et je le crois, de mieux connaître notre activité, sur quoi nous travaillons, sur quel sujet nous exerçons effectivement notre activité. Et puis dans un deuxième temps, je soulignerai la particularité de ce congrès au regard, bien évidemment, de la commission d'éthique, puisque ce congrès est celui qui va procéder au renouvellement de la commission d'éthique. Vous savez que la commission d'éthique est élue pour 4 ans, mais le renouvellement de la commission d'éthique est déconnecté des instances dirigeantes, ce qui fait qu'effectivement, ce n'est pas la même année où il y a le renouvellement de la commission d'éthique et le renouvellement des instances dirigeantes. Alors, sur le bilan des activités, le bilan des dossiers que nous avons traités cette année, 2 points essentiels pour être clair. Tout d'abord, les dossiers que nous avons terminés, les dossiers qui ont été traités, et les dossiers qui sont toujours en cours de traitement. Sur les dossiers qui ont été traités, je vais vous parler tout d'abord d'un premier cas, d'un premier dossier qui a fait l'objet d'une sanction, mais qui est surtout intéressant à souligner parce qu'il s'agit d'un sujet, d'une question, qui a été pour la première fois examinée par la commission d'éthique. Il s'agit d'une question qui concerne le problème des manipulations des épreuves sportives. Vous savez que le Code d'éthique dispose de dispositions selon lesquelles, effectivement, toute manipulation, tout arrangement d'une épreuve cycliste fait l'objet d'une sanction ou peut faire l'objet d'une sanction. Or, il se trouve que nous avions un cas qui est tout à fait emblématique, si j'ose dire, dans la mesure où, pour la première fois, nous disposions d'éléments de preuve tout à fait tangibles concernant l'entente qui aurait pu se faire entre 2 cyclistes. Plus exactement, il s'agissait au dernier championnat du monde de 2 cyclistes qui arrivaient en tête et tout près de la ligne d'arrivée. Et il se trouve qu'une moto qui jouxtait ces 2 cyclistes a pu entendre et pu surtout enregistrer la conversation entre ces 2 cyclistes. Et l'un proposait à l'autre de s'arranger, de s'organiser pour savoir qui arriverait en tête. Donc à partir de là, nous avons mené des mesures d'instruction pour établir, et ces faits étaient donc établis, et nous avons pris une décision de sanction, certes minime, puisqu'elle s'est uniquement traduite par un blâme, dans la mesure où il s'agissait de jeunes coureurs, où l'arrangement n'avait pas pu se conclure de toute manière, et où il s'agissait surtout de faire prendre plus des mesures éducatives que des mesures véritablement de sanctions. Donc nous avons assorti cette sanction de mesures éducatives qui ont été suivies, et je voudrais souligner et rappeler que, bien évidemment, la pratique que l'on croit parfois, je vais le dire, généralisée, ou en tout cas admise, de pouvoir s'arranger en fin de course. C'est une pratique évidemment qui est une atteinte à l'intégrité de la compétition et qui est une violation, bien évidemment, des dispositions du Code. Parmi les dossiers ensuite que nous avons terminés, 3 dossiers rapidement que j'examinerai rapidement, que je souligne rapidement. Tout d'abord, un dossier concernant la gouvernance d'une fédération. Nous avons été saisis d'une plainte concernant une fédération dans laquelle les statuts de cette fédération n'étaient pas respectés et surtout dans laquelle il y avait des interventions des autorités étatiques, puisqu'en fait, le ministre des Sports, ou en tout cas celui qui se représente comme ministre des Sports de cet État, avait en fait complètement, j'allais dire, changé les membres de la fédération. Sur ce dossier, nous n'avons pas ouvert de procédure proprement dite, donc il a été, j'allais dire, rejeté directement, dans la mesure où effectivement il s'agissait uniquement d'un problème de gouvernance, c'est-à-dire de respect des statuts, et dès lors que ces problèmes de gouvernance ne sont pas assortis d'une violation du code éthique, et bien évidemment ce n'est pas à la commission d'éthique d'apporter une solution, d'apporter une réponse, mais plutôt aux instances de l'UCI d'apprécier si le fonctionnement de cette fédération est conforme à ses statuts et conforme aux statuts de l'UCI, et aller même jusqu'à des solutions, effectivement, de suspension de cette fédération. Un deuxième dossier qui a été traité, mais qui n'a pas donné lieu non plus à une décision de sanction, et qui a fait l'objet d'un rejet dès l'ouverture de la procédure, concernait là aussi, et c'était, j'allais dire, le deuxième exemple, un problème de manipulation de course. Mais la plainte que nous avons reçue, et c'est parfois le cas, n'était pas assortie d'aucun élément de preuve, n'était pas assortie d'éléments suffisamment justifiés et clairs sur l'existence de cette manipulation de course. Et surtout, quand c'est le cas, nous demandons effectivement aux plaignants d'apporter des éléments supplémentaires, de s'expliquer de manière un peu plus complète, mais ils n'avaient jamais répondu, donc nous avons effectivement rejeté ce dossier sur cette question de manipulation. Et puis un troisième dossier concernant un problème de discrimination, c'est-à-dire le plaignant se plaignait qu'il était considéré comme quelqu'un qui ne devait pas participer notamment à une manifestation sportive, sur des échanges de propos qui le considéraient comme, j'allais dire, quelqu'un qui portait atteinte, soi-disant, à l'honorabilité de l'épreuve. Et nous avons là aussi, après, j'allais dire, instruction, nous n'avons pas donné suite à ce dossier. Voilà pour les dossiers principaux que nous avons traités. Quant aux dossiers qui sont aujourd'hui en cours d'instruction et pour lesquels nous avons toujours une instruction, j'en ferai très rapidement le tour pour rappeler déjà un dossier très important qui est toujours en instruction. Je crois que je vous en avais parlé l'année dernière. C'est un dossier qui concerne le problème de l'évacuation de certains cyclistes lors de la prise des talibans en Afghanistan. Et vous savez que nous avons été saisis sur 2 questions auxquelles il nous appartient effectivement de répondre. Est-ce que cette évacuation avait été faite dans des conditions discriminatoires, à savoir que l'on aurait éventuellement choisi certains cyclistes et pas d'autres? Ça, c'est la première question auxquelles nous avons à répondre. Et deuxième question, est-ce que, et je le cite et je le dis puisqu'on l'avait déjà dit l'année dernière, est-ce que le président de cette fédération a aujourd'hui des attitudes et des actes qui sont attentatoires à la fois en termes de violence et en termes de discrimination vers les cyclistes qui sont restés, non pas en Afghanistan, mais qui sont partis ailleurs, mais en tout cas qui ont dénoncé cette procédure d'évacuation. Sur ce dossier, l'instruction est très compliquée, parce que vous imaginez que la question des preuves est une question évidemment fondamentale. Donc j'avais décidé de mettre en place une formation plénière pour statuer sur ce dossier. Nous avons entendu de nombreux témoins, nous avons entendu les plaignants, nous devons entendre prochainement la défense et je souhaite et j'espère que ce dossier puisse être rapidement réglé. Et en tout cas, je pense que maintenant l'instruction il ne reste plus au niveau de l'instruction qu'à entendre surtout la défense. Un autre dossier qui est en cours d'examen, c'est une plainte concernant les propos qui ont été tenus par un manager qui est un manager connu et qui ont été tenus à la télévision et qui ont été tenus dans les journaux et qui ont vraiment une connotation, ou qui en tout cas, selon la plainte, ont une connotation très misogyne. Ce dossier est effectivement en instruction, là encore. Il est soumis à une formation de 3 membres et les éléments d'instruction nous ont permis à la fois d'avoir la demande et les éléments de réponse, les éléments en défense, et nous devrions statuer très rapidement sur ce dossier qui met véritablement en exergue j'allais dire, l'attitude misogyne de certains membres de l'institution de l'UCI, ou en tout cas il s'agissait ici d'un manager. Pardon. Enfin, un dernier dossier qui est toujours en cours d'instruction, mais qui est un dossier qui revient, je vous en avais, je crois, aussi parlé l'année passée, et qui est à la fois un problème de gouvernance, et je vous ai dit tout à l'heure que nous n'étions pas forcément compétents pour des problèmes de gouvernance, mais ce problème de gouvernance se double ici de problèmes de propos diffamatoires, de problèmes de discrimination, des problèmes d'actes malveillants, et c'est à ce titre, bien évidemment, qu'il relève de la commission d'éthique. Ce qui est intéressant de souligner dans ce dossier, qui n'est pas terminé, c'est que la Commission a fait usage pour la première fois des nouvelles compétences qui lui ont été accordées l'année dernière, je crois, ou il y a 2 ans, qui lui permettent de prendre des mesures provisoires. C'est-à-dire, en attendant qu'une décision définitive soit prise, la Commission peut aujourd'hui, de manière provisoire, prendre un certain nombre de mesures, et en l'occurrence, des mesures de suspension provisoire pour une durée limitée ont été prises à cet égard dans ce dossier. Voilà très rapidement brossé l'activité. Bien sûr, elle est plus ample que ça, mais je l'examine à travers essentiellement les dossiers pour vous permettre de comprendre quel est l'objet effectivement de cette activité et les sujets sur lesquels nous intervenons et sur lesquels nous traitons. Sur le deuxième point, je le disais, ce congrès, cette année, est une année particulière pour la commission d'éthique, puisque c'est une année de renouvellement des membres de la commission d'éthique. Et les statuts de l'UCI, et à juste titre me semble-t-il, ont confié au congrès directement la compétence pour le renouvellement des membres de la commission d'éthique. C'est aussi pour moi l'occasion de vous dire, selon une formule un peu célèbre chez nous, que c'est ma dernière séance, puisque j'ai souhaité ne pas renouveler mon mandat à la fois de président et de membre de la commission d'éthique. Non pas, encore une fois, parce que je n'aurai plus d'appétence pour cette fonction et pour ma présence à l'UCI, mais parce que, tout simplement, il m'a paru que mon âge avançant, il était plus convenable de laisser de la place à des plus jeunes, et heureusement, il y en a. Alors, ce que je voulais vous dire sur ce renouvellement et sur mon départ. Je voulais vous dire tout d'abord qu'il y a maintenant 8 ans, je crois, lorsque l'UCI est venue me chercher pour remettre un petit peu en place le code éthique et pour mettre en place une commission d'éthique, je l'ai fait avec plaisir. Et je dois dire que nous ne sommes pas partis de rien. Il existait déjà un code éthique, il existait déjà une commission d'éthique, et je salue d'ailleurs Richard Legatte qui en avait déjà assuré la présidence. Mais il est vrai que ce code éthique était, ce que j'ai toujours dit, plus une déclaration d'intention qu'un véritable instrument efficace. Et quant à la commission, bien sûr, même si elle existait, elle n'avait pratiquement que peu de pouvoir, voire, j'allais dire, aucun. Alors je crois que cet objectif qui nous avait été assigné n'est pas terminé, mais est bien avancé, car je dois pouvoir dire aujourd'hui que le bilan principal, le bilan positif que je fais de ces quelques années passées avec vous, c'est le fait que l'UCI, aujourd'hui, a pris, je crois, en considération, et quand je dis plus qu'en considération, les questions d'éthique. Ce n'est pas évident, ce n'est pas toujours le cas. Je dois vous dire que même en France aujourd'hui, ces questions d'éthique posent beaucoup de problèmes. Nous avons, décidément j'ai du mal, nous avons effectivement eu beaucoup de questions tournant autour de l'éthique cette année en France, ou en tout cas l'année passée, au point de devoir réfléchir de manière encore plus sérieuse sur la préservation de cette éthique. S'agissant de l'UCI, je le redis, je suis assez fier, et je crois que son président l'est aussi, du fait que ces questions d'éthique sont véritablement prises en considération à travers deux choses. D'une part, l'existence d'un code éthique qui, je crois, est solide, mais aussi l'existence d'une commission d'éthique qui, à mon sens, dispose des deux qualités essentielles pour moi. Un, son indépendance, et je suis très fier de pouvoir vous dire que cette indépendance est effective, et surtout aussi ses compétences, puisque aujourd'hui la commission d'éthique a toute compétence. J'essaie d'avancer j'essaie d'avancer, mais je n'y arrive pas. Bref. Donc, ce que je voulais vous dire, en tout cas, c'est que même si nous avons aujourd'hui tous les instruments nécessaires, bien sûr, il reste encore des marges de progression. Ces marges de progression, je crois, je l'en ai déjà parlé, je l'ai déjà souligné, je les relève dans plusieurs directions. Je pense qu'il y a une meilleure articulation à faire, et elle n'est pas facile, entre les différentes fédérations nationales, et notamment entre les commissions d'éthique nationales et les commissions d'éthique de l'UCI. Là, je pense que cette articulation, cette collaboration mérite d'être développée. S'agissant du fonctionnement de la commission d'éthique, je pense que 3 sujets seront certainement des sujets de réflexion à développer. Tout d'abord, la composition de cette commission, qui aujourd'hui est de 5 membres, mais qui pourrait certainement et qui aura certainement besoin dans l'avenir d'être élargie. Ensuite, et c'est toujours une difficulté, les pouvoirs d'investigation dont peut disposer la commission d'éthique. Je vous le disais, dans bon nombre de dossiers, le problème, c'est les preuves. Comment trouver les preuves, comment établir, évidemment pour le plaignant, les preuves, mais comment pour nous pouvoir considérer que ces preuves sont fiables, ces preuves peuvent être utilisées effectivement dans la décision. Et puis la troisième direction qui mériterait aussi réflexion, c'est le fait qu'il faudra certainement, et là ce sont des questions plus juridiques qu'autre chose, mais réfléchir à une distinction entre une partie de la commission qui soit plus une partie accusatrice et une partie investigatrice, qui est ce rôle, et une partie qui soit plus une partie de jugement et une partie de décision. J'ajoute enfin que dans ces marges de progression, certainement, je regretterais qu'on se soit surtout limité, mais parce que c'est le travail qu'il sous-tendait, qu'il exigeait, on se soit surtout limité à des questions de contentieux, c'est-à-dire de litige, et qu'on n'ait pas tellement développé des missions d'éducation et des missions d'assistance. Alors, l'UCI a nommé précisément une personne chargée effectivement de cette mission d'intégrité et d'assistance. Je pense qu'il y a effectivement des marges de progression à assurer une meilleure collaboration, une meilleure assistance, un meilleur développement entre les deux. Voilà ce que je souhaitais vous dire pour cette dernière séance. Bien évidemment, ce sont des remerciements que je dois adresser pour ces quelques années, même plusieurs années passées à l'UCI. Donc merci à vous tous, merci de votre confiance. Une mention peut-être plus particulière de ces merci au président l'appartient, mais aussi au président Cookson qui m'a accueilli au début. Merci à la direction générale, Martin Gibbs au début et Amina, je les cite parce que je crois que ça a été des moments forts. Merci au directeur des services juridiques, Nicolas Valtikos, et bien évidemment Patrick Wilson. Et puis merci surtout à tous mes collègues qui m'ont accompagné, qui m'ont supporté, avec qui nous avons, je crois, entretenu, vous parliez tout à l'heure, et je crois qu'Amina parlait tout à l'heure, de convivialité, de plaisir de travailler ensemble. Ça a été le cas, en tout cas, dans cette commission d'éthique. Donc, en tout cas, merci de toute cette confiance. Je terminerai en disant qu'une institution ne se mesure pas uniquement au statut, aux règles qui la font fonctionner, elle se mesure aussi à la qualité des membres qui la composent et qui la font vivre. Je crois que vous aurez cette qualité si vous acceptez de renouveler votre confiance à 3 anciens membres qui souhaitent rester. Marc Cavaliero, qui à ce moment-là était candidat pour accepter la présidence de cette commission d'éthique, mais aussi Richard Legat, qui souhaite évidemment renouveler son mandat, et Vérette Deschet, qui est aussi candidate pour renouveler ce mandat. Et puis, en accordant aussi votre confiance à 2 nouveaux candidats, qui sont Lorraine Page et Jean-Christophe Breillat, ce qui permettra effectivement une commission complète. En tout cas, en ce qui me concerne, je crois que ces nouveaux membres, si, encore une fois, vous en acceptez, j'allais dire, le renouvellement ou la nomination, seront à la fois totalement dignes d'exprimer, de défendre les 4 mots que je vois au bas de cet écran. Je suis persuadé qu'ils seront assurés et veillés à l'intégrité de l'institution de l'UCI et qu'ils le feront avec unité, passion et excellence. En tout cas, merci à vous tous et merci pour ces années passées auprès de vous.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci pour toutes ces années au service de l'UCI. Je voudrais d'ailleurs saluer Brian Coxon qui avait proposé cette nomination. Tout le travail de refonte du code à l'époque, refonte qu'on a encore modernisé il y a de ça quelques temps. Et donc on a aujourd'hui un code très solide, très robuste. Merci bien sûr aux membres de votre commission. Et également, merci au secrétaire de la commission d'éthique, en lien aussi avec les services juridiques, naturellement, de l'UCI. Donc, merci pour la qualité de ce travail. Et naturellement, et comme d'habitude, nous prendrons toutes vos recommandations en compte pour améliorer encore notre système. Et je crois que la nomination aussi de Fanny Bellier au poste de manager intégrité a aussi renforcé tout le volet éducation, d'une part, et aussi l'accompagnement, on va dire, des athlètes ou des personnes victimes d'abus, d'harcèlement ou dans d'autres domaines. Et donc, merci à Fanny pour son implication, parce que le volet, effectivement, juridique, comme vous l'avez dit, ou disciplinaire, était une chose, mais le volet prévention nous anime également. Donc, merci beaucoup. So now we'll move to the next point on the agenda, which is the appointment of the members of the UCI Ethics Commission, as mentioned by President Fouché. According to the UCI Code of Ethics, this year's Congress has the task of appointing the members who will be part of the UCI Ethics Commission for the next 4 years. The Ethics Commission will consist of at least 5 members, ensuring a representation of each gender, and we had also in mind the capacity to have a hearing with at least 3 members in the 2 official languages, that means French and English, so at least 3 members able to speak the languages. The proposed commission complies with both these requirements. Following the publication of an interview for candidates interviews with each of them and review by the UCI Management Committee of candidatures received, the composition is proposed for approval for the Congress. It's a 4-year mandate, so we will propose Mr. Marc Cavaliero from both Italy and Switzerland as a president. So Marc was previously a member of the Commission. So he has been a member of the UCI Ethics Commission since 2016. He is a lawyer and a former head of disciplinary and governance department at FIFA. Mr. Cavaliero possesses expertise in sports law and the administration of disciplinary proceedings. As a member, we'll propose also Verej Deshe from Israel, Richard Legat from New Zealand. Both are already members, so we'll propose to keep them as a member, and to have also 2 new members, Mrs. Lorraine Page and Mr. Jean-Christophe Breillat. And you have received in your file a short bio of each proposed member in the Congress. So I will ask formally the voting delegates, does the Congress approve the composition of the UCI Ethics Commission for the next 4-year term? Yes, no, nobody against, no abstention. So thank you very much, and congratulations to all of them. Thank you. So now we will move to the next point on the agenda, which is the point number 11, which is the 2022 financial report and accounts. So I will give the floor to Luc Bordel, Head of Finances at the UCI.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les vice-présidents, membres du comité directeur, présidents et délégués des fédérations nationales, Mesdames et Messieurs. J'ai encore une fois le plaisir de vous présenter le rapport financier donc cette année pour 2022. Celui-ci a été approuvé lors du comité directeur le 2 mai dernier et a été publié sur le site internet de l'UCI le 30 juin. Vous pourrez trouver aux pages 154 à 156 du rapport annuel un commentaire complet sur les finances, mais je vais maintenant vous présenter un aperçu des principaux éléments de ce rapport financier. Pour commencer, quelques chiffres significatifs sur l'année 2022. Donc, tout d'abord, comme nous l'avions budgété, pour une année non olympique bien entendu, et en conformité avec le modèle financement de l'UCI, le résultat d'exploitation s'établit à 4 millions de francs suisses. Donc le résultat d'exploitation qui représente les activités opérationnelles de l'UCI. Ce résultat est finalement meilleur que le budget qui avait été établi en 2021 de 1,7 million de francs suisses. Je reviendrai sur cette amélioration dans quelques instants. Au niveau des réserves consolidées de l'UCI, celles-ci s'établissent à 53,4 millions de francs suisses, dont 30,3 millions de liquidités. Les contributions de l'UCI dans ses activités de développement ont augmenté de plus de 25% par rapport à 2021, que ce soit concernant le programme de la solidarité UCI ou les activités de formation et développement du Centre mondial du cyclisme UCI. Finalement, les dépenses se sont élevées à plus de 9 millions de francs suisses, qui représentent environ 20% du budget annuel de l'UCI. Si la perte d'exploitation, elle, était bien meilleure que le budget, le résultat net, vous aurez pu constater, s'établit à 9,1 millions de francs suisses. Ceci est principalement dû à l'impact temporaire de la valorisation du portefeuille d'investissement sur le résultat financier. Vu le montant significatif, je reviendrai vers vous dans quelques instants avec des explications supplémentaires. Pour commencer la revue du compte de résultat 2022, comme je viens de vous le mentionner, la perte opérationnelle s'établit à 4 millions de francs suisses. Les revenus ont été conformes aux dernières prévisions, en amélioration par rapport au budget, mais ceci est principalement expliqué du fait que lors du budget 2021, les championnats du monde urbain n'étaient pas encore attribués, ce qui a permis de relever les revenus. Vous constaterez finalement que le résultat s'est fortement amélioré par une amélioration des charges directes. Donc ceci s'explique par 2 facteurs. Le premier facteur sont les mesures d'économie que l'UCI met en place continuellement pour maintenir au maximum les dépenses, mais également avec certaines enveloppes budgétaires qui n'ont pas été totalement consommées ou qui ont été reportées. Donc l'UCI a toujours cette approche prudente dans la gestion de ses ressources et recherche toujours une utilisation la plus efficiente possible. Du côté des charges d'exploitation, qui représentent principalement les frais de personnel, ceux-ci ont logiquement retrouvé leur montant d'avant Covid, donc 2020-2021, avec un montant qui est proche de 18,8 millions de francs suisses. Donc ceci était attendu, bien entendu, avec le retour des activités complètes de l'UCI pour l'année 2022, plus l'intégration, l'augmentation des effectifs dans certains secteurs stratégiques et pour de nouveaux événements comme les championnats du monde de cyclisme UCI à Glasgow. Je reviens donc maintenant sur le résultat financier et principalement le résultat des portefeuilles d'investissement, comme je viens de le mentionner, qui ont fortement péjoré le résultat net de l'UCI, qui représentait une perte de près de 5 millions de francs suisses. Comme je vous l'avais déjà indiqué lors du dernier congrès l'année passée, nous attendions un recul du portefeuille d'investissement sur l'année 2022. Donc ce recul n'est pas une surprise, même si la perte pour 2021, dans les comptes 2022, est effectivement conséquente. Comme toujours, quand on parle de portefeuille d'investissement, il faut mettre en perspective la perte, puisque la stratégie des fonds investis est une stratégie à long terme. C'est-à-dire que l'UCI, pour ses fonds sous gestion, recherche la protection de ses ressources tout en cherchant un léger retour sur investissement. D'une manière assez logique, les fonds investis vont suivre les fluctuations des cours financiers et présenteront certaines années des profits, d'autres années des pertes. Vous pouvez observer sur le graphique ici que la performance du portefeuille d'investissement depuis 2016 est finalement d'environ 7%, ce qui est totalement conforme à la stratégie qui est mise en place que je viens de vous présenter il y a quelques instants. Vous constaterez aussi depuis le début de l'année, le portefeuille a nettement progressé de près d'1 million de francs suisses, de plus d'1 million de francs suisses. Donc on peut s'attendre à ce que l'année 2022 soit une année, 2023 soit une année qui va résorber une partie de ces pertes 2022 et qui devrait se résorber sur les prochaines années. Il faut également préciser que dans le modèle de financement des activités de l'UCI, nous n'intégrons pas les résultats du résultat financier, puisque ceux-ci sont incertains à court terme. Donc une perte annuelle n'a aucune conséquence sur les financements des activités annuelles de l'UCI. Pour finir cette présentation du rapport financier 2022, je vous présente ici l'équilibre budgétaire, la recherche de l'équilibre budgétaire de l'UCI sur ses budgets. Donc nous mentionnons régulièrement que l'UCI cherche à équilibrer ses budgets sur des cycles olympiques, c'est-à-dire que dans le modèle de financement de l'UCI, les années olympiques vont permettre de générer des excédents et les années non olympiques vont afficher des pertes. L'objectif étant sur un cycle de 4 ans d'établir un résultat équilibré. Donc finalement, les années olympiques doivent permettre de reconstituer les réserves de l'UCI, tandis que les années non olympiques vont consommer cet excédent. Pour le cycle en tour, donc de 2021 à 2024, les Jeux olympiques de Tokyo ont permis de générer un excédent de plus de 22 millions de francs suisses. Ce profit doit donc permettre de financer les activités opérationnelles des années 2021 à 2024 et les Jeux olympiques de Paris permettront de reconstituer nos réserves à la fin 2024 pour financer le cycle suivant. Cette approche est une manière prudente de considérer les cycles olympiques dans lequel l'UCI utilise les excédents d'une Olympiade pour financer les activités opérationnelles jusqu'à la fin de la prochaine Olympiade. Donc ici, vous pouvez constater la recherche, l'équilibre, le cycle budgétaire en cours avec l'excédent des Jeux olympiques de Tokyo et les pertes des années 2021 et 2022. Ce qui nous laisse encore à la fin de l'année 2022 avec un excédent de 15,6 millions de francs suisses qui permettrait finalement des pertes maximales pour les années 2023 et 2024 de 7,8 millions de francs suisses. Donc l'UCI à la fin 2022 est dans les meilleures dispositions financières pour la fin du cycle en cours. Ceci termine mon résumé des états financiers 2022. Vous pouvez bien entendu trouver davantage d'informations et d'analyses dans le rapport annuel et le rapport financier, ainsi que les annexes aux états financiers. Je vais maintenant passer la parole au président du comité d'audit et des finances, ainsi qu'à nos auditeurs externes pour leurs rapports respectifs.
Merci beaucoup, Luc. Thank you very much, Luc. What you saw on the last slide is, of course, we have to think about a 4 years strategy at the UCI, and from the vision we have about 2023 and 2024, we will not, I would say, lose more than 15.6 million, and we think that after the 4 years cycle, we'll be in a situation to have a kind of bonus of 1.5 million, which is great. So before the formal approval of the 2022 accounts, we have to listen the report from the Audit and Finance Committee. Et je vais maintenant passer la parole à son président, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI, président de la commission des finances et de l'audit du comité directeur, M. Rocco Cataneo.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les vice-présidents, les membres du comité directeur, président délégué des fédérations nationales, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis du cyclisme, le rapport du comité au Congrès concernant les comptes consolidés 2022 de l'UCI et du Centre mondial du cyclisme a été signé le 28 avril 2023 et se trouve à la page 158 du rapport annuel de l'UCI. Le comité s'est réuni régulièrement tout au long de l'année pour discuter les budgets, les contrôles internes et les finances de l'Union cycliste internationale. Le comité s'est aussi concentré sur plusieurs domaines spécifiques. La supervision de la gestion du portefeuille d'investissement dans le contexte très volatile des marchés financiers l'année passée, le comité a pu faire part de ses recommandations pour la gestion du portefeuille et confirmer que la stratégie en place reste adéquate. Le suivi des stratégies de couverture des devises étrangères, et notamment la couverture des revenus en dollars et des futurs Jeux olympiques de Paris 2024. Le comité a eu l'opportunité d'échanger aussi et discuter de la sécurité informatique avec le chef de l'informatique de l'UCI et l'expert de notre auditeur aussi. Et nous avons pu constater que les pratiques de l'UCI répondaient aux standards en matière et qu'une veille des évaluations était réalisée afin de conserver un niveau de sécurité adapté. Le comité continue également à superviser le registre des risques de l'UCI et leur potentiel impact financier aussi que les mesures mises en place pour les atténuer. Finalement, avec cette première édition des championnats du monde de cyclisme, une attention particulière a aussi été portée aux impacts financiers de cet événement sur les finances de l'Union cycliste internationale. Ceci termine le rapport de l'audit du comité de l'audit des finances de l'UCI. Je vais passer maintenant la parole à l'auditeur externe de l'UCI pour le rapport d'audit à M. Michael Ackermann.
Merci Rocco. Monsieur le Président, chers membres du comité directeur, chers délégués des fédérations nationales, en tant qu'organe de révision, nous avons audité les comptes annuels statutaires et consolidés de l'UCI pour l'année 2022. Notre travail a été effectué en conformité avec les normes suisses d'audit. L'établissement des comptes annuels est de la responsabilité du comité directeur. Notre responsabilité en tant qu'auditeur est d'effectuer un audit et d'émettre une opinion. Nous avons émis nos rapports d'audit le 2 mai 2023. Selon notre appréciation, les comptes annuels sont conformes à la loi suisse, au statut de l'UCI et au Swiss GAAP RPC. Dans notre rapport annuel, nous confirmons également l'existence d'un système de contrôle interne. En conséquence, nous vous recommandons d'approuver les comptes annuels qui vous sont soumis. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. So thank you very much. So I will now proceed to the votes. First of all, before we approve the accounts, does the Congress approve the Audit and Finance Committee report and the auditor's report as presented in the financial report of the 2022 UCI annual report? Anybody against? Any abstention? Thank you very much. So now we'll move to the approval of the accounts. Does the Congress approve the 2022 financial report and accounts as presented in the financial report of the 2022 UCI annual report? Nobody against? No abstention? Thank you very much. So let's move to the point number 13 on the agenda, which is the 2024 UCI budget. And I will also welcome on stage Luc Bordel.
Merci, Président. Je vais donc maintenant vous présenter une mise à jour des prévisions 2023, le budget 2024 et les attentes pour la fin du cycle budgétaire en cours. Vous avez reçu une version détaillée du budget 2024 et des prévisions 2023 dans le dossier du Congrès. Je vais maintenant vous présenter une version très synthétique. Les dernières prévisions présentent une perte opérationnelle de 7,7 millions de francs suisses, qui est plus importante de 0,8 millions de francs suisses par rapport à la perte opérationnelle du budget qui avait été établie à 6,9 millions de francs suisses. Cette variation assez importante s'explique principalement par la mise en place d'un soutien financier exceptionnel à destination des fédérations des groupes 3 et 4 pour les soutenir dans leur participation au championnat du monde de cyclisme à Glasgow. Cette enveloppe spéciale de 1 million de francs suisses a été débloquée par le comité directeur début 2023. Les prévisions sur la consommation totale, les prévisions intègrent l'entièreté de l'enveloppe disponible. Bien entendu, la contribution finale dépend du nombre de fédérations de groupes 3 et 4 présentes effectivement à Glasgow pour ces championnats. Les activités 2023 sont bien entendu, le budget 2023, les prévisions 2023 sont bien entendu complètement impactées par les championnats du monde. Actuellement, nous attendons que les prévisions soient totalement conformes par rapport à ce qui avait été budgété initialement. Concernant le budget 2024, celui-ci est bien évidemment marqué par les Jeux Olympiques de Paris 2024. Pour cette Olympiade, nous attendons des revenus proches de 26 millions de dollars, des revenus supérieurs aux Jeux de Tokyo qui avaient atteint environ 24,4 millions de dollars US. Malheureusement, depuis 2021, le franc suisse est fortement apprécié par rapport au dollar, ce qui n'est pas en la faveur de l'UCI. Nous prévoyons donc que les revenus en francs suisses de ces Olympiades soient finalement inférieurs aux revenus de Tokyo. Nous avons toutefois mis en place une stratégie de couverture pour maximiser au maximum ces revenus pour les finances de l'UCI, et nous attendons que l'excédent généré par les Jeux Olympiques de Paris 2024 s'établisse à environ 20,7 millions de francs suisses. Les activités opérationnelles hors Jeux Olympiques affichent, elles, une perte de 6,7 millions. Par rapport au budget 2023, le budget 2024 intègre finalement le retour des championnats du monde UCI dans leur format individuel habituel, de nouveaux événements tels que les championnats du monde snowbike ou l'Olympic Urban Series qui auront lieu pour la première fois l'année prochaine. Finalement, le budget présente un profit de 14 millions de francs suisses, comme je vous l'expliquais précédemment, dans le modèle de financement de l'UCI qui permettra de reconstituer les réserves à fin 2024. Si nous considérons maintenant, encore une fois, notre cycle olympique 2021-2024, comme je vous l'ai présenté précédemment à mi-parcours, vous pouvez voir ici l'équilibre budgétaire sur le cycle en intégrant les prévisions 2023 et les activités opérationnelles habituelles de l'UCI hors Jeux Olympiques en 2024. Et nous estimons que finalement, les 4 années, le cycle budgétaire se terminera sur un profit qui sera supérieur à 1 million de francs suisses. Cet excédent permet d'un côté d'avoir des ressources disponibles en cas d'imprévus majeurs qui surviendront dans les prochains mois ou la prochaine année, et d'un autre côté qui démontre une gestion financière prudente et saine des finances de l'UCI. Pour finir, une projection des réserves à fin 2023, donc comme je le disais précédemment, le cycle budgétaire devrait être excédentaire et avec les revenus des Jeux Olympiques de Paris, cela permettra de reconstituer les réserves au même niveau qu'à fin 2021. Toutefois, nous attendons à ce que les réserves cash s'élèvent à près de 40 millions de francs suisses, un niveau encore jamais atteint pour les CI, ce qui est une très bonne chose. Bien entendu, dans les réserves, nous intégrerons les résultats des portefeuilles d'investissement. Comme je vous l'ai montré précédemment, nous attendons sur 2023 et 2024 des excédents qui permettront aussi également de reconstituer nos réserves. Finalement, la situation financière de l'UCI est très solide, avec d'une part un cycle olympique qui est attendu comme excédentaire, et d'autre part des liquidités qui sont à leur plus haut niveau. Finalement, l'UCI est encore de très bonnes dispositions pour le prochain cycle olympique, mais également pour la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030. Merci pour votre attention. Je rends maintenant la parole au Président pour l'approbation du budget 2024.
Merci beaucoup, Luc. So now we will move to the approval of the 2024 budget. That the Congress approve the 2024 budget as provided to members in advance of the UCI Congress. Anybody against? Any abstention? Thank you very much. So the 2024 budget is now approved. So we will now move to point number 14, which is the National Federation's affiliation fee. So Luc was supposed to be with us, but I will do this point because in fact there is no modification on the affiliation fee. We will keep the same affiliation fee as we had. So 5,000 for Group 1, 4,000 to Group 2, 750 for Group 3, and 400 for Group 4. This is in Swiss francs. So, do you have any remarks regarding the affiliation? No. Anybody against? Any abstention? So thank you. The affiliation fees are approved. So now we will move to the point number 15 in the agenda, which is the UCI World Cycling Center report. And I will welcome on stage Mr. Jacques Landry, the director of the UCI World Cycling Center, to present the report of the UCI World Cycling Center. The floor is yours, Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Management Committee, delegates, voting delegates, national federations, and honored guests. In the next few minutes, I'll be walking you through the activities of the World Cycling Center over the past year in the areas of development of our teams in Aigle, our educational programs, which are predominantly designed for emerging cycling nations, our progress in bringing new satellites into the family, our support in specific development initiatives, as well as what we've been doing to attract more national teams and federations to Aigle for training camps and other activities. But before I touch on these points, let us turn our attention to this brief video.
In 2002, the UCI moved to its new headquarters, the newly built UCI World Cycling Centre in Aigle, Switzerland. Since then, the high-level education and training facility has opened up possibilities to athletes, coaches, mechanics, and officials, enabling them to progress and realise their full potential. Track, road, mountain bike, BMX racing, and BMX freestyle, cycling's 5 Olympic disciplines, are catered for in Aigle. To ensure equitable chances of progression and development worldwide, the UCI World Cycling Centre has created a network of continental development satellites. Since the opening of its first satellite in Japan in 2007, the UCI has added to its network in strategically situated countries on all continents: South Africa, Portugal, Korea, India, Trinidad and Tobago, Canada, and most recently, Argentina. More will follow.
Hello everyone, I am proud to present you the UCI Continental Satellite of Romont.
Each satellite centre welcomes National Federation athletes and staff for talent identification and training camps. The satellites work in close collaboration with the UCI World Cycling Centre, sharing athlete data and jointly assessing performance. In some cases, athletes from the satellites are invited to join the ranks of the UCI WCC in Aigle, Switzerland. The worldwide development of our sport is boosted by this collaboration with our satellites that allows us to share our knowledge, our expertise, and our passion. The UCI World Cycling Centre, passing on the passion.
Wow, pretty awesome, hey? So over the past year, we've been in constant reflection in terms of looking at how best we can service athletes who find themselves at the UCI World Cycling Center in Aigle, and predominantly coming from emerging cycling nations. At this point in time, we've opted for continuing to offer a steady program stream for both track cycling, focusing on sprint racing, and road cycling through our women's trade team. Regarding mountain bike and BMX racing, once analyzing the athlete pool and depth of field, we've concluded that while there is a need to continue supporting athletes in Aigle, there is also a great need to educate coaches, national team coaches in the field as well. As such, we'll continue inviting BMX racing athletes and mountain bike athletes to train and compete in Aigle, but for periods of time where there are no athletes in Aigle, we will be dispatching our coaches to different international events, like the different continental championships, to identify talent, liaison with national coaches, and assisting them with strategies to best increase athlete performances. Finally, as we look ahead to the Los Angeles Olympics and Paralympic quadrennial, our intent is to reintroduce paracycling into our programming. Circling back to our past activities at the UCI World Cycling Center in Aigle, you will see that in terms of gender split, we are at present supporting more women in their development than men. The scale slightly tipping in favor of women is partially due to the running of a full women's continental team. In terms of continental representation of athletes in Aigle for this past year, we've seen an uptake in the presence of athletes coming from both the Americas and Asia. That said, you'll see later on that we also have a specific ongoing projects supporting the growth of cycling in Africa as well. In addition, if you turn your attention to the right of the screen, you'll notice that our focus is and will continue to be, as I've repeated a few times, the development of emerging cycling nations, so basically groups 3s and 4s. As it will be mentioned later on during this Congress, the WCC not only delivers educational courses through its own programming, but it also delivers mechanic and coaching courses which are approved through the UCI Solidarity program. Needless to say that steadfastly increasing education initiatives worldwide only strengthens the UCI's ambition to globalize the sport of cycling. Building on the importance of education and our existing coach education modules, in late 2022 and early 2023, we put on the first advanced coaching course in partnership with the UNIL, Université de Lausanne. And I must say that this first edition was a great success. For the next edition, while we're already receiving many requests for participation, we will be limiting our field of coaches to 20. This is in order to ensure that the quality of our teaching is not jeopardized. We will also strive to ensure gender equitable participation numbers, as well as adding on important modules like athlete safeguarding and prevention of harassment and abuse. On top of delivering coaching and mechanic courses on education, our education department also assists the UCI Sport Department in delivering essential courses like Directeur Sportif, rider agent courses, as well as the new event safety manager course. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, it's not because you participate in these courses that you get a free pass on these courses. So the pass rate hopefully will increase, but right now it's a bit of a draw. In early 2022, we spent a lot of time and energy to revive the UCI World Cycling Center satellite network, as has been mentioned before. As a result, adding to the previously existing 5 satellites, and I'll repeat which they are, located in South Africa, Portugal, Korea, Japan, and India, we added 3 additional satellites in the Americas. Cuva in Trinidad and Tobago, Bromont in Canada, were inaugurated in December 2022, whereas San Juan in Argentina was inaugurated in June of this year. Moving on from these existing and newly inaugurated satellites, the plan is to continue to grow the network in key areas, namely in Oceania, where there are no satellites at present. As a reminder, the primary goal of these satellites and the ones that will eventually come online is to service first and foremost the development of emerging national cycling federations through coach, mechanic, and commissaire education, as well as athlete development, obviously. That said, as satellites increasingly become a delivery mechanism for education and development initiatives in the regions, through the work of our satellite network coordinator, it will continue to be important to align these initiatives with both our UCI Solidarity program and the IOC Solidarity programs. As previously alluded to, the UCI World Cycling Center is heavily engaged in 2 initiatives that underpin the up-and-coming 2025 UCI Road World Championships that will be held in Kigali, Rwanda. Benefiting all of Africa, we launched late last year an initiative to develop and prepare 20 male and female athletes through training and racing opportunities in both Africa and in Europe. The goal here is to ensure that these athletes of junior and U23 age will be competitive on the international scene come September 2025. In fact, some of these identified athletes will be competing for their national federations here in Glasgow. More locally, but still in Africa, since January, we've hired a consultant to assist the Rwandan Cycling Federation in solidifying their cycling development structures through delivering coach and mechanic courses, as well as a national and regional race series. For the UCI and the World Cycling Center, the support model that we've put in place with the Ferwasi, the Rwandan Cycling Federation, is one that we hope can be replicated elsewhere. And as soon as we have, when the time comes, we will share with you all the blueprint for this development model. Over the past year, as mentioned earlier by the President, we've supported a number of specific initiatives. Namely, in October 2022, we organized a Women's Road Championship of Afghanistan, to which 50 women, now living in countries like Italy, Switzerland, Canada, and France, all converged in Aigle, Switzerland, to compete in these championships. Of course, we also continue to support the Ukrainian Cycling Federation wherever we can by providing vehicles, accommodation, and direct athlete support. Additionally, over the course of these World Cycling Championships, as of first, we will be supporting 6 athletes who will be flying the colors of the refugee cycling team. We will be able to see these refugees compete in the events like the elite road individual time trials, the Grand Fondo events, the mountain bike cross-country event, and as well as the mountain bike marathon race. Finally, over the past year, back in Aigle at the UCI World Cycling Center, we've made many renovations to our existing infrastructures. Namely, we've replaced both 5-meter and 8-meter BMX start ramps with a more durable resin material that is better suited to weather the Swiss climate. We've also invested in renovating our BMX freestyle park and are presently looking at whether there is a need to refresh our velodrome indoor track surface. In essence, while all these renovations are to better serve our present users, we also want to make sure our facilities are more attractive to national federations as they prepare for pinnacle events like the up-and-coming Olympic and Paralympic Games in Paris. So on that note, I want to thank you for your attention and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jack, and thank you to all the team of the World Cycling Center. Thanks. It's a great mission from the UCI. Last year, we celebrated our 20 years anniversary, and we are probably, or more certainly, the leading international federation with a very strong tool, the World Cycling Center. So now we will move to the next point on the agenda, which is the point number 15, the UCI, the Solidarity Commission report. And I will give the floor to Dr. Mohamed Waghi Azam, who is, of course, the UCI Vice President, President of the African Cycling Confederation, but in this case, President of the UCI Solidarity and Emerging Cycling Countries Commission, who will present the Commission report. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear President David Lepartians, dear Vice Presidents, my colleagues, dear members of the Management Committee and all the presidents of the national federations, and I would like also to welcome the previous presidents of the UCI. Welcome. We are very happy to be, you are with us. Welcome to share with us our activities. Thank you very much for your presence. The UCI Solidarity Program is a springboard for the development of emerging cycling nations. Over the past 6 years, we have witnessed a steady growth in the emergence of development strategies coming from nations having received solidarity support. Before we continue, let's visit what the UCI Solidarity Program offers national offers national federations and continental confederations. In essence, national federations and confederations can apply for support to one or multiple pathways. These pathways are education, equipment, funding for special projects, and athlete development. Let me walk with you through this pathway. The UCI Solidarity Program offers funding support to successful national federations wanting to educate commissaires, mechanics, coaches through the World Cycling Center's Level 1, Level 2, Level 3 educational program. Through UCI and World Cycling Center partners, national federations and confederations can benefit equipment support to fit their needs. A perfect example of a special project would be that of the Namibian Cycling Federation. The funding approved gave young Namibian cycling riders the opportunity to experience a structured platform to engage and enjoy cycling as a sport. In 2023, our program expanded, offering a new development pathway. Now, national federations and confederations can apply for support enabling their athletes to continue to develop through World Cycling Center satellite activities. Athletes having demonstrated commitment and growth through satellite program activities then could have the opportunity to progress to World Cycling Center and its program. Now that we have gone through the different pathways offered by the UCI Solidarity Program, let me emphasize the crucial role of education in pursuit of complete autonomy for our national federations. Education forms the roots upon which our federation can build a strong foundation for the advancement of coaches, mechanics, athletes, development, and overall excellence. By investing in education, we provide our federations with the necessary tools and knowledge to navigate the ever-evolving cycling landscape. It is through education that we empower our coaches to honor their skills, enabling them to guide our athletes towards greatness. While education is paramount, the UCI Solidarity Program, as you well know, also provides actual tools that enable athletes to train and compete. By offering equipment like bikes, trainers, we give cyclists and coaches opportunities to actually practice what they learn in the field. For 2023, national federations and confederations have received a total operational budget of 3 million Swiss francs. 14.5 million Swiss francs have been invested to support emerging nations as they strive to be more autonomous. Since 2018, there has been a notable increase of the national federations opting into the support the UCI is providing to emerging nations. For example, thanks to UCI Solidarity Support, thanks very much David Lepartian for usual support to all the young and small nations like Tobago and Trinidad has been able to organize training camps and coaching courses which have direct impact of the development of cycling in Caribbean. Let us recognize education as a cornerstone of our national federation's autonomy as it lays down the brickwork for brighter and more successful future in the world of cycling. Reminder that this program has been developed for you as a national federations. In order to continue the growth of cycling worldwide, an official invitation to apply will be sent to you. You will then be cordially invited to kindly apply between the 1st of September and the 31st of October. Finally, I would like to thank very much David Lepartient, the President of UCI, and the Management Committee for support of the Solidarity Commission to do very hard and very good work to support the national federations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. And there was a little bit some problems in between the slide and the speech, but however, I think you had the opportunity to see the figures behind me. So thank you very much, Doctor, and for your report. We will have 2 more reports before the lunch break, and then we will move to, and of course, at the end of the Congress this afternoon, you will have the opportunity to ask all the questions you want to ask. So we'll have point number 25 will be questions and proposals from national federations. So any questions you may have regarding the different reports that we had this morning or the afternoon, you will be free to proceed with the questions. But now we will move to the point number 17, and we will stop after point number 18 for the break. But point number 17 is the Sports Director's Report, and I will ask Peter van den Abel to come to the lectern.
National Federation Presidents and Delegates, Management Committee members, UCI President David Lepartient, UCI Director General Amina Lanaya, ladies and gentlemen. The UCI Cycling World Championships start today. As the UCI Sports Director, this is a huge day for the UCI, our national federations, my sports team, myself, but of course also for the organizing committee. Bringing 13 UCI World Championships together at the same time has been an enormous challenge. But here we are, at the start of 11 days of non-stop action. The time has finally come. Let's get this historical event started. But first, I will take you back over the 11 UCI World Championships and the UCI World Cup events that have taken place since the last UCI Congress 10.5 months ago in Wollongong, as displayed in the video during the speech of our UCI President. Starting with the 2022 UCI Road World Championships in Wollongong, it was only the second time we took this event to Australia. What a memorable occasion it was. The highlights were numerous, not least the first ever rainbow jerseys awarded in the women under 23 category, the spectacular team time trial mixed relay won by Switzerland, Zoe's Backstead double for Great Britain in women junior time trial and road race, adding to her rainbow jerseys for cyclocross and track. Yet another demonstration from the Netherlands, Annemiek van Vleuten, who, despite suffering a severe injury a few days earlier, claimed the women elite road race. And of course, young Belgian Remco Evenepoel, who, fresh of his victory in the Vuelta Ciclista a España, rode solo to men elite victory. We left Australia with countless memories that will remain with us for a long time. Just a few weeks later, after our return from Australia, we celebrated the first UCI Gravel World Championships in Veneto, Italy. Gravel is our newest UCI discipline, but even after 1 year, it has taken off. After 11 qualifiers held worldwide in 2022 as part of our UCI Gravel World Series, more than 550 riders were at the start in Italy. This was unique, giving amateur riders the chance to compete in the same event as the elite and big names such as Peter Sagan, Mathieu van der Poel, Greg van Avermaet, and many more. Then there were the true gravel specialists, for example, Argentinian Sofia Gomez Villafane and Australian Tiffany Cromwell in the women's race, and American Alex Hoes, Dutchman Piotr Havik, Ivar Slik, and also the Australian Nathan Haas in the men's race. It was a star-studded event that saw victories go to Belgian Gianni Vermeers and Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, who took her 4th rainbow jersey of the year after her 3 mountain bike wins in cross-country short track, cross-country Olympic, and cross-country marathon. Please take a look at some of the highlights of our first Gravel World Championships. Just 3 days later, it was the direction Saint-Quentin-Yvelines for the 2022 Tissot UCI Track World Championships in the Velodrome that will host the track and paracycling track events at next year's Paris Olympic Games. Germany set the Velodrome alight on the first day of competition with a world record in the women's team sprint. But it was Italian Filippo Ganna who took the limelight on day 3 with his world record in the individual pursuit. It was his 5th UCI World Pursuit title, which just came 6 days after he established a new UCI record timed by Tissot. The excitement continued at the UCI Paracycling Track World Championships in the same velodrome 4 days later. 11 new world records, 6 in the flying 200 meters, were set by 9 different athletes from 6 countries. Local French star Alexander Loth stole the show, winning 4 gold medals and breaking 3 world records in the C2 category. He'll definitely be one to watch at next year's Paralympic Games. The following month, the UCI Indoor Cycling World Championships crowned the best artistic cycling and cycleball athletes in Ghent, Belgium. Heads up to Austrian Patrick Snetcher, who won his 8th rainbow jersey in cycleball. Here in Glasgow next week, we will crown our first UCI World Champions for women's cycleball. This is one of the last pieces in the puzzle when it comes to sporting gender equity. And I'm pleased it is happening at these first UCI Cycling World Championships. The weekend after Ghent, the focus was on BMX freestyle and trials at the UCI Urban Cycling World Championships in Abu Dhabi. After 2 years of disruption due to the COVID-19 pandemic, those two disciplines came again together to showcase our urban disciplines in a spectacular setting. Highlights included a 5th UCI World title for Germany's Nina Reichenbach and Great Britain's Jack Carty in trials, with a 4th rainbow jersey for American Hannah Roberts in BMX freestyle. These championships saw the appearance of talents from Asia. In BMX freestyle flatland, Japan took all 3 men elite medals, plus winning the woman elite bronze, while Rimu Nakamura gave Japan another medal by winning the freestyle park. Meanwhile, the Chinese woman made a very strong impression in BMX freestyle park as well. Our youngest Olympic discipline is certainly becoming increasingly global. That brings us to 23 and cyclocross. The UCI Cyclocross World Championships took place in Hogerheide, the Netherlands, for the 3rd time and attracted a record number of nations and a massive crowd. It was the first time we awarded the rainbow jersey for the mixed team relay, which saw the home Dutch team take the honors. The Netherlands had plenty more to celebrate, with wins for Shirin van Anrooy in the women under 23, Fem van Empel in the woman elite, and the majestic Mathieu van der Poel, who won his 5th man elite title after a thrilling battle with Wout van Aert. Another memorable moment, the 1st and 2nd places for Canadian twins Isabella and Eva Holmgren in the women junior category. Their double celebration came the year after the UCI Cyclocross World Championships had been held on the American continent in Fayetteville, Arkansas, USA. Let's have a look at some highlights from Hogerheide.
Here we go! They are representing 14 different countries.
Just keep pushing.
The UCI Cycling Esports World Championships followed at their new February date in a virtual Glasgow. This new format of 3 short punchy races with little time to recover in between was a true test for the athletes and a good show for the spectators. Congratulations to the Netherlands' Loes Addeheest for successfully defending her rainbow jersey, and to men's winner Bjorn Andreasen from Denmark. Also here, please watch this clip. that wraps things up for our UCI World Championship so far, but of course, there's still more to come. In the next 2 weeks, we will distribute precisely 220 rainbow jerseys here in Glasgow and across Scotland. Then, between the end of August and mid-November, we still have the UCI World Championships for junior track, masters track, mountain bike eliminator, and pump track. Until now, I have talked only about our UCI World Championships, but our different UCI series, including the UCI World Cups, continue to animate the seasons in all our cycling disciplines. The UCI World Tour provides non-stop excitement between the UAE Tour in February and the Italian classic Il Lombardia in October. In 2023, the UCI World Tour includes 35 events and the return of the season openers in Australia, the Tour Down Under and the Cadel Evans Great Ocean Road Race. Both had been absent for 2 years due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The UCI Women's World Tour perfectly reflects the growth of women's cycling with 27 events on the calendar compared to 23 last year, and more men's races wanting to organize women's editions. Safety at professional road cycling is a major focus this year. To this end, we have created SAFER, which stands for Safe Road Cycling, as explained by the UCI president. This is an independent entity bringing together all the stakeholders from cycling to unite and work on a safer environment for our athletes. SAFER will consult and advise the UCI on safety matters in professional road cycling. This is huge progress with all stakeholders working together for the better of our sport. Meanwhile, event safety manager courses were held at the UCI World Cycling Center for the first time. Event safety managers appointed to races in the UCI World Tour, the UCI Women's World Tour, UCI Pro Series are required to attend the new course, and in its first year, 95 event safety managers have already been certified. When it comes to other disciplines, the last year's highlights have included the new format of the UCI Mountain Bike World Cup, which now includes mountain bike marathon, enduro, and e-enduro, alongside cross-country Olympic, cross-country short track, and downhill. This new look UCI Mountain Bike World Cup, the result of our partnership with Warner Brothers Discovery, sees 13 rounds of non-stop action in 2023. This is another example of successful partnership for our different long season series. The third edition of the very popular UCI Track Champions League, organized also by Warner Brothers Discovery, gets underway in October, while the spectacular UCI Cyclocross World Cup, a result of our partnership with Flanders Classics, once again proved its values and worth during last winter with 14 rounds, including 6 new host venues and 1 in Spain. We now also have something else to look forward to, as indicated by our president, the first UCI Snowbike World Championships. 7 weeks ago, we announced that this inaugural edition will be held in Châtel in the Haute-Savoie department of France on the 10th and the 11th of February 24. Inspired by alpine skiing and snowboard, the 24 UCI Snowbike World Championships will include 2 formats, Super G and Dual Slalom. Snowbike is an exciting addition to the range of mountain bike specialties, and I look forward to seeing the delivery of this first UCI World Championships and crown the UCI World Champions across the disciplines in next February. Meanwhile, we continue to work very hard to ensure the integrity and fairness of our sport. Our second VAR van has been constantly in use, enabling us to monitor rider behavior and incidents on 195 race days, an increase of 75% compared to 2022. Now, there's a VAR van at 80% of the UCI Women's World Tour and UCI World Tour events taking place in Europe. The number of qualified VAR commissaires has risen to 18 this year, compared to 7 only in 2022. In addition, our national and international commissaires in our 5 Olympic disciplines are attending training courses at our UCI headquarters or abroad this year. Another 166 participants registered for the online national commissaires courses within the framework of the UCI Solidarity Fund. When it comes to the fight against technological fraud, checks are carried out at events for cyclocross, mountain bike, track, and road, including paracycling. We are testing at 64 events in 23 compared to 36 in 2022. This represents an increase of 78%. Our testing program covers events in countries on all 5 continents and uses a mixture of different technologies: X-ray technology, vid-array backscatter technology, and magnetic tablet scanning. And of course, 24 is an Olympic year. The Paris 24 Olympic Games have come round very quickly after the postponement of Tokyo to 2021. But we are well prepared and looking forward to again seeing our 5 Olympic disciplines on the program, with the athletes competing in iconic locations across the French capital. For Los Angeles 28, the International Olympic Committee postponed the announcement of the full sporting program from June to September. But thanks to our very hard work, we are very confident that road, track, mountain bike, BMX racing, and BMX freestyle will again feature on the Olympic program in the United States. When it comes to our UCI World Championships, today we will award not less than 14 UCI World Championships, providing a long vision up to 2028, as requested by the UCI President. This is fully in line with the ambitions of the Agenda 2030 and provides considerably financial stability for the UCI. But first, let's concentrate on these 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland. They start today, and we are extremely well prepared. All our national federations have been enthusiastic, and our collaboration to get here has been fantastic. Thank you. It has been a pleasure to work with the local organizing committee led by Paul Bush and Trudy Lindblade to ensure a successful event. And Paul, thank you very much for the breakfast in Bangkok. Our UCI teams also greatly appreciated having contact with the chefs de missions, who are the main points of contact for the federations here in Glasgow. Meanwhile, showing knowledge has already begun with the hosts of our second UCI Cycling World Championships, Haute-Savoie, who are here in the room with us and are well underway with their preparations for 2027. But ladies and gentlemen, today it's the 3rd of August 23. This date has been firmly etched on our minds for years. And here we are, on the first day of the first ever UCI Cycling World Championships in Glasgow and across Scotland. Enjoy.
thank you, Peter, and thank you also for the excellent job that you are doing at the UCI, and with you, all the sports department, of course, at the heart of the system. So thank you very much. We know you have been a Belgium cyclocross national champion. You've been finisher in the Tour of Flanders in the road. You have been Olympian in the mountain bike, and you have been world champion in BMX. At the time, BMX freestyle was not part of the UCI discipline, otherwise it would have been also. So congratulations, Peter. He knows what is cycling, which is great. So now we will move to the last point before the break. I hope we will have the break because I heard a lot of noise with the plates. I hope we still have some plates to hit for the break, but we have the last report now, the point number 18 on the agenda. So I will ask Mrs. Katerina Nash, our UCI Vice President and President of the Athletes Commission, to step up to the lectern to present the activities of the women's cycling and the strengthening of gender parity for our sport. The floor is yours, Katerina.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 192nd Congress and also the Glasgow World Championship. Very exciting to be here. Well, I couldn't pick a better time to give you an update on women's road cycling, just a few days after the second edition of Tour de France Femme, and ahead of what we can only anticipate to be very exciting World Championship coming up here in Glasgow. At the same time, I couldn't pick worse time because most of you guys are probably thinking about lunch, and my presentation is full of numbers and statistics, but they're really cool numbers, so please stay with me. We're gonna start with a short movie.
Win stage 1.
Et la jeune néerlandaise qui rentre dans l'histoire.
Marina Voss and Balsamo battling it out. Is it going to be Voss? It's between Voss and Balsamo. What a sprint.
Yannick Van Vleuten est en difficulté. Attention au maillot rouge. Peut-être que Vollering peut renverser le classement général.
Annemiek van Vleuten has been dropped on the Kouwberg. Demi Vollering opens the pressure. Demi Vollering makes no mistake. Vollering is waiting patiently as Longoborghini kicks hard. Victory for Vollering. She wins Liège-Bastogne-Liège. She gives the dream finish, or is it going to be the Canadian Alison Jackson of EF Education? Timko now sprinting it out. Ragusa, Duval trying to get on toes, but it's Alison Jackson who takes the victory for Canada. Now we've got side by side two teammates. As Kopecky leads them into the final bend, and they go for glory now. Vollering is contesting. It's going to be absolutely nothing. Vollering gets it.
As mentioned earlier, I will cover some of the policies that led to these incredible results that we've been seeing in the women's peloton in the last couple of years. So in 2016, the UCI World Tour was created. In 2020, the Women's World Team was created. 2023 will mark the end of the first cycle of UCI World Tour license. And as we have heard already, the demand for more licenses is quite high, which is very exciting. Let's go a little bit over the calendar. You can see on the slide from 2020 to 2023, there's been incredible increase in number of race days, events, one-day races, and stage races. Some of the iconic events that we've got to witness last 2 years to mention here is Paris-Roubaix Femme, Tour de France, Tour de Romandie, and Tour de Suisse. Along with the events, we have been seeing increase in our audience, which is very exciting. Once again, a lot of numbers to go over for you to see. I think some of the statistics on the bottom, they speak for themselves. More than 600% increase hourly viewership. Briefly on the calendar, you can see a comparison of the Women's Tour and the World Tour. We are growing the women's discipline over time. There's no need to rush through it, and some of these numbers reflect those. Also, we wanted to make sure there's no overlap on the women's calendar of the events. And the main reason is that some of these teams have to grow their numbers before we can have multiple events over the same weekends. Teams evolution, once again, comparison from 2020 to 2023, starting with 8 teams to 15 teams, 106 riders to 229 riders, and you can see the budget increasingly. All these numbers are quite positive and very exciting. So what led to these incredible statistics? It is the policies that have been implemented over time, and you can see the list of some of them. Organizational audit, possibility for teams to recruit a rider outside of the transfer period, maternity leave, training compensation fee that's been introduced also for the men, and creation of development teams for the UCI Women's World Teams. Riders evolution, once again, these numbers are going up, which is very, very positive and is helping to build women's cycling. You can scan over the numbers by yourself. One I would like to point out is also the number of sports directors that has grown, women sports directors. It's up by 60%, and we do have a training program through the World Cycling Center at the UCI where sport directors can take courses and turn that into their careers, which is excellent. So some of the measures adapted during this period were new professional status with minimum salary and minimum 2-year contract. Stability in sports is everything. When the riders have stability, they know they have a team to ride for and they're supported, they can focus on their training and develop. Management of prize money by centralized management platform, model agreement to support athletes who were unable to obtain professional status due to their national legislation. I would like to add a couple more, which already been mentioned, maternity leave, and also equal quotas for the upcoming Paris road race Olympic race. A broader picture of comparison of the UCI Women's Trades Team, UCI Pro Team, and UCI World Team. As Amina mentioned, this is the first time that the UCI Women's World Team median salary is higher than the UCI Pro Team. I would like to point out that the UCI World Team is still a little bit higher, and we'll keep working on that. So what are the next steps for when we focus on the women's road cycling? So the first 4-year period is coming to an end, and it has been crucial in development of women's cycling. In the next phase, we'll focus on improving the calendar, making sure that there's a lot of focus on quality events. And as some of you might have read about yesterday, we decided to speed up some of our policies initially planned for year 2026. The creation of second professional division for teams will now happen in 2025, and that will enable greater number of female riders to benefit from the professional framework, such as salary, minimum salary, and things that's already been mentioned before. So in conclusion, I really want to say thank you to everybody who's been involved in this mission. It takes planning, it takes vision. So thank you to the UCI leadership for coming up with all these policies. But I also want to thank you to those that came before us that started this chapter. And I also want to say thank you to all of you, to the national teams that have supported female riders from junior categories. It does make a huge difference. We see it, we appreciate it. So thank you, everybody. I'm excited to watch what's next for women's cycling.
Thank you. Thank you, Katerina. Thank you for this full report and all the efforts around this strong topic in the UCI. So, you know, Katerina is also the president and the chair of the Athletes Commission. But as I mentioned for Peter, she is also expert in many disciplines. Last year, she was finisher in the road race in the UCI World Championship in Wollongong. She also won World Cups in cyclocross. She was also part of the Olympic Games in the mountain bike and also part of the Winter Olympic Games. So it's good to have you as chairman of our commission, of the Athletes Commission. Congratulations, Katerina. So now it's 1:15 p.m., so we will have a break and we will be back here at 2:30. So we have 1 hour 15 for lunch. So the lunch is on this side on my left side. On your right side, you have the lunch. So let's be back at 2:30 in the room. Thank you.
just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. Every moment feels In the morning when I wake and the sun is coming through, oh, you fill my lungs with sweetness and you fill my head with you. Shall I write it in a letter? Shall I try to get it down? Oh, you fill my head with pieces of a song I can't get out. Can I be close to Can I be close to Can I take you to morning where the fields are painted gold and the trees are filled with memories of the feelings never told? When the evening pulls the sun down and the day is almost through, oh, the whole world is sleeping, but my world is you. Can I be close to 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 you just gotta hold on, baby, hold tight.
Been tired of running, tired of looking over my shoulder lately. Tired of always trying to please. Oh, I gotta tell you, I'm going crazy. Ooh, I don't wanna live a lie. Ooh, I just wanna feel alive. I don't wanna live wanna do it my way. Don't want you to keep me from trying to fly. 'Cause you always made a fool out of me. Couldn't even tell what was wrong or right. Ooh, I don't wanna live a lie. Ooh, I just wanna feel alive. I don't wanna
control, never let you go. Tempted by the cruel unknown, never wanna lose control, never let you go. Tempted by the cruel unknown, never wanna lose control, never let you go. I'll never hide again anywhere. I'll never dive again. I need air. I feel like you're drowning me again, once again. I'll never hide again anywhere. I'll never dive again. I need air. I feel like you're drowning me again, once again. Isn't it a shame? I always feel the same. I gotta let go. Isn't it a shame? I always feel the same. I gotta let go. No, I'll only smile for the mirror. Call all you want, get any listener, babe. I feel so blind.
1, 2. Please take a seat. We are about to start. We are about to start, so please take a seat. You can stay here if you want, huh? So please take a seat. We'll start immediately. And so welcome back, and please go to your seats. The afternoon session is about to start, and we will have a busy program to get through. So welcome back, everyone. We will move to the next point on the agenda, which is point number 19, the report on UCI sustainability policy. And I will welcome Mr. Tony Mitchell, President of the Cycling for All and Sustainable Cycling Commission. And of course, he will make sure that everybody is awake. This is why we need a strong guy like Tony to make a presentation at 2:30 after the lunch. So Tony, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you indeed. Members of Congress, I am delighted to present to you today the UCI's report on sustainability and also provide you an update on our Cycling for All activities. And Mr. President, I heard you last night at the opening ceremony announce that you felt Scottish and were Scottish. Well, look, I would like to go one better, and with my name being Mitchell on my father's side, and on my mother's side it is McLean, I actually am from Scottish heritage. So very, very special for me to be here today. So, members of Congress, firstly, the UCI Bike City label. The Bike City label is awarded in recognition of cities or regions that have achieved in the highest areas when it comes to developing their cities and holding elite events. These include the strategic planning, obtaining levels of funding, running safety initiatives for cycling, education programs, and development of infrastructure. We are fortunate to have across the globe 26 cities and regions that have achieved this status. The developments in the Bike City label program over the last 12 months include a new reporting mechanism for cities to record their achievement against their goals, a new communication strategy for our cities to better share information and successes with the UCI and with each other. We also have created a SharePoint network for cities so they are able to collaborate directly together. As well as that, we have implemented a webinar training series. And a special development this year was our partnership with Strava Metro, and it provided vital data and analysis on commuter journeys. Not just those sporting training endeavours, but the actual information on commuters travelling to and from work or on other occasions, which then allows for greater analysis and understanding for planning of infrastructure. Our Bike City network continues to be kept well informed and supported by the UCI, and this will ensure that the momentum will continue to build. Just this week alone, we announced 4 new bike cities. Our community and influence continues to grow, and an important element of this is the UCI's forum and also Mobility Bike City Forum. This is fast becoming a highlight on our UCI calendar. The forum brings together our family and wider stakeholder group. Our 4th edition for this forum was held right here in Glasgow last year in October, and our 5th edition will take place in Bruges on the 25th and 26th of October this year. The first day for the forum will be guest speakers and panelists, which will cover the relevant topics that are concerning cities and regions today. Everything from sustainability right through to social inclusion. Day 2 will offer participative workshops on priority topics and also some famous bike tours of the city. And we welcome your attendance at this remarkable event. I am also delighted to announce the launch of the UCI Bike City Pathway. Based off the label, the pathway provides a roadmap for cities and regions to follow for a more livable city, which can be achieved via the bicycle. It offers best practice examples, toolkits, and practical information on how to transform your city. The pathway offers the opportunity to link together all stakeholders of a city around a common purpose. Our Bike City label has already proven in this area, and the Bike City Pathway will expand these opportunities and benefits to all. Moving now to one of the most important issues that is facing the world today, that of sustainability. The UCI's sustainability vision is twofold. Firstly, cycling needs to be one of the most sustainable sports in the world. And secondly, the bicycle can be a key mode of transport in helping achieve this. This vision will combat climate change, improve population health, and create a more sustainable future for all. And you've already heard Amina talk earlier this morning about our sustainability charter and how it already has 100 organisations signed up. The tools already available to national federations and other stakeholders today under this vision include the Sustainability Guidelines, the UCI Climate Action Training, and launched just this week in Glasgow, the Sustainability Impact Tracker. Our 2030 sustainability strategy is clear. We must focus on the 4 areas of 1, climate, reducing emissions; 2, nature, the protection of nature; 3, people, education of people; and 4, cycling for all, the transformational benefits of the bicycle. For each strategic pillar, it is about making an impact where we can control, but also where we can influence. We start first and foremost with the UCI and control our own operations to make an impact here. We then need to stretch further, and also with UCI events, making sure that they play their part. And finally, we need to make sure we support and influence the cycling family through our leadership. We have a duty of responsibility, which we welcome. Our deliverables in the strategy will be: we will provide training on climate action. We will track the impact that our sport has on the climate. We will report on our own plans and share the results. And we will make sure we protect the environment where our sport operates. I would now like to play a short video for you, which I hope will help show how all of these initiatives will come together within our sustainability strategy.
The interconnected crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution and sedentary lifestyles requires an urgent response from the sport of cycling. The Union Cycliste Internationale is leading the way through effective governance, building capacity with our stakeholders, reducing cycling's carbon footprint, and promoting our sport as a sustainable lifestyle. As part of the UN Sports for Climate Action Framework, the UCI has set itself sustainability targets and has the ambitious goal of reaching carbon neutrality by 2030. That means reducing its organizational emissions by 50%. To support members of the cycling family in their own efforts, the UCI has published sustainability guidelines and rolled out a climate action training program. In addition, our UCI Climate Action Charter motivates all stakeholders to join us in our sustainability journey. To ensure this is effective, we've developed a sustainability impact tracker so they can measure their emissions and contributions to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The future of our planet is the responsibility of us all, and the UCI encourages everyone to make the sustainable lifestyle choice of riding a bike, be it for transport or for leisure. More people on bikes means better health and a cleaner environment. That is why the UCI works with communities and stakeholders to improve city cycling conditions for bike commuters and recreational cyclists. Let's pedal together towards a brighter, greener world. The Union Cycliste Internationale, making sustainability a global priority.
Members of Congress, education will be the biggest driver of change for improving sustainability. To support this, the UCI has launched a climate action training program. It is an online 2-hour training program to inform and engage the world about the climate emergency. 300 people have already been trained since February. It has provided practical information on how the sport can reduce its impacts. Training has been already provided in English, French, and Italian languages, with more languages to follow. Please join us in undertaking this training. This week, the UCI has launched our Sustainability Impact Tracker. This tracker will enable the UCI and the wider family to measure their climate impact, to understand what actions then need to be taken. The Sustainability Impact Tracker combines 2 world-class tools into one platform. The first is the carbon footprint measurement by GCI, and the second is measurement against the UN's Sustainable Development Goals Index via the tool 261 PI by Oxygen. Our platform will provide consistent and cost-effective measurement across the whole entire cycling family. It is live now on our website for you to explore. The benefits of this platform are significant. I've already talked about the efficiency of having one tool that everyone can use, the consistency that this one tool across the whole cycling family will then provide. These outputs will lead to action plans being created. It will also provide the ability for monitoring the progress against these goals and KPIs on an ongoing basis. We'll then be able to communicate to fans, partners, and other important stakeholders the progress we've made. The UCI Sustainability Impact Tracker is a platform for the whole industry, and we will all benefit from it. Again, I encourage you to visit the website and test out the platform for yourself. When visiting the website, you will have the ability to choose between 2 options. 1, the carbon footprint calculation, and 2, the SDG index measurement. But we're not done there. It is also important for the UCI to publish its own progress with sustainability, and this year we will do that. And we will do that at our forum that we hold in Bruges in October. We will publish in this report our 2021 to 2023 sustainability strategy updates. Our plan, our climate transition plan, which will be a roadmap on how we will reduce our emissions by 50% by 2030. And we will also provide details in the strategy around targets, our roadmap of activity, and also the KPIs that we will be held measurable against. And finally, I present to you the Sports for Nature framework. Nature must also be protected as part of our sporting endeavours. To this effect, the UCI is developing a Sports Nature framework. This fits perfectly alongside our sustainability vision, and our framework will address the loss of nature through the following principles. Protect nature and avoid damage to natural habitats and species. Restore and regenerate nature where possible. understand and reduce the risks in the supply chain, as well as educate and inspire positive action. And I look forward to bringing you more of this framework in due course. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the hard-working team at the UCI who do all the work in bringing these quality initiatives to you in the areas of sustainability and cycling for all. I would like to thank Isabella, Valentine, Ben, Sandrine, and of course, Christophe. Your contribution to this has been immense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony, and thank you also to all the staff involved with you in this very important topic for the UCI. We will now move to the next topic on the agenda, which is the report on the UCI's medical activities, and I will give the floor to Professor Xavier Bigard, UCI Medical Director, for the report on the UCI medical activities. The floor is yours, Professor.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs les membres du comité directeur, Mesdames, Messieurs les présidents de fédérations nationales, je vous remercie pour me donner l'opportunité de vous présenter quelques actions du service médical au cours de ces derniers mois. Mon propos tiendra en 3 points. Le premier concerne les protocoles commotion cérébrale que nous avons mis en œuvre et dont l'objectif est de permettre une détection rapide de ces accidents et une prise en charge adaptée sur le terrain de manière à permettre la récupération complète des fonctions cognitives qui ont été altérées après la chute, de permettre un retour à la compétition et d'assurer une traçabilité des événements. Au sein de ce protocole, nous avions différentes actions, dont l'une consistait à publier des outils utilisables sur le terrain par les non-professionnels de santé, c'est-à-dire des cartes que vous avez représentées ici sur ces diapositives, qui permettent, dans les 3 langues et pour l'ensemble des disciplines du cyclisme, de reconnaître des signes à risque de commotion cérébrale. Notre deuxième objectif était aussi de publier une adaptation aux disciplines du cyclisme d'outils permettant le diagnostic par des médecins. Ces derniers outils, ces outils destinés aux médecins, vont être prochainement actualisés avec un nouveau protocole qui vient juste d'être publié à l'issue d'un congrès qui s'est tenu au mois de novembre 2022. L'une des nouveautés, c'est que ces outils sont maintenant directement accessibles par ce QR code que vous pouvez scanner et vous arrivez sur une page sur votre smartphone qui va vous permettre de télécharger ces outils pour les non-professionnels de santé ou pour les médecins dans les 3 langues et pour les 4 principales disciplines du cyclisme. Cette page que vous téléchargez sur votre smartphone permet aussi pour les médecins d'effectuer un certain nombre d'opérations réglementaires comme la déclaration d'injection ou la demande d'autorisation de port de capteurs métaboliques pour des coureurs diabétiques. Nous avions une vidéo.
If you see that a rider has crashed, you need to follow a number of steps to establish whether a concussion has occurred. Most often, it's a staff member who is the first on the scene of a race incident, like a mechanic. Once the staff member arrives at the scene, the first step is to check for any observable signs. If the rider is not moving or having involuntary contractions, then the staff member calls the race doctor. The rider must be withdrawn from the race. If the rider is conscious and gets up, then the staff member can begin the next check. However, if he looks very sick and is vomiting, then the race doctor must be called, and the rider should be withdrawn from the race. Make sure to look for signs of nausea, weakness of arms or legs, and conduct a balance assessment. If the staff member finds at least 2 concussion symptoms, then the race doctor must be called, and the rider should be withdrawn from the race. Even if the staff member finds no concussion symptoms, but notices a broken or cracked helmet, the rider should undergo a medical assessment consistent with the SCAT-5 procedure after the race. If the staff member detects no concussion symptoms during this first line of questions and the motor assessment, then the rider may rejoin the peloton. The staff member can then commence the on-road assessment. If the staff member notices that the rider is struggling to balance or isn't cycling in a straight line, then the race doctor must be called. The race doctor will then decide if the riders should be withdrawn from the race. If the rider doesn't have any problems with their balance, then the staff member can move on to the 4th check. The 4th check consists of asking adapted Maddox questions. In the event that the rider responds correctly to the questions, they may proceed to continue the race. If the rider doesn't know which race he is in, or answers at least 3 other questions incorrectly, they must be withdrawn from the race. Immediately after the rider crosses the finish line, a staff member must take them to the race medical office or the team doctor for further assessment in a calm environment without noise. The SCAT-5 medical examination must be repeated the following morning, and ideally for the next 2 days after the incident. If the diagnosis is confirmed, the rider will be banned from competition for at least 8 days to allow the brain to recover. Any case of concussion must be officially declared to the UCI Medical Service.
Donc cette vidéo constitue un résumé de l'ensemble des actions qui doivent être conduites sur le terrain en cas de suspicion de commotion cérébrale après une chute. Le second point que je voudrais évoquer avec vous concerne les programmes de surveillance médicale. Les objectifs de ce programme de surveillance médicale applicable pour tous les athlètes de course sur route, de BMX, de piste et de vélo de montagne, de mountain bike. Les objectifs sont au nombre de 3. Le premier est de vérifier l'absence de maladies du cœur ou des vaisseaux qui seraient susceptibles d'engendrer un accident au cours de la compétition. Le deuxième objectif est de régulièrement contrôler, par le biais de prise de sang, le statut hormonal, le statut métabolique, le statut en fer de ces athlètes. Et le troisième objectif est de régulièrement faire le point de récupération d'accidents, de maladies ou de pathologies qui auraient été induites par l'entraînement. Il existe disponible sur le site de l'UCI les calendriers classiques de réalisation de ces examens. J'insiste tout particulièrement sur l'importance des examens cardiovasculaires de manière à prévenir, sans pour autant annuler le risque, mais au moins de le réduire considérablement, ce risque de survenue d'accidents cardiaques en cours de compétition. Nous avons de plus intégré dans le programme de surveillance médicale une recommandation qui n'est pas une exigence, mais une forte recommandation de suivi de la santé mentale de ces athlètes. Pourquoi je vous rappelle ces prérequis et ces données de ces programmes médicaux? tout simplement parce qu'en tant que fédération nationale, vous avez la responsabilité de la vérification que ces examens ont bien été réalisés dans les normes et dans les temps. C'est la responsabilité des fédérations nationales pour les athlètes de BMX, de vélo de montagne et de piste. Le troisième point que je voudrais évoquer avec vous pour terminer est l'état d'actualisation du programme d'interdiction du tramadol dans le cyclisme, que je rappelle est soutenu uniquement pour des raisons médicales. Ce programme et la lisibilité que l'on peut en avoir en dehors des contrôles que nous effectuons. Donc la surveillance, l'état de ce programme peut être évalué grâce aux résultats du programme de surveillance de l'Agence mondiale antidopage. Si on résume les résultats de ce programme de surveillance pour ce qui concerne le tramadol et la codéine, mais surtout le tramadol, au cours de ces dernières années, on observe un pourcentage d'usage de cette substance important jusqu'au moment où nous avons interdit cette substance en compétition, c'est-à-dire jusqu'à fin 2018. À partir de 2019, on a une diminution drastique du pourcentage de coureurs qui ont utilisé cette substance. Cependant, les dernières données dont nous disposons nous montrent une légère augmentation du pourcentage de coureurs qui utilisent cette substance en compétition. C'est ce que l'on voit sur ce graphique, avec en 2022 0,57, 0,6% de contrôles urinaires réalisés chez ces athlètes qui contenaient du tramadol ou ses métabolites. On observe aussi en parallèle une augmentation de la prévalence d'usage de la codéine, qui est aussi un analgésique, un antalgique, un antidouleur important. Et l'ensemble de ces résultats devront être pris en considération par l'Agence mondiale antidopage, puisque, comme vous le savez, mais je vous le répète, notre programme d'interdiction pour raisons médicales prendra fin le 31 décembre 2023, puisqu'à compter du 1er janvier 2024, cette substance sera intégrée dans la liste d'interdiction publiée par l'Agence mondiale antidopage et sera interdite en compétition et recherchée lors de tous les contrôles antidopage. Mesdames, Messieurs, je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci, professeur, pour la qualité de votre travail. On ne sait pas comment nous aurions pu faire si vous n'aviez pas été là, notamment, tout d'abord, pendant toute cette période de Covid, même si vous n'avez pas été embauché pour gérer spécialement le Covid, mais ça a quand même bousculé beaucoup de choses. Et on voit que dans beaucoup de domaines, nous avons été donc très actifs. Nous avons, je pense, une crédibilité au niveau international qui existe, et que beaucoup de sujets qui méritaient des analyses de fond, on l'a vu sur les commotions cérébrales, sur le tramadol et bien d'autres, ont su être traités. Et je crois que les relations avec l'ensemble des parties prenantes du cyclisme professionnel ou amateur ou les fédérations nationales sont de grande qualité. Et on connaît les capacités du professeur Bligard à rendre simple ce qui est compliqué et à rendre compréhensible pour le commun des mortels que nous sommes des sujets médicaux ou scientifiques qui parfois peuvent être un petit peu compliqués. Donc merci à vous de votre implication, docteur. Merci. So now we will move to the next point on the agenda, which is the report on the UCI's integrity policy. And I will be happy to invite Mrs. Anne Gripper, UCI Management Committee member, President of the Integrity Commission, to come to the lectern to present the activities relating to the UCI's integrity program. The floor is yours, Anne.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure and privilege to present to you the report of the Integrity Commission and Program of the UCI. So as we announced in Wollongong last year, our UCI Integrity Program is based on 3 separate pillars. And those pillars can be summarised by the words clean, safe and fair. And those words may have some similarity, but they are different in the way that we treat them as far as integrity goes. So the clean part of our integrity program relates to preventing doping. So it is an extension of our anti-doping program, and I'm really pleased to say that the UCI's relationship with the International Testing Agency to conduct our anti-doping program has been incredibly successful, and personally I think we're in really safe and secure hands with our relationship with the ITA. We're privileged today to have the President of the International Testing Agency, Dr. Forneron, and the CEO, Benjamin Cohen, here with us today, and they will present the second part of the integrity report with a really comprehensive report on our anti-doping. The second pillar for our integrity program is safe. And it's about ensuring that the environment in which everyone participates in cycling feels safe to them, so that everyone feels included, that they are not subject to any harassment or abuse. And it's really important that we continue to create as comfortable and a safe environment as we can. The third pillar is fair. And the fairness component is about respecting the rules of the sport. And in particular, from the Integrity Commission's perspective, it's about preventing technological fraud, but also increasingly focusing on the manipulation of outcomes of events. So that can be through illegal gambling, it can be through collaboration. So that's the third pillar of our integrity program. Each of those pillars has both a preventative approach, so education and running campaigns, and also a response. So if we are aware of integrity breaches, that we have a way of responding. So we're doing our integrity program as 3 different campaigns. So the first campaign we launched was in the spring of last year, and it did focus on anti-doping. So it was really important to inform all our stakeholders of what our anti-doping program was. But particularly it released the concept of the Reveal platform. So the Reveal platform, which we run in conjunction with the International Testing Agency, is a way of anyone being able to report anything that they see that doesn't look right with respect to doping. So for me, having worked in anti-doping, one of the concepts that really made it difficult was an Italian word called the omerta, which is the silence. So nobody was prepared to talk about it. No one knew exactly what was happening. So the Reveal platform is a way for anyone to very easily report anything that doesn't look right as far as doping. It's completely anonymous, and it is a very easy platform to use. So that was our first campaign, which ran last year. We're now up to our second campaign, and it's about the safe part of our integrity program. It is ensuring that everyone can participate in cycling in a safe and inclusive manner. And again, we're encouraging everyone in our cycling community to be part of ensuring that this behaviour doesn't happen. So our campaign is a call to arms. It's saying, don't turn a blind eye, don't turn a deaf ear, don't be silent, speak up. And that's the name of the platform that we have in the UCI. Again, it's anonymous. Anyone, if you see anything that you think is unfair or unreasonable or makes someone feel uncomfortable or is harassment, there's a very easy platform for you to report that behaviour to ensure that we are providing the type of comfortable, safe environment that we want. And I'll just now take a moment to show you a video that complements this campaign.
We at the UCI are committed to keeping cycling safe for all and providing a respectful and equitable environment free from all forms of harassment and abuse. Whether you're an athlete, a coach, an official, an organiser, a staff member, a volunteer or a fan, you can help ensure everyone is safe to ride. This is everyone's responsibility. Are you a witness or a victim? Don't turn a blind eye. Don't turn a deaf ear. Don't stay silent. Let us know and report it on UCI Speak Up, the UCI's online platform, www.uci.org/speakup. Alert us and help us keep cycling safe for all.
So to complement the campaigns, we have a very comprehensive education program as well. And I can't speak highly enough about the impact that the UCI's integrity manager, Ms. Fanny Bellier, has had. So since Fanny joined us in January last year, she's been buzzing around all over the place, providing education sessions on all three pillars of our integrity program. I think she's talked to 1,600 different stakeholders. She's presented not only to athletes, but to coaches, to mechanics, to professional team directors, to commissaires, to UCI staff, to national federations, and to event organisers. So, Fanny, I think we're just very lucky to have you and the organisation that you put into the education component to our integrity program. The other really important part of what we at the Integrity Commission do is ensure that we've got a strong documentary basis for our policies. So we've had the Code of Ethics for some years. The UCI Code of Ethics came into existence in 2015. We then added a really substantial appendix in 2018 which covered harassment and abuse. And that has been a core document. And I realised that during the presentation from Mr. Forchier about the Ethics Commission, there is a little bit of confusion about what the Ethics Commission does and what the Integrity Commission does. And I guess the Code of Ethics is our point of similarity. So the Ethics Commission is one avenue by which issues that arise under our integrity program are resolved. For some cases, we need to put a full case management in place. A file is opened, and the Ethics Commission, which is truly independent, actually manages those cases. This year, just a couple of days ago, we approved at the Management Committee a brand new document which really captures the whole values of the UCI and of cycling. It's called our UCI Safeguarding Policy, and it really sets out the basis on which we will ensure that no matter what part of cycling you participate in, no matter how you participated in it, that you will have a safe and welcoming environment. So that's our brand new safeguarding policy, just approved by the Management Committee 3 days ago. But perhaps more importantly for the people in this room, we also launched a safeguarding toolkit. So this is a really helpful document for any national federations that don't already have a safeguarding policy or way of managing issues. This really, as it says, is a toolkit. It's got templates, it's got suggestions for how you can set up your own safeguarding policy and environment. So really encourage you to have a look at that document and use it in whatever way is going to best help you create the environment in your cycling community, in your country, as you would wish. So safeguarding is our current topic that we're dealing with. And in summary, I would just say, as a call to action for all of you, for you and those that you have impact on in cycling, don't turn a blind eye. Don't turn a deaf ear. Don't be silent, but speak up, because integrity of the sport is in all of our hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. And it's a new commission, I would say, within the UCI, but a so important commission. So thank you for your leadership, and I want also to congratulate Fanny working with you on this topic. So thank you very much for all your efforts. Now we will move to the next point on the agenda, which is point number 22, the report of the International Testing Agency. And I'm very happy that we have today with us the president of the ITA, le Dr. Valérie Fourneron, chair of the ITA Foundation Board, and we have also the Director General. Madame Fourneron, Dr. Fourneron, je vous laisse la parole pour présenter votre rapport.
Cher président de l'Union cycliste internationale, chers membres du comité directeur, chère fédération nationale, je suis très heureuse comme présidente du conseil de fondation de l'International Testing Agency de m'exprimer pour la première fois devant votre congrès, et je remercie le président David Lapartien pour son invitation. L'ITA, comme vous le savez, a encore une jeune histoire. Créée en 2018 après l'affaire russe, notre principale mission est de délivrer les programmes antidopage des organisateurs de grandes manifestations et des fédérations internationales en toute indépendance. Le mouvement olympique a en effet unanimement décidé d'œuvrer en vue de supprimer les conflits d'intérêts, réels ou perçus, qui peuvent apparaître lorsque l'organisateur ou le régulateur du sport doit également gérer la délivrance du programme de lutte contre le dopage et les sanctions qui en découlent. En créant l'ITA, nous souhaitions aussi mutualiser les expertises pour délivrer pour la communauté sportive internationale des programmes antidopage en pleine conformité avec un code mondial et ses standards toujours plus complexes, et en particulier avec sa liste de substances et méthodes prohibées arrêtées annuellement par le régulateur, l'Agence mondiale antidopage. L'ITA vient donc tout juste de célébrer son 5e anniversaire et le conseil de fondation que je préside d'arrêter un plan stratégique ambitieux pour la période 2023-2026. C'est donc avec détermination que nous collaborons avec vous, vous tous, pour un sport propre. Au cours de l'année écoulée, l'ITA a mené des programmes antidopage indépendants pour plus de 60 fédérations internationales et partenaires de grandes manifestations, ce qui a permis de collecter plus de 37 000 échantillons. Vous avez à l'écran l'ensemble des détails chiffrés sur ce slide. In competition, out of competition, le passeport, les AUT, l'éducation, la formation des international DCOs. En outre, l'ITA a examiné et enquêté avec diligence sur plus de 550 violations potentielles des règles antidopage. Avec ses volumes opérationnels et une équipe dédiée et dévouée de plus de 100 collaborateurs internationaux, l'ITA est devenu le plus grand organisme de mise en œuvre de programmes de sport propres à l'échelle internationale. Parmi ces fédérations internationales, l'UCI est sans aucun doute la plus engagée. Par votre décision, Monsieur le Président Lapartien, avec le soutien des familles du cyclisme, d'aller au-delà de la CADF et de déléguer depuis le 1er janvier 2021 la majeure partie du programme antidopage de l'UCI à l'ITA, vous avez montré votre détermination à prendre à bras le corps ce fléau pour garantir l'intégrité du cyclisme et la santé de vos athlètes. L'UCI est même allé plus loin avec sa no-needle policy, l'interdiction du tramadol en compétition pour raisons médicales, comme cela vient d'être rappelé, jusqu'à fin 2023, et son rôle a été essentiel avec le MPCC pour introduire les injections en compétition de corticoïdes dans la liste des interdictions de l'Agence mondiale antidopage. 2022 a marqué la 2e année depuis que l'UCI a délégué son programme antidopage à l'ITA ce dont je suis très fier. L'intégration du programme au sein de l'ITA a été finalisée avec succès et nous tirons bénéfice des synergies qui avaient été présentées à l'UCI et se matérialisent aujourd'hui à travers des interactions renforcées entre les différents départements, dont celui des contrôles, des sciences, des renseignements et investigations, ce dernier s'étant fortement développé au cours de l'année dernière. L'augmentation significative de 35% répartie sur 2 ans des contributions financières convenues en 2022 pour renforcer le programme antidopage au niveau du cyclisme professionnel sur route masculin est essentielle pour renforcer la crédibilité auprès de la communauté et du grand public. Nous remercions l'UCI et les familles du vélo pour la confiance témoignée, les efforts consentis et les assurons de notre total engagement dans cette mission. Le nombre de contrôles réalisés en 2022 a quant à lui augmenté par rapport à 2021 en prenant en compte la baisse des annulations des compétitions internationales grâce à l'amélioration heureusement sanitaire face au Covid. Et je tiens aussi à souligner le renforcement constant du programme antidopage au niveau des pro-séries et tout particulièrement du Women's World Tour. Le succès du Tour de France féminin encore cette année est le parfait exemple de l'attention croissante pour cette discipline. Je suis enfin fier d'affirmer devant vous que la qualité du programme antidopage du cyclisme a été saluée par l'Agence mondiale antidopage dans son audit de conformité et que les actions correctives de cet audit réalisé fin 2021 ont été closes avec succès l'année dernière. Oui, la lutte antidopage progresse en permanence. Elle est de plus en plus intelligente, s'appuie de plus en plus sur les investigations, les enquêtes, le suivi des résultats analytiques, des passeports biologiques de l'athlète, le ciblage des contrôles tout au long de l'année. Cela implique aussi une expertise accrue avec des personnes spécialisées dans leur domaine de compétences. Et oui, elle est de ce fait de plus en plus coûteuse. Comme évoqué précédemment, la hausse des contributions se matérialise par une augmentation progressive sur 2 ans du budget alloué au cyclisme de 7 millions à 9,5 millions de francs suisses. La stratégie de l'ITA pour utiliser... petit problème, hop, ça passe pas très bien. Problem with the slide. No slide. No slide. La stratégie de l'ITA pour utiliser les fonds supplémentaires dans les années à venir, arrêtée d'un commun accord, viendra compléter votre programme, déjà reconnu au niveau international comme l'un des plus robustes. Bien qu'il soit basé dès aujourd'hui sur un travail d'intelligence poussé, les informations provenant des données analytiques ou du passeport de l'athlète, les indicateurs de performance et d'autres sources, l'intensification des efforts dans le domaine des investigations a été clairement identifiée comme la principale priorité. En outre, une plus grande capacité à conserver et à réanalyser les échantillons jusqu'à 10 ans après le prélèvement prolonge la capacité de l'ITA à détecter les violations des règles antidopage et constitue une forme efficace de dissuasion. Le financement supplémentaire a déjà permis le recrutement de personnel spécialisé et permettra d'investir dans des plateformes, des outils informatiques supplémentaires essentiellement dédiés à l'analyse des données. J'essaye. Toujours pas de succès avec mes slides, c'est pas grave. Alors que le volume d'échantillons prélevés en 2022 est revenu à la normale, on s'approche en 2022 des 14 000 échantillons dans le vélo, proche du volume d'avant Covid. Ce volume sera plus important en 2023. L'UCI est d'ailleurs aujourd'hui la fédération internationale qui prélève le plus d'échantillons dans le cadre du passeport biologique hématologique. Je suis revenu. OK. Ah non, 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 non. désolé, ce film devait clore mon propos, mais ce n'est pas grave. On va le reprendre. L'UCI est donc aujourd'hui la fédération internationale qui prélève le plus d'échantillons dans le cadre du passeport biologique hématologique de l'athlète, ce qui représente jusqu'à 20% du volume total dans le monde. Mais au-delà de l'aspect quantitatif, tous les contrôles réalisés par l'ITA aujourd'hui sont ciblés et n'ont plus rien d'aléatoire. Avant de conclure, je veux réaffirmer que mon équipe, sous la direction de Benjamin Cohen, s'engage à renforcer le programme antidopage selon le plan établi. Même si l'augmentation actuelle du budget se concentre sur le cyclisme professionnel sur route masculin, l'ITA et l'UCI s'efforceront également d'améliorer leurs efforts en matière de sport propre dans d'autres disciplines cyclistes, chacune ayant ses propres spécificités en matière d'approche antidopage. Un rapport en ce sens a été envoyé à l'UCI afin de présenter les possibles options en matière de renforcement. Comme vous, j'entends les interrogations, les suspicions, dès qu'une performance est exceptionnelle. Nous l'avons constaté sur le Tour de France il y a quelques semaines. Comme vous, je constate que quand dans le même temps un record du monde dans un autre sport individuel tombe, il n'y a absolument pas la même réaction de défiance. L'histoire du vélo continue à peser. Notre meilleure réponse, tout en faisant preuve d'humilité, est d'être toujours plus performants ensemble, plus mobilisés comme nous le sommes, pour montrer que le cyclisme a su tourner la page. C'est ce que nous voulons tous pour ce sport le plus populaire que nous aimons. Nous continuerons d'œuvrer sans relâche à l'occasion de ces championnats du monde qui s'ouvrent ici en Écosse et tout au long de l'année pour vos événements, aux quatre coins du monde et bien sûr pour la préparation des Jeux olympiques et paralympiques de Paris 2024. Bon championnat du monde, toutes vos disciplines vont porter haut les couleurs du vélo. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Fornéon. Thank you very much. It's, of course, a very important topic for cycling. I always say that credibility has no price, but it has a cost. And for us, it's close to 10 million, but that's the price, I would say, on the cost of the credibility. And I'm very happy that together with the stakeholders, teams, organizers, riders, both men and women, and of course the UCI itself, we've been able to increase significantly, as reported by Dr. Fornéon, the contribution to the ITA. We are clearly the leading international federation. We are the sport of anti-doping worldwide, and we must continue, because the war will never end against doping, and we must continue to fight to ensure a clean sport. This is our common mission, and we are very happy that since 2021, we have, of course, we are working with the ITA, and I want Dr. Fornéon also to thank your General Director and all the staff from the ITA. They are working in a really professional way. They continue to improve the fight against doping. You know that we have been always in the front bench when it comes to modifications or propositions to ensure that we will ride for clean sport, like the one we've done for tramadol. We had a report from Professor Bigard, and we are very happy that our request to have tramadol in the forbidden list will be a reality at the 1st of January 2024, and we've done a lot also before. So we'll continue, and you have also now a strong expertise for investigation with strong investigators at the ITA, which is really great, because we know that the network in doping are not only located in cycling, they are for all the sports, and it's important to work together. So thank you very much to the ITA. So now we will move to the point number 23, which is the UCI Merit Awards, and I will move to the lectern. So to achieve my missions as UCI president, I rely on the support and commitment of many people worldwide. Every day, I have the privilege of collaborating with members of the cycling family who work so hard for cycling. Whether they are athletes, working in governance, or simply promoting the bicycle, they all have a vital part to play in the development of our sport. Today, it's my great pleasure to pay tribute to some of these people who have truly made a difference to the sport of cycling. And you know, every year, the UCI Management Committee can award 5 UCI merits. And this is the highest level of distinction in the UCI, and it's only a distinction that we can award during the UCI Congress. And when I was elected also, I said, look, it could be nice to also pay tribute to very, very strong athletes who, with their career, were clearly an example for many generations behind. And we are here in Scotland, and you will, of course, discover immediately the athletes that who we want to recognize and to pay tribute, but I will invite you to first look at the video.
Every sport has stars who are an inspiration to people the world over. Cycling has Scotland's own Sir Chris Hoy. As a youngster, Chris Hoy was an all-round sportsman who played school rugby and represented Scotland in rowing. His career on 2 wheels started in BMX racing, where he enjoyed considerable success before discovering other disciplines, and eventually track cycling. He never looked back. His first UCI World Championships medal, silver in the team sprint in 1999, launched a career that has been matched by few. 11-time UCI World Champion and 6-time Olympic gold medalist, Hoy achieved great things in cycling, but also for cycling. He raced in sold-out velodromes, inspiring the young and the old, and enabling us all to dream. Since his retirement 10 years ago, Chris Hoy has continued to share his passion as an author, public speaker, and media personality. He genuinely wants everyone to get the most they can out of cycling or whatever activity they choose to undertake. The UCI Cycling World Championships could not have hoped for a more charismatic and enthusiastic ambassador, and it is fitting that next week, our 2023 UCI World Champions for Track and Paracycling Track will be crowned in the magnificent velodrome bearing his name. It is an honour to award Sir Chris Hoy with the UCI Merit.
Sorry. It's my privilege to welcome on stage Sir Chris Hoy.
So much.
Thank you.
Surprise.
Yeah, that's why we wanted that all prize.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you. I think, first of all, I have to apologize. I'm a little bit underdressed for the occasion. This is a complete surprise. So I've been working this morning, doing various media and TV and radio to promote the World Championships. So, yeah, I just dashed over to see what was happening over here. And Mr. President, thank you so much for this incredible honor. I'm so proud that the World Championships are here in my home country, and we welcome you all to Scotland. I hope you're having a great time so far. I think this is going to be the most incredible World Championships, and we're very honored to be hosting the first combined championships. And I think before I delay your day any further, I'd just like to thank the people who really made it happen for me, the volunteers, the people who worked at Meadowbank Velodrome, who put on the track league there week in, week out, who ran the clubs, who weren't being paid. It was their passion, and without their support and their help, I wouldn't be receiving this UCI Merit Award. So thank you so much. Have a great time in Glasgow, and hope to see you all soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
That's
Chris.
wonderful.
And thank you very much, because you brought to cycling so many emotions. I was, I've been many times in the velodrome. Of course, as president of the French Federation, I was always afraid to see you on the track, because I said maybe it's our medals that will go away with Chris. But it was so nice to see you. Can you imagine? 6-time gold medalist in the Olympic Games. Of course, with 11 world titles. And always nice to see you in a very clever way, and always fair to cycling. And what is nice to see also is after your career, you stay within cycling. And you are a wonderful ambassador when we can hear you on radio, on TV, and more specifically here. That's great. And I had to find 5 minutes in his agenda, because he's on live TV during all the duration of the event. But I said, look, you have to bring Chris here. Don't explain to him why, but he has to come 5 minutes. So thank you very much that you took the time to join the UCI Congress. And thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Chris.
Have a great time.
Thank you.
We'll see you
Thank
again
you.
soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chris. And the second person I mentioned today is a respected and energetic member of the cycling family, who has been serving our sport since his retirement from competition. Let's have a look on the video.
Ancien cycliste professionnel sur route, organisateur d'événements et personnalité dirigeante du cyclisme, Rocco Cataneo contribue au développement de notre sport depuis de nombreuses années. Champion de Suisse junior en 1976, il a participé à quelques-unes des courses les plus prestigieuses du monde, notamment au Championnat du monde route UCI, au Giro d'Italia, au Tour de Suisse et au Tour de Romandie. Son retrait de la compétition n'a pas mis fin au lien étroit de Rocco Cataneo avec le cyclisme. Il a été membre du comité directeur de Swiss Cycling pendant 2 mandats avant d'être élu au comité directeur de l'UCI pour la première fois en 2001. Il a siégé pendant 8 ans au Conseil du cyclisme professionnel et a été vice-président de l'Union européenne de cyclisme avant de remplacer David Lapartien à la présidence de cette dernière en septembre 2017, fonction qu'il a occupée pendant 3 ans et demi. Soucieux de redonner au sport et à ses athlètes ce qu'il avait lui-même reçu, Rocco Cataneo a été président du comité d'organisation de 2 championnats du monde UCI organisés dans la ville suisse de Lugano, pour la route en 1996 et pour le mountain bike et le trial en 2003. En tant que membre du Parlement national suisse, il ne manque jamais une occasion de défendre le sport, en particulier le cyclisme. Il est par ailleurs vice-président du conseil de fondation du Centre mondial du cyclisme UCI et reste un membre apprécié du comité directeur de l'UCI. C'est un plaisir de lui décerner le mérite UCI.
Félicitations. Félicitations, cher Rocco. C'est bien mérité. Voilà un homme qui défend le vélo depuis de très très nombreuses années, qui continue de le défendre et qui, demain, sera au départ du Grand Fondo. Donc, il fait du vélo et il y va pour gagner en plus, vous le connaissez, on verra bien. Mais il faut savoir que Rocco Cataneo roule tous les matins à 6 heures. Je ne suis pas convaincu que nous roulions tous les matins à 6 heures. Donc, bravo et félicitations. Et puis encore de nombreuses années à servir le vélo, Rocco.
Moi, chers amis du cyclisme, cher président, alors c'est vraiment une vraie surprise pour moi. Et je dois dire une chose, ce n'était pas prévu demain de rouler sur le Grand Fondo. C'est mon président qui a dit « Rocco, tu dois rouler cette année le Grand Fondo, je n'ai même pas ici mon vélo, il m'a organisé un vélo. J'ai dû organiser aussi les tricots de ma fédération nationale. Et voilà, demain, c'est une surprise pour moi. Ça va être une grande joie de pouvoir rouler dans cette très belle manifestation. Et je dis que je suis vraiment très surpris, mais disons, mon engagement en faveur de notre sport ne se termine pas ici. Ça, c'est un encouragement. Je veux encore être à disposition et mettre ma passion au service de notre magnifique sport. Merci beaucoup pour l'honneur.
Merci. Merci, Rocco. And just 2 years before the first UCI Road World Championships in Africa, we reward someone who has been promoting cycling on the continent for many years. Let's have a look at the video.
Comme président de la Fédération ivoirienne de cyclisme depuis 2013, Yao Jean-Marie Alakwame œuvre depuis 10 ans en faveur du développement de notre sport et de la progression de ses athlètes. L'une de ses réalisations majeures a été de faire renaître le Tour national de son pays en 2013, sous le nouveau nom de Tour de Côte d'Ivoire, Tour de la Réconciliation. Organisée pour la première fois en 1953, cette course n'a pas eu lieu tous les ans et a même complètement disparu en 1998. Cela aurait pu être la fin d'un chapitre de l'histoire du cyclisme. Mais c'était sans compter sur la vision et la détermination de Yao Jean-Marie Alakwame, convaincu que le cyclisme pouvait faire tomber les barrières et unir une population divisée. La course internationale par étapes est désormais un événement phare dans un pays qui a également accueilli les épreuves cyclistes des Jeux de la francophonie en 2017. L'équipe nationale de Côte d'Ivoire est présente dans tous les événements organisés dans la région de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et le calendrier national ivoirien est riche en compétitions dans différentes disciplines. Des efforts sont actuellement entrepris pour développer la plus récente discipline olympique du cyclisme, le BMX Freestyle. En tant que vice-président de la Confédération africaine de cyclisme, Yao Jean-Marie Alakwame est également très impliqué dans la promotion du cyclisme sur l'ensemble du continent africain. Sa vision, son engagement et son travail acharné font de lui un digne et honorable lauréat du mérite UCI.
Je voudrais, heureusement que j'ai le cœur bien arrimé, autrement j'aurais eu une crise cardiaque. Je ne m'attendais pas du tout à cette distinction. Je voudrais vraiment dire merci au président Lapartien, à toute son équipe, qui a pensé qu'en me distinguant, on faisait en même temps la promotion du sport, du cyclisme en Afrique. C'est vrai, nous sommes une petite fédération. Nous essayons au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire de mettre l'accent sur le développement du cyclisme. En plus du cyclisme sur route, nous faisons également du BMX, comme cela a été dit. Et puis, en tant que vice-président de la Confédération africaine de cyclisme, nous essayons de tirer tous les autres pays africains vers le haut pour atteindre le stade des pays nord-africains. En tout cas, je suis très content de cette distinction. Et puis, je crois que le flambeau qu'on essaie de tenir, on va continuer de le tenir jusqu'au bout. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Et merci à toi. Merci bien. The next UCI merit goes to somebody who is committed to cycling and its development worldwide, and to women in the sport, and more specifically, in the Pan-American continent and in South America.
When Sonia Gregoria Ramos Acuna was a young cyclist, she never imagined she would one day be at the head of her national cycling federation in Bolivia. But her love of the sport and commitment to its development led her down that path. After enjoying success as an athlete at departmental and national level, Sonia Ramos took a few years out from cycling before being drawn back as an official, then in its administration. Starting as a delegate for her local club in Potosi, she quickly became a key figure in the city and the wider department of Potosi. Elected president of the Municipal Association of Potosi Cycling, she founded its Mountain Bike Commission in 1996. Following the growth of cycling in Potosi and the success of its athletes at national level, she was elected president of the Departmental Cycling Association of Potosi. Always ready to help, and in particular to develop women's cycling, she was elected president of Bolivia's National Cycling Federation in July 2018. A valued member of the UCI Management Committee since 2021, Sonia Ramos is also a member of the UCI Solidarity and Emerging Cycling Nations Commission, as well as the Cycling for All and Sustainability Commission. It is an immense pleasure to award her with the UCI Merit.
Buenas tardes, amigos, amigas, señor presidente. Un reconocimiento para mí muy grande. Solo llegar a un congreso de esta naturaleza para mí es un terrible honor. Llegar a contribuir en mi país al ciclismo boliviano también es un honor. Creo yo que ser dirigente del ciclismo no solamente es hacer campeones en el ciclismo, en el deporte, sino también cumplir una labor social de hacer niños, niñas, seres humanos que sirvan a la sociedad y que no sean una carga social. Desde que asumí mi función de dirigente, trabajé en eso, para cumplir ese servicio social. Porque aprendí que uno debe vivir no para servirse de la vida, sino para servir a la vida. Y señor presidente, yo estoy realmente muy orgullosa de estar a su lado, de contribuir con todo el trabajo que usted está realizando. Lo tengo a usted como un ejemplo, veo su trabajo a diario, su compromiso, su pasión para que el ciclismo en el mundo entero sea uno de los mejores deportes. Muchas gracias por este reconocimiento, a usted, a los amigos del comité director, y también me permito agradecer a Amina, que también aprendo mucho de ella. Hace rato yo lo decía que en la lengua que nosotros hablamos en Potosí, que es mi ciudad, que es el quechua, supermujer significa sumacuarmi. Entonces, Amina es Sumaguarmi, y las mujeres que están acá representando al ciclismo mundial también para mí son Sumaguarmis. Muchas gracias. Presidente.
Muchas gracias, Sonia. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. And now we will move to the last one. And for the first time ever, the UCI Management Committee has decided to award the UCI Merit to a group of people who can teach us all a lesson when it comes to bravery and positive attitude.
Determination, strength, and the ability to bounce back from adversity are necessary traits for any competitive cyclist. The young female athletes, who the UCI helped evacuate from Afghanistan 2 years ago, possess all these characteristics, and not only on the bike. These brave young women were rescued from danger after the Taliban took over Kabul in 2021. After a complicated and delicate operation, they were welcomed by different host countries, including Switzerland. But the evacuation was more than just getting to safety. It was a sudden and dramatic U-turn in their lives. They left their families, their friends, their homes, and all that was familiar to them, to face a new life, a different culture, and a language they did not understand. It was an upheaval that most of us cannot even imagine. However, they found the strength to cope and embrace the opportunities available in their different host countries. They are studying, learning new languages, and riding their bikes in safety. Our sport of cycling has enabled them to experience incredible moments of solidarity and unity. The 2022 Women's Road Championships of Afghanistan, held at the UCI headquarters in Switzerland, were a fantastic and poignant demonstration of these women's courage. All 50 participants were winners, and to witness this event was a humbling experience. They are a source of inspiration and hope to all women in Afghanistan, and an example to us all. It is an honor to award them the UCI Merit.
This UCI Merit goes to the Afghan women, and I'm pleased to welcome here today 10 of them: Masoma Alizada, Zara Alizada, Benafsha Faizi, Fariba Hashimi, Yuldoz Hashimi, Waida Hussaini, Amini Arefa, Zara Rezaye, Mina Mohammadi, et Frozan Rosli. They will also, for most of them, take part in this UCI World Championship, whether in the Afghan national team or in the UCI refugee team. So for us, it's also to pay tribute to all the ladies and the women ladies, and it's also a message of hope for the ladies still in Afghanistan. I don't know to who.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So I was not thinking I will find the opportunity to speak. I'm not prepared, but I'm really happy and thankful to Mr. David Lapartia and all the team who really support Team Afghanistan, and as well women of Afghanistan who really needs to be supported at this difficult time. We're really and honestly grateful for this award, and I'm just happy to be here. It's sorry that I can't properly speak, but I'm very happy, and thank you so much for this merit.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. And we know how difficult it has been for you. Also, some time to leave your family, brothers, sisters, mother, father, who for some of you are still in Afghanistan. We try to do our best. Some of you were refugees before the Taliban took over the country. Most of you came during this event and with the efforts that we've pushed at the UCI. But we thought it was good also to deliver this message today in front of the UCI Congress. I know that you still have the passion for cycling. The World Cycling Center is still behind you. We will still help you. Some of you will take part tomorrow in the Grand Fondo for the 160K. Some of you will take part in an individual time trial, in the time trial of the Grand Fondo, or even other disciplines. That's great. And we have 10 athletes in the Afghanistan national team and 3 Afghan ladies also in the refugee team. So Afghanistan is with us, and this is this message of hope that we wanted to deliver. Thank you very much to all of you, and have a nice race. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And see you tomorrow in the route. So now we will move to the next point, which is the UCI World Championships Awards. Today, I'm very pleased to announce future host of the UCI World Championships for different disciplines. The UCI World Championships, a pinnacle of cycling excellence, continue to inspire, to captivate audiences worldwide, showcasing finest athletes pushing their limits to claim victory. Whatever the discipline, the UCI World Championships produce emotional and unforgettable memories. This momentous occasion marks a celebration of our shared passion for cycling and the continued growth of this incredible sport. The award ceremony is a very special moment for athletes, teams, and national federations. But it is not just about the race participants. The UCI World Championships are more than just competitions. They represent an opportunity for their host countries to showcase their unique attributes and leave a lasting legacy in the world of cycling. In return, the UCI World Championships create enormous benefits for the host. In Flanders, in 2021, more than 1 million spectators lined the roads at the 2021 UCI Road World Championships. 100,000 of them were international visitors. Last year, in Wollongong, the 2022 UCI Road World Championships created 35.6 million euro of gross added value for the Wollongong region of Australia. Of course, the benefits also apply to the UCI World Championships for other disciplines. For example, the 2021 UCI Mountain Bike World Championships created 6 million euros in gross added value for the Val di Sole region in Italy. Also, 145 million television viewers watched the 2022 UCI Track World Championships in Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines in France. Our UCI World Championships are an excellent economic development tool, and we work forward for the coming events. Today, I will announce, after the approval of my colleagues from the UCI Management Committee, 14 locations hosting the UCI World Championships that have been awarded by the UCI Management Committee since our last Congress in Wollongong. Let's start with the first one, which is the 2023 UCI Pump Track World Championships. So now, the 2023 UCI Pump Track World Championships will go to Neuquén in Argentina. And before I welcome on stage Gabriel Corrochet, the president of the Argentinian Cycling Federation, together with José Manuel Peláez, president of the Copachi, let's have a small look on the video. No. So, Pepe and Gabriel. Where is Gabriel? Ah. Now we will move to the second one, which is the 2024 UCI Mountain Bike Eliminator World Championships. I invite on stage Mr. Martin Wolf, General Secretary of the German Cycling Federation, and Bernd Donkowski, who is the Vice President of the National Federation, together with Enrico Della Casa, President of the UEC. Good stuff. Thank you very much to Germany. Now we will move to the next one. Et je vais parler en français. I will speak in French. C'est le championnat du monde de snowbike 2024. Sorry, that's the problem to be on live. We have 2 awards for Germany. Just wanted to be sure that you followed the Congress, not me. So that's why they had 2 jerseys. So sorry for that. So welcome to Bremen in Germany, and thank you for our friends. So now we will move to the next one, which is the UCI Snowbike World Championships. Alors j'ai le plaisir d'accueillir M. Marcel Sadier, président du conseil départemental de la Haute-Savoie, et M. Michel Callot, président de la Fédération française de cyclisme, avec Enrico Della Casa, président de l'Union européenne de cyclisme. And no need to say that in 2027, we will also be back in Haute-Savoie for the UCI Global, I would say, World Championships. So now let's move to the 2025 and 2026 UCI Masters Cyclocross World Championships. So we will go to Varese in Italy, and I will invite Renzo Oldani, president of the Società Ciclista Alfredo Binda, together with the president of the Italian Cycling Federation. I don't know if the president is still with us, or is Cordiano Dagnoni? Cordiano, yes. And Enrico Della Casa. So let's move to the next one, which is the 2025 and 2026 UCI Urban World Championships. Congratulations to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and I will invite Mr. Abdullah Al-Watlan, President of the Saudi Arabian Cycling Federation, Mr. Rim Al-Sayeh, International Relations Coordinator, and Abdulaziz Al-Kuwatim, Saudi National Team Coordinator, on stage. Thank you very much. Let's move with the 2026 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships. So it will go to Huntsville in the US. So I will welcome on stage Mr. Brendan Quirk, CEO and President of USA Cycling, and Jan Lawless, Director of US Paracycling, on stage together with José Manuel Pérez. Now we will move with the 2026 UCI Junior Track World Championships. Congratulations to Euston Zolder in Belgium, and I will invite Mr. Tom van Dam, President of the Belgium Cycling Federation, on stage together with Enrico Della Casa. Let's move now to the 2026 and 2027 UCI Masters Mountain Bike World Championships. And I will welcome on stage Mr. German Perez Parra, the General Secretary of the Chile Cycling Federation, together with Pepe Pérez. I haven't seen German Perez today. See Chile. Is there somebody from Chile? No, they were with us this morning. Okay, so we'll give them this. Sorry, Pepe. So let's move to the next one, which is the 2028 UCI Mountain Bike Marathon World Championships. So we'll be in Cape Town, South Africa, and I will invite Mr. Kondisa Ngweya, President of the Cycling South Africa, and Siska Duplessis Austin, Brand and Business Development Manager of Cycling South Africa and former President of Cycling South Africa, on stage. Let's move to 2028 UCI Gravel World Championships. Will join the beautiful landscape of Alula, Saudi Arabia. So I will invite the president of the Saudi Arabian Cycling Federation, the international relations coordinator, and the national team coordinator on stage. Let's move to the 2028 UCI BMX World Championships.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So thank you to Houston, United States. We're supposed to be in Houston during the COVID time, and so we had to postpone, and we are very happy to be back in Houston, United States, the year of the Olympic Games in Los Angeles, and I'm pleased to invite Mr. Chris Massive, Vice President of the Harris County Houston Sport Authorities, together with Brendan Quick, the President and CEO of USA Cycling, together with José Manuel Pérez. Now let's move to the last two ceremonies. The first one is the 2029 UCI Track World Championships. So thank you to Abu Dhabi in this new wonderful velodrome that we will have in this United Arab Emirates. So I'm pleased to welcome on stage Mr. Aref Al-Awani, General Secretary of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, together with Mr. Mansour Juma Bouassaiba, President of the UCI Cycling Federation. And we'll move to the last one, which is the UCI Road World Championships 2028.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So we will go in Abu Dhabi, in a very wonderful city. Of course, 2027 will be probably the hardest one we have with Salange. And this one will be more for sprinters, which is great, because we also believe that in cycling, each type of riders must have the opportunity, one time in their career, to become world champion. So we'll be in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, and I'm pleased to invite once again, Mr. Aref Al-Awani, General Secretary of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, and Mr. Mansour Juma Bousaiba, President of the UAE Cycling Federation. Thank you both. So this was the last point for the award for the UCI World Championships. After we'll move to the last point, which is the open questions. Of course, I just want to say a few words about the UCI World Championships. As you know, it's so important for the athletes, so important for the UCI, so important for our national federations. So I want just to congratulate all our national federations, because we always want to go through our national federations for bid for the national, for a world championship. It's clearly important for us, and the vision we had was clearly to award the championships at least 5 years in advance, as I mentioned during my speech, or potentially 6, 7 years in advance. This is where we are today. So we have this long-term vision at the UCI, which is great for the national federation, which is great for the athletes, which is also great, of course, I look at Rocco Cataneo, for the resources of the, and the finance of the UCI, but also because we need to have this long-term vision. So thank you to all the cities, all the municipalities, all the countries, all the national federations involved. And I also know it's a huge amount of work for my team, more specifically the UCI Sports Department, but also our UCI Director General on this, to check all the points in the contract and everything. So today we have the nice part, which is the award ceremony, but in between we have also, we always try to work with the organizers in a very good spirit, which is to work together and to find the best way, as we've done here. And before I come back to my seat, you were probably with some of you last year in Wollongong. You remember we awarded the famous 2027 UCI Global World Championship, the same as this one. And we had a surprise. I don't know if you remember this surprise with this guy, amazing guy, playing with the accordéoniste, you know, with Étoile des Neiges, which is a famous French thing. But they are back. They are back today. And they said, look, we are in Scotland. Of course, we will not come with a French song. So they want to join us on stage for a small thing, I would say. And Pat McQuaid is always ready to sing, you know, together with Alastair McLennan. So we will be happy to have this Scottish music coming from Guy from Haute-Savoie. So I will welcome them on stage. And you can sing, huh? It's not forbidden. Congratulations. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Thank you very much. And I'm just afraid they will be with us until 2027. So let's see next year in Zurich what will be. You have 1 year to think about what you will prepare for next year. And sure, you will see them also during this UCI World Championships. Now I will come back to my seat. So let's move to the last point before the closing of the Congress, which is the questions and propositions coming from national federations. So I will now open the floor to the national federations. Please raise your hand, and we will ask you to give, we already have, it's my friend from Africa behind. He even jumped before I asked the floor, but we have one behind, and then after we have Benin, we have Nigeria. So, yes. I don't know, do you have a microphone? So please introduce yourself and the country you represent.
Thank you very much, President. As time running, I was going to ask a question. My name is Amonge Mahaba, President Uganda Cycling Association. I had a big question, but in the long run, it came to change the question. Because what I've seen, I was going to ask about the women in Africa, but I've seen the women a refugee. My question was simple. What are you going to do with African women riding ordinary bike in Africa? But if we forget that, about the time. Mr. President, we are here in Glasgow. It is good to say word of thanks to the United Kingdom, the Scots government. It hasn't been there before to obtain visas, especially in Africa. This is the first ever time to see UCI in conjunction with the British government to see how we can come here. So some of us did not come, but at least better than it was. That's one. I thank the people of the Glasgow. This is my second time to come here. I was in the last Commonwealth. When I see Brian Coxon, you are together, I been appreciate the work you are doing because I see you sitting with Brian Coxon. Then, Mr. President, Africa, I can't leave this without a word of thanks. Dr. Wagiru Azam, when the president of the British Cycling gave him a speech, he said he was a commissar. And then also Azam was a commissar. He has been serving cycling for a long time. So let's bring our hands closer to thank Dr. Azam and the JP for the good work. Others couldn't be here. Now the National Federation of Africa. Why am I talking Africa? I've been in cycling since the early 60s. When we look where we come from and where we are, now Africa, when you look at Eritrea, when you look at Rwanda, when you look at Ghana, when you look at South Africa, Mr. President, I appreciate your work and your executive for the good work in the cycling. Because I'm not the only man to give the speak, there's somebody of my college, allow me, when I'm not coming back, but I don't want you to ask many questions.
Thank you very much. The high-profile dignitaries, especially on the other high table, the heavyweight federation delegates from different authorities, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, but my proposal or my suggestion is about looking at the different perspectives. When you see some projects as per, let's say, in different areas, like Confederation of African Cycling, like the other block in Australia, like another block in the different respective countries, we would see that there are some projects which are cross-cutting. Cross-cutting in a sense that they move in sustainable development, they go in integrity, they go in health. The list is endless, it's a cocktail of things. Then they go for income, giving the streams of income to the UCI. So I was proposing, we have the new kid on the block, and this new kid is saving the rhythms of the Nile. Can't we in Africa, together with you from benchmarking, from our good brothers who have moved ahead of us, move toward the Nile, which is a source of income for various things. It is a heresy. It will promote cycling in Africa and beyond. I suggest if we could move and elevate the toward the Nile from CAC up to UCI level, so that the UCI level could give a parental advice on technical, on resource mobilization, on guidance. The list is endless. Thank you. I remain Mukundani Albert, an African poet. And I've been writing about the rhythms of the Nile. I've been writing about the podium. I've been writing about where are the happy athletes. I've been writing. I will be there in Glasgow. The list is endless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, in fact, different questions in the two speeches. The first was about the visa and your welcome here, and I want also to thank Rose and all the team and the 2023 Glasgow team. They've done a really great job to help many national federations. We had a lot of sessions in order to help you in different languages to secure your visa, and that's probably why today we have 151 countries. We know that for some of them it has not been possible, but sometimes for specific reasons or because they apply a little bit late. But otherwise, our UCI team, together with the Glasgow team, with UK Sport, they have been very helpful to us to secure your visas, which is great, and we'll continue to work in this way. Of course, Africa is a big part of the future of UCI. As you know, now we have 54 national federations affiliated to the UCI in Africa. That means 100% of the countries in Africa have a cycling federation affiliated to the UCI. It's great. And cycling is booming in Africa, and we can see that. And in 2 years' time, we'll go to Kigali, Rwanda, for the first time ever in our history, for the UCI World Championships and for the UCI Congress, also the first time to have our UCI Congress in Africa. It was necessary for us to come to Africa. Africa, cycling is booming. You have really top athletes. It was just a shame that probably the best athlete had a crash last week, Bien Guillemet, and will not be able to compete here, because sure, he would have been one of the top riders to win. But I'm sure that we will not wait very long to see the first ever UCI Elite Road World Championships, whether for both men and women. And as you mentioned, we also have a strong solidarity program that can be used also for the Tour of the Nile and many other events for the Continental Championships, but also to what we are doing with our satellite center in Pearl, or what is presented by Jacques Landry about the African 2025, with the goal that we have to have the championship in Africa, but the championship for Africa. For the African riders to be at the start, but also to be at the end and potentially in the podium, and why not with the world champion jersey. So this is what we want for Africa, and we'll continue to push, we'll continue to enlarge our support, whether it's technical support, whether it's financial support, and the support that has been decided by the UCI Management Committee to Africa for the next 3 years will be even stronger than the one we had over the past 3 years. So thank you. I will now pass the floor. Je vais passer la parole à Monsieur Romuald Azouzet, le président de la Fédération cycliste du Bénin. Alors, Romuald, voilà. On va te passer le micro.
Oui, je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je veux juste apporter une contribution à tout ce qui s'est passé pour l'accréditation. Vous avez une plateforme qui s'appelle Get Your Events, qui n'est pas du tout pratique pour les accréditations, parce que normalement, quand on rentre dans une plateforme comme Get Event, on doit pouvoir accréditer facilement les gens. Mais je vous assure, j'ai 20 ans de pratique informatique, je ne suis pas arrivé. Je suis arrivé grâce à votre équipe, grâce à Marc Saint, et puis d'autres qui m'y ont aidé. Donc il y a une grande amélioration à faire pour cette plateforme, parce que je vous assure que nous, on sera au championnat du monde à Kigali en force, parce qu'on se prépare pour cela. Parce que nous n'avons pas envie de ridiculiser nos coureurs, nous n'avons pas envie de les détruire mentalement. Nous les préparons pour pouvoir être au moins dans le peloton et au moins fini, parce que nous connaissons bien sûr l'avantage que l'Occident et les autres pays ont sur nous, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de courses en Occident. Il n'y en a pas beaucoup chez nous. Mais soyez certains que l'Afrique aujourd'hui change. L'Afrique change, et l'Afrique va changer avec les jeunes, parce que nous avons beaucoup plus de jeunes. Et le changement va être peut-être un peu violent, je vous assure, parce que ça a commencé déjà politiquement. Vous voyez ce qui se passe déjà, c'est le reflet d'un sentiment d'injustice, d'un sentiment de non-respect des souverainetés peut-être. Peut-être certains se trompent dans les décisions qui sont prises à ce niveau-là, mais de toute façon, le temps est là pour que nous puissions juger réellement où va l'Afrique aujourd'hui. Donc dans le cyclisme, ça change chez nous. Mais je vous assure que je vous ai déjà donné une fois mon sentiment sur la solidarité. Vous savez, l'Afrique, pour aller de Cotonou à Dakar, le billet vaut plus cher que de Cotonou à Paris. Donc imaginez, en 2025, vous aurez moins d'Africains à Kigali qu'à Glasgow. Oui, il faudrait y penser. Votre solidarité, on a vu tout à l'heure dans le rapport, pour moi, je dis cette solidarité ne marche pas. Voilà. Elle est comme les manifestations que font la CAQ en Afrique. Ces manifestations sont mal organisées, ça ne va pas. Et pour qu'on y arrive, je pense qu'il faut une bonne préparation pour toutes les équipes africaines en amont, et pour que nous soyons bien représentés. Vous avez parlé de CFE. Et CFE, je trouve que c'est une très bonne chose, mais je pense que pour les courses qui sont classées, déclarées au calendrier de l'UCI, il faudrait qu'on puisse trouver le moyen de mettre en application CFE dans cette course-là. Ça sera vraiment judicieux. Parce que On a vu des faits au jeu de la francophonie, on a vu des faits autour du Bénin récent et qui ne nous plaisent pas du tout, et que ces faits peuvent jouer un très grand rôle. Je vous remercie. Mais avant de vous laisser parole, je voudrais remercier Katharina Nash, que je ne connaissais pas, pour tout ce qu'elle fait pour l'équilibre dans ce monde où il y a beaucoup de machos, où on pense que les femmes ne sont rien, qu'il faut les écraser, surtout en Afrique. Mais nous arrivons avec les femmes et nous allons suivre les femmes. Et ce que j'ai vu me plaît beaucoup. Il ne faudrait pas dire toujours que je suis celui qui parle, celui qui dit les choses que pensent ces Africains qui sont là, qui ne le disent pas. Mais je vous félicite, madame, et je pense que l'UCI doit continuer dans ce sens de mettre les femmes au niveau des hommes, parce que sans les femmes, les hommes n'existeront pas. Je vous remercie.
Merci Romuald. Alors, quelques éléments de réponse sur les éléments que tu as tenus. Alors, naturellement, et je l'ai rappelé, l'UCI était une organisation politiquement neutre. Je me garderai bien d'intervenir sur les aspects plus politiques. Mais il y a plusieurs éléments. Tout d'abord, sur la dernière intervention qui était la tienne et que je partage totalement. Nous avons aujourd'hui 6 femmes au comité directeur de l'UCI, là où nous avions une femme auparavant. Donc, c'est bien. Ça veut dire qu'on a déjà un tiers de femmes parmi les membres du comité directeur de l'UCI, des femmes actives, des femmes vice-présidentes comme Katharina ou toutes mes collègues qui sont derrière et qui représentent finalement l'ensemble des femmes impliquées. Nous avons fait beaucoup d'efforts et notre directrice générale, Amina Lanaya, a rappelé d'ailleurs tous les éléments qui concourent, on va dire, à la parité avec ce qu'a aussi pu rappeler Katharina Nash. Donc nous allons bien sûr continuer nos efforts et en Afrique, je pense que le cyclisme féminin pourrait être plus développé et là il y a sans doute un écart qui est encore plus grand qu'ailleurs et qu'il faut naturellement, à mon sens, pouvoir combler et nous allons essayer d'y travailler avec vous. C'est essentiel d'avoir plus de femmes africaines. Il y a des présidentes de fédérations, mais nous avons besoin de plus de femmes qui s'impliquent à ce niveau-là. Sur le niveau et puis notre directrice générale, elle est aussi, c'est une femme, elle est marocaine, donc on est très très heureux d'avoir une femme issue de l'Afrique, même si elle a de double nationalité avec la nationalité française, aussi qui soit à la tête de l'UCI. Notre solidarité, clairement, les procédures en tant que telles doivent encore s'améliorer. Nous en sommes conscients et nous avons d'ailleurs changé un élément de procédure lors de ce comité directeur. C'est que pour les fonds de solidarité, il y a 3 natures de fonds. Il y a les fonds qui sont les fonds dédiés à l'administration un peu des confédérations continentales. Il y a un fonds dédié au projet de solidarité des confédérations continentales. Et il y a un autre fonds qui est celui dédié au projet de solidarité des fédérations nationales dans une confédération. Schématiquement, c'est à peu près un tiers chacun. Pour le fonds, qui est celui des fonds de solidarité des confédérations continentales, il sera dorénavant nécessaire que la sollicitation qui arrivera à l'UCI ait été précédée d'un débat et d'un vote au sein du comité directeur de la confédération continentale concernée. C'est-à-dire que nous ne pourrons plus recevoir un simple courrier qui n'aurait pas auparavant fait l'objet d'une présentation, d'un débat et d'un vote au sein de la confédération continentale. Et nous avons fait savoir que nous demanderons copie des minutes du comité directeur qui aura décidé de soumettre cette requête à l'UCI parce qu'on veut que ce soit partagé par le plus grand nombre et que ça fasse l'objet d'un débat et que ça serve, on va dire, des objectifs qui auront été partagés. Donc ça, je suis sûr que ça améliorera aussi les choses. Et donc, nous avons aussi cette opération Africa 2025 avec pas mal d'Africains. On a sans doute à améliorer encore le système. On en a parlé avec Jacques Landry, notamment, pour regarder comment, pour les 2 ans à venir, restant à courir de ce projet, comment on peut améliorer le système, et nous le ferons. Donc, soyez assurés de notre détermination à continuer, améliorer la solidarité, mais sans doute, dans les procédures et le suivi, à renforcer encore tout ça, et plus particulièrement au sein de la CAC. We have a question from John Domenico Massari from Nigeria on the first row. On the left side.
Okay, Mr. President, I just want to point out one thing about one rule that eventually is not in favor of developing track, particularly in Africa and all the continents that they are developing. I'm making a reference of the article 9.2.025 that say participation in the World Championship is restricted to nations that have registered and hosted a minimum of one international track event on the UCI calendar between the last edition of the World Championship and 6 weeks before the upcoming World Championship. Now, what is the problem? The problem is that, for instance, in Africa, you know, we are trying to develop track. And recently, we have been even a quite successful participation of nations. You know, in Africa, we have only 3 major velodromes, one located in Egypt, one in South Africa, and one in Nigeria. And we know that every year, maximum we can host only one international in the continent, international event on track. If we have applied this type of rule, at the end, when you have a champion or you have somebody that have acquired point in the various category in track, you, at the point, if you don't have hold an international event, you are not qualified for World Championship. So it's meaning that, for instance, this year the African Championship has been held in Cairo. So we have not held any international event, as well as South Africa, but even other countries that participated, and they have even valued athletes that they have acquired points, and then none of them, except one, can participate to the World Championship. In fact, we have to request a derogation of this rule. Otherwise, even ourselves, that we have several athletes on this, we cannot be, accepted in this World Championship. So if you want to develop the track, particularly in continent where even there is not the infrastructure like velodrome, we must even just try to modify this rule. Otherwise, except one country can be, admitted in the World Championship. That is the point. Thank you.
So, you are right. This article 9.2.025 must be modified, and I will give the floor to Enrico Della Casa, the UCI Vice President and President of the Track Commission, because it's clear that this article, to our mind, is probably at the contrary of what we want. We finally reach a kind of restriction in participation to the World Championships. This is not what we want, and we probably have to modify this article in the future. And what you mentioned is clearly right. So I will give the floor to Enrico Della Casa as President of the Track Commission, but I know he's already working to modify this article.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Domenico Massari, for this question. In fact, you are totally right. And we plan to rewrite all the rules after this period of Olympic period, meaning that after Paris 2024, we will for sure rewrite all the rules, and we will take into consideration your remark, which has been already, in fact, treated in the UCI Track Commission. Thank you.
And we will continue in between to give some derogations, but when we have to give some derogations, it's probably because the article is not well written. So, we have some questions. Camille Dan, du Grand-Duché du Luxembourg, et après, nous avons d'autres questions derrière. Alors, on va d'abord donner à Camille Dan, et après, on ira derrière. Voilà, je crois que c'est le Cameroun, si je ne me trompe pas, après, qui demande la parole. Voilà.
Merci. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. J'ai en principe 2 questions et puis aussi une louange à exprimer. D'abord une question. Depuis des années déjà, je me demande pourquoi les fédérations, les pièces maîtresses de ce congrès, ont-elles la parole à la fin du congrès? Combien de participants n'ont plus la volonté ni l'endurance pour mener de sérieuses discussions? Alors ce serait peut-être bien d'avancer ce point. Une autre question, le docteur Bigard nous parlait des commotions cérébrales, il a élaboré un guide. Maintenant, on a quand même vécu les dernières semaines des cas beaucoup plus dramatiques avec des suites mortelles. Là, c'est peut-être pas le docteur Bigard, c'est peut-être une cellule psychologique qui devrait mettre sur papier un guide, parce que aussi bien les coureurs qui sont autour de ce drame, les entraîneurs, l'organisateur, souvent ils ne savent pas comment réagir par rapport à ça. Donc ça, c'est plutôt un truc psychologique. Et puis, je veux remercier surtout notre président qui, avec son équipe, a enfin réussi à donner une certaine contribution des UCI World Teams par rapport à nous autres qui formons les jeunes. C'est peut-être pas encore la solution finale parce que ce n'est que la première équipe qui est mise à contribution. Là, il y a peut-être moyen d'améliorer, mais un autre truc, je suis un peu stupéfait par rapport. On dit toujours, ici, pendant tout le congrès, on parle d'égalité des sexes et quand on nous propose pour un jeune homme qui intègre une équipe du World Tour, on nous propose 2000 € par an avec un maximum de 8 ans de développement, alors qu'on nous propose 500 € pour une dame. À ce que je sache, nous formons les filles de la même manière que les garçons. Alors là, je ne comprends plus rien.
Alors, 3 questions. D'abord, effectivement, sur la parole à la fin du congrès, tu nous dis finalement que les fédérations seraient épuisées et que ça pourrait être une stratégie finalement de l'UCI pour avoir moins de questions. Mais non, tel n'était pas ton propos. Simplement, on espère aussi qu'en mettant les questions à la fin, ça permet que lors du congrès, on a pu développer et présenter un certain nombre de points et répondre déjà à beaucoup de questions que vous pourriez vous poser au début. Donc ça diminue sans doute le nombre de questions potentielles. Mais on pourra toujours réfléchir à quel moment pour le mettre. Simplement après, si on ouvre les questions dès le début, j'ai peur que le congrès se finisse aussi à des heures indues. S'agissant effectivement, tu as parlé des commotions cérébrales, mais on a vu les accidents malheureusement de Gino Mader ou d'autres, encore ce jeune coureur des États-Unis ou d'autres, et on voit à chaque fois la même détresse dans l'équipe. Et donc naturellement, c'est des sujets sur lesquels on peut être amené à réfléchir. C'est plutôt dans l'équipe que ça se met effectivement autour des athlètes, peut-être avoir quelques guides sur ce qui serait à mettre en place en cas d'événements terribles comme cela, tant on voit que ça marque et tout naturellement les collègues et les athlètes. Quant à la contribution des UCI World Team au World Tour Team, au Women's World Tour Team, pourquoi il y a une différence financière? Parce qu'en fait, c'est payé par l'équipe qui accueille. Or, aujourd'hui, certes, c'est le même travail pour un club de base, sauf quand même qu'il faut reconnaître que le salaire moyen aujourd'hui, enfin le budget moyen des World Team masculines est sans commune mesure avec celui des World Team, des Women's World Team. Donc, on a un rapport qui est encore au moins de 1,8 entre les deux budgets d'équipe, même si les salaires minimums ont été alignés, mais les budgets d'équipe sont sans commune mesure. Et en fait, pourquoi le montant qui a été mis n'est pas le même? C'est aussi parce que dans la stratégie globale autour du cyclisme féminin, on a aussi considéré qu'on ne pouvait pas non plus atteindre en 1 an ou 2 ans ou 3 ans des choses qui, pour certaines, sont quasiment issues d'un siècle d'histoire. On a beaucoup accéléré ces derniers temps, mais là, concrètement, l'objectif aussi était de ne pas fragiliser les équipes Women's World Team, parce qu'il y a d'autres inégalités. La contribution, par exemple, des équipes hommes à l'antidopage, à l'ITA, est maintenant aux alentours de 240 000 €, là où chez les femmes, on est à 15 000 € par équipe. Et on voit bien que si on met le même montant, les équipes femmes n'ont aujourd'hui pas encore le budget. Mais vu l'augmentation sensible du budget des femmes, on pense qu'on pourra améliorer ces choses-là dans les années à venir. On l'a mis pour une période limitée, et donc progressivement, ça se rattrapera. C'est comme les prix pour les femmes, c'est comme effectivement la contribution antidopage, les minimums de salaire, nous y sommes arrivés. Les prix dans les championnats du monde, nous y sommes arrivés. Donc voilà, il faut voir ça, non pas sur une année, mais sur un middle term. On a une question de la Fédération du Cameroun. Et puis après, on a une autre question à côté.
Bonsoir. Cameroun, honoré aussi. Président, je voudrais d'abord vous dire merci pour toutes les contributions que l'UCI a pu apporter à la Fédération camerounaise de cyclisme depuis votre arrivée. Nous avons eu pendant votre mandature du matériel, des vélos qui ont permis à développer la petite reine au Cameroun. Pour nous, c'est une très grande victoire. Je voudrais également faire une suggestion. Président, chez nous au Cameroun, lors du Tour Chantal Biya ou du Tour du Cameroun cycliste, nous avons la télévision nationale qui retransmet soit en différé, soit en direct les images de la compétition. Nous suggérons à l'UCI de mettre en place, pourquoi pas, une équipe de télévision qui pourrait filmer les courses en Afrique et revendre ces courses aux télévisions nationales. Nous pensons que cette idée pourrait faire fructifier de l'argent dans les fédérations nationales, étant entendu que les tours appartiennent à l'UCI, les images appartiennent à l'UCI. Nous, en Afrique, quand nous demandons à une chaîne nationale de venir filmer une compétition, elle nous demande de l'argent. La fédération doit payer les journalistes, doit payer les caméramans pour les diffuser dans une chaîne nationale qui elle-même pourra avoir de l'audimat grâce aux images qu'elle a puisées gratuitement. Nous pensons qu'il faut mener une réflexion à ce sujet pour permettre aux fédérations nationales de pouvoir créer de la plus-value ou de l'argent grâce aux compétitions cyclistes en Afrique. Deuxième cas de figure. Président, nous avons un autre problème. Lors des courses nationales, je prends le cas du Grand Prix Chantal Biya ou du Tour du Cameroun, nous invitons les équipes nationales d'Afrique, l'Algérie, la Côte d'Ivoire, etc. Mais également d'autres équipes qui viennent du continent européen, dont nous n'avons pas la traçabilité. C'est des coureurs qui sont souvent réunis par des managers et viennent courir en Afrique. Et ces jeunes qui viennent courir chez nous sont souvent, on ne peut pas mesurer ou alors avoir l'exactitude de leur provenance. Nous souhaitons que l'UCI puisse mettre en place un mécanisme qui permette en sorte que si, dans une compétition en Afrique, nous invitons une équipe française, par exemple, le président français de la fédération est là, nous puissions avoir également une équipe nationale, comme celle de l'Algérie ou du Maroc, qui vient courir au Cameroun. Comme ça, il y aura quand même certaine traçabilité. Quand nous prenons une équipe qui vient de France, dont nous ne maîtrisons pas les coureurs, leur formation, leur moralité, parce que là je parle un peu du dopage, et même des vélos électriques que nous n'avons pas la capacité de contrôler, nous pensons que vous seuls pouvez nous apporter cette maturité au niveau du contrôle. C'était là ma deuxième préoccupation. Je vais passer la parole au docteur Jaïka, la vice-présidente, qui a également une préoccupation. Docteur, vous avez la parole.
Hello, good morning to
all participants. I am Dr. Vedvin Jaika from Cameroon. I start by thanking the president of the UCI and the committee, the CAC and everybody for making us be here. My second proposal is entirely on doping. For the past years, that is stopped at 2018. Whenever we have a race, an international race like the Chantal Biya cycling competition and the Cameroon International Tour, UCI used to send an anti-doping agent to Cameroon. But for some time now, we don't have the agent again. It's true, one time they sent us an anti-doping agent, and the budget was exorbitant. The budget was about 1/4 of our budget of the competition. We complained, we sent so many letters to UCI, and we were saying, instead of giving us like 15 tests, 15 controls, you can arrange, like not in all the stages, you just pick 1 or 2 or 3 stages and do the doping, the test, and carry the test. But since we complain, I don't know whether it's because we complain that the appointment for the doping agent stopped. I don't know why it stopped, because our complaining was not that they should stop. Our complaining was that they should reduce the number of tests that they have to carry out in a 9-stage race competition. So we would like UCI to send us back an anti-doping agent and take into consideration the budget that has to be attributed for him, because for some time now, there are countries that come to the Cameroon Cycling Tour, and they are super energetic. In short, we don't know how they do, and there is nobody, you know that this guy is doping, but you don't have any proof, and because you don't have the capacity to prove that he is doping, and the capacity to prove that his bike has been tricked. So we are calling on UCI to revise, to look back to Cameroon in particular, and send us an anti-doping agent, and consider the fact that he should not give us exorbitant budgets. Thank you.
À leur coût, et qu'ils n'en tirent pas forcément profit en termes de droits télé, et donc la médiatisation de leur épreuve passe par un coût en fait pour eux. Si nous devions nous produire les images, alors d'abord la propriété revient à l'organisateur. L'UCI n'est pas propriétaire des images, sauf des championnats du monde. C'est l'organisateur, si c'est la fédération nationale ou un organisateur privé, qui est propriétaire des droits et donc des images. Donc, si nous devions produire, concrètement, il faut que l'organisateur paye l'ensemble de la production. On sait qu'une production télé, c'est quand même très, très onéreux. Donc, il y a des entreprises spécialisées pour ça, et nous n'avons pas les moyens de pouvoir produire l'ensemble des courses dans le monde. Et donc, c'est un problème que beaucoup d'organisateurs de classe 1, classe 2, mais aussi qu'ils soient en Europe, en Asie, en Afrique, ont à faire face. Et donc là, je crains malheureusement qu'il ne puisse pas y avoir de solution centralisée à notre niveau. Néanmoins, s'agissant de l'Afrique, ce qu'on a pu faire au dernier congrès déjà, c'est que moi j'avais souhaité, et ça fait un peu le lien avec ce que Romuald Azouzé a pu mentionner tout à l'heure, c'est que la qualité du championnat d'Afrique notamment me semblait devoir être améliorée. Et dès lors, on a regardé comment on pouvait être fait, et lors du dernier congrès qui s'est tenu à Nairobi au Kenya, il a été signé donc avec l'entreprise Glasgow, qui est basée en Belgique et en Afrique, donc un contrat par lequel ils vont organiser les championnats d'Afrique au nom de la CAC, on va dire, mais ils auront bien sûr à traiter les conditions de cet accueil, à l'organiser, mais aussi à produire l'ensemble des images télé pour qu'on ait de la diffusion dans les 54 pays, parce qu'il y a des coureurs à potentiel, et l'objectif, c'est que les meilleurs coureurs africains, je pense bien sûr à Binyam Girmay, mais à tous les autres, soient présents. Parce que si on a les meilleurs coureurs dans des courses qui sont sécurisées, en direct télé dans les 54 pays en Afrique, je suis convaincu que ça va beaucoup aider le développement du cyclisme africain, et ça aidera justement, cher Président, à ce que derrière, eh bien, on puisse avoir localement les tours qui puissent être produits. Quant au contrôle des athlètes, qui était le deuxième point, alors d'abord, l'organisateur est libre d'inviter qui il veut. Donc si vous voulez inviter des équipes nationales, vous pouvez tout à fait le faire. Faites attention à qui vous invitez. Et si vous avez besoin de prendre des renseignements, prenez-les auprès de la fédération nationale ou assurez-vous que l'organisateur prenne auprès de la fédération nationale concernée, d'affiliation de l'équipe en question, toutes les informations nécessaires pour assurer toute la crédibilité. And now I will switch to English for the question regarding anti-doping. For anti-doping, as you understood during this Congress, it's not directly now in our hands, it's clearly the ITA. So I don't want to throw the word potatoes to ITA, but they are here. Benjamin Cohen is with us, and the President Valérie Forneron is with us. I'm sure maybe you can just stand up, we can stand up, you know the President Valérie Forneron, and you have also the Director General. I would propose that you can meet directly with them, because you know, we don't decide how many tests you will have, or whether if you will not have a test. Of course, this is why ITA is independent, so they have to discuss where they want to go, in which conditions. But we know that there are some consequences or financial consequences, potentially. So what I would propose, Mr. Vice President, Mrs. Vice President, is that you can meet directly with the ITA. They are in the room, the chair, Mrs. Valérie Forneron, and the Director General, Benjamin Cohen, and to discuss this more into details. So before we move to, we have a question from Guyana, but before I saw, yes, and yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Aidan. I'm the first Vice President of the Ethiopian Cycling Federation. First of all, I would like to congratulate UCI and the Scottish Government for organizing such a wonderful event and one of the biggest ever hosted. I'll pass to my questions. As you know, East Africa, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Eritrea are one of the biggest participants in many of the championships, the African and the World Championship. And we have many elite athletes that are currently in many European clubs, and they do currently have a good participation as well as results. And you know, not to put down the rest of my colleagues from Africa, but those three countries do dominate most of the African teams in terms of participation and results. Following that, I'd like to make the point that many of our participation, as you know, is in road cycling. And one of the main deterrent factors for the African athletes to participate in many of the different disciplines of cycling is infrastructure. And infrastructure is key in terms of encouraging these athletes or other young athletes to go into different disciplines of cycling. And we, the Ethiopian Cycling Federation, feel very much that this area is very much undermined by CAC and the UCI, and we would like more attention to be given in terms of investment in infrastructures in East Africa. There are some that's been done in Egypt, but we'd like to request UCI with CAC to work with us and bring more results and participation from the East African athletes. In terms of solidarity, we are very grateful, and we've been given many opportunities in the athletes development programs, and we're very pleased and happy to see many of our athletes in the UCI clubs in France, in Brittany, and of course in South Africa. But in terms of education and equipment it's a very undermined area of support from Solidarity. Representing Ethiopia again, the intervention in terms of education and equipment is literally none. And we would like CAC to give more attention providing education in terms of training for women coaches, mechanics, and commissars, as well as leadership trainings to be provided through the Solidarity Program. I very much feel that the Solidarity Program is not transparent, the system is not well established, and we are not very much aware of how this is done, because communication is very minimal as to what is entitled for our federation. So we would urge CAC management to please, in the next end of half of the year of 2023, to please give us more opportunity to provide education and also equipment donation, which is very important for us to develop more elite and successful athletes in East Africa. I would also, as one of my last points, again, I've noted that in the National Federation, there are 204 projects that are currently being supported by the Solidarity Program. Again, we have absolutely no communication whatsoever what these projects are and whether, we could have participated in that in order to develop the cycling in Ethiopia. Also in the terms of a donation of bikes, Ethiopia has not received even one. We don't even know whether this opportunity exists. And one of the most deterrent factors for Ethiopian athletes is having the equipment, the bicycles, because they're very expensive. We do somehow get donations and sponsors to fund, but we can't really satisfy the requirements of many athletes. And we would be grateful if this also gets communicated to us so we can apply and go through this program. But I very much feel that the system needs to be created in terms of communication, and transparent system has to be followed, because any of these projects that are mentioned today in the PowerPoints, we are not aware of, or we haven't had any communication whatsoever. That's my final point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So different points that you mentioned. The first one about the equipments, I would say, or infrastructures in your area. We can really help if you have a strategy, of course not financially for this, because it's usually EV cost if you want to build a velodrome, a BMX track and so on. But we have experts that we can send, they can help you to build your own strategy, and we know the huge potential in this part of Africa, and more specifically in your country. So we are more than happy to help and in this part. As you also know, we already welcome some athletes from your country, also in old days, I would say, in the UCI World Cycling Center, and that's great. We will continue to do so, and that's really important for us. So do not hesitate to be in contact also with Jacques Landry. Jacques is here with us during the full duration to discuss a little bit more into details about this and how we can also help to welcome athletes. And the other point is about solidarity. So solidarity, as I just mentioned during the speech of the questions of our colleague president of Benin, you have two parts, I would say. The first one is for the administration of the Confederation. The second one is for, of course, the solidarity project of the Confederation. So I explained that this will now have to be with a debate within the management committee of the Continental Confederation. And the last one is for the national federations. We have a direct contact with all the national federations. We sent emails, messages for the federations to apply. So I think you speak about the second one, because this one, the one directly for the national federations, it's, of course, we are working together with the Continental Confederations, but the request is directly from the national federation to the UCI for this one. And this is why we have 204 requests at the UCI. So it's because we have a good communication with the national federations. But of course, for the one at the continental level, up to you to discuss with your management in Africa how you can improve the level, how you can manage this situation. And this is also why we decided to formalize the fact that this request coming from the Continental Confederation must be with a debate within the Continental Confederation before the request to the UCI, because we want really our help to be very useful to the national federations. So we have a question from Guyana. Alors, I think still 3 and 4 hands, so we'll take 5, 6 more questions, and then we will, I think, so try not to be too long in the question. And welcome back in the cycling family.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, President of the UCI, UCI panel, National Federations President. It's an honor to be back in Congress. So I just have a request, right? Not a small concern and a request. So I am from the Caribbean, right? We are located in the Caribbean. I'm located in South America. And there's not many races in the Caribbean or in South America that has points for UCI Worlds to come to the Worlds or to go to the Olympics. So that's one of my concerns. I think we have very talented athletes in the Caribbean, right? A lot of talented athletes in the Caribbean. We can see Nicholas Paul. I mean, the track is one thing, but you know, I'm just highlighting that we have a lot of good athletes in the Caribbean. And we don't have many points race in the Caribbean, which is, I think it's something that we need to sit down and talk about, something that we can sit down with the UCI Road Committee, or I'm not sure if it's a road committee or the racing committee, manage that. And we speak about how do we get some races into the Caribbean that we don't have to look for wild cards when it's World Championships, right? You know, I feel like we are scavengers when we're sending acts in for wild cards. And I think we have more than enough talent in our area that we don't have to do that. We can earn those points and come to the World Championships. All right, so that's pretty much my request that I have. So if you can sit down a little bit and talk about that, and you know, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's true that we don't have so many races in the international calendar. And you know that to gain points and to qualify for the games, you need to take part in international competitions. So what I can only support is to have more races in this area, in South America and the Caribbean area. Not only every 4 years for the games, but you know, more races. This is really what we need. It's increasing, but still not enough. But most of the countries are category 3 and 4, so the taxes are very low for them. So it's good to sometime to upgrade the national tour or some races at the international level. So Peter van den Abel, the UCI Sports Director, is with us here. So do not hesitate to engage with Peter and to discuss more into details how we can have more races in this area. We will be more than happy to have also more races and for the riders to gain points. So we have two ends. Yes. Ici, voilà.
Merci. Je m'appelle Lazare Zabré, je viens du Burkina Faso, je suis le vice-président de la Fédération burkinabé de cyclisme. J'ai juste deux suggestions et peut-être une question que mon président Iyans Béremoudou m'a chargé de poser. La première suggestion, c'est je vais rejoindre un peu mon frère béninois pour l'organisation. Et peut-être que ce serait bien, comme la salle n'est pas très bien éclairée, si vous aviez peut-être un micro au milieu, ça va permettre à ceux qui vont poser les questions de s'allier. Ça va éviter d'être, comme nous sommes dans le noir, vous ne nous voyez pas, c'est comme si on était dans le blacklist. La deuxième suggestion, c'était par rapport au programme Solidarité. Je ne vais pas revenir un peu sur ce que les gens ont dit, parce que c'est une vérité vraie. Mais je voudrais juste ajouter un détail. Vous avez dit que maintenant, ça va être débattu au niveau de la CAC. Je voudrais peut-être suggérer que si on peut avoir un débat contradictoire avec les dossiers qui seront retenus pour permettre aux fédérations nationales de défendre leurs projets avant que la CAC, par exemple, vous envoie un communiqué final. L'autre suggestion, c'est par rapport, c'est une question maintenant, par rapport au centre de formation. On a parlé de formation, il y a eu un projet sur les centres satellites et ça fait maintenant près de 3 ans. Au Burkina, nous avons soumissionné, mais jusqu'à présent, nous n'avons pas eu de retour. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous faire un update par rapport à ce dossier-là? Et la dernière question, c'est justement par rapport à l'élan de solidarité que vous avez eu avec nos frères de l'Ukraine et de l'Afghanistan. Je voudrais vous suggérer d'avoir un regard sur l'Afrique de l'Ouest, particulièrement des pays comme le Burkina et le Mali, qui vivent depuis près de 6 ans un phénomène terroriste qui ne permet pas vraiment qui ne permet pas aux athlètes de s'exprimer. Je vais vous donner un exemple. Au Burkina, on a près de 2 millions de déplacés internes. Et notre championnat cette année, il y a eu des clubs qui n'ont pas pu participer tout simplement parce qu'ils ont été déplacés de leur localité, ils ont tout perdu. Donc ce serait bien si l'UCI pouvait avoir un regard sur ces pays-là qui rencontrent des difficultés depuis un bout de temps. Bien entendu, l'équipe fédérale fait ce qu'il peut, mais si nous pouvons avoir l'appui de l'UCI, ça va être un soulagement. Merci bien.
Merci à vous. Alors, plusieurs points. D'abord, sur un sujet un peu technique qui est celui de l'éclairage. Ce matin, j'ai demandé si on pouvait faire en sorte qu'on augmente l'éclairage pour qu'effectivement tout le monde soit un petit peu dans la lumière. Sauf que là, nous sommes au maximum de ce que l'on peut faire. Ou alors, c'est plein éclairage total et on n'arrivait pas à moduler les choses. Donc, je suis un petit peu désolé de ce sujet-là, mais j'avais effectivement demandé à ce qu'on éclaire un petit peu plus les tables. Sur les demandes de solidarité et ce qui relève effectivement de la CAC, en fait, puisque les demandes de solidarité des fédérations nationales sont directement adressées à l'UCI. Donc, c'est bien nous qui instruisons, on demande l'avis, bien sûr, de la CAC, mais ça, c'est bien nous qui instruisons. Donc, de ce côté-là, pas de problème à avoir. L'instruction est très sérieuse de notre côté et elle se fait, et c'est pour ça que beaucoup de pays africains sont aidés et ils peuvent ici en être les témoins. Par contre, effectivement, ce qui est souhaité de la plupart des pays, c'est que, s'agissant à peu près du même montant, le montant de l'enveloppe au niveau de la CAC pour les projets de solidarité à l'échelle de la Confédération. Donc là, c'est des projets qui ne peuvent pas être des projets que nationaux, qui sont des projets qui doivent intéresser plusieurs pays. Ça peut être l'organisation d'un championnat continental, l'organisation d'un stage à destination d'athlètes, bref, des opérations qui servent tout le monde. C'est là où, effectivement, nous souhaitons que ce soit précédé d'un débat. Donc, il vous appartiendra de discuter avec vos dirigeants de la CAC pour voir dans quelles conditions celui-ci s'exercera. Mais nous avons souhaité qu'il puisse être exercé, puisqu'aujourd'hui, je dirais que seul le courrier d'un président de confédération, quel qu'il soit, suffisait à valider la demande. Demain, ce ne sera plus suffisant. Ça devra avoir été approuvé par le comité directeur de la Confédération continentale. Ensuite, s'agissant du centre de formation, enfin du satellite pour lequel vous avez effectivement fait une demande, Jacques Landry, qui est ici, pourra naturellement vous répondre. Hein, il est là, donc je vous propose de discuter avec Jacques. Ce que nous avons souhaité faire dans un premier temps, c'est de faire en sorte que les continents non pourvus en satellite le soient. Donc c'est pour ça qu'il n'y avait aucun satellite dans la région, dans le continent de la Copachi, Amérique du Nord, Amérique centrale, Amérique du Sud, et nous avons donc labellisé 3 centres, un au Canada, un à Trinidad et Tobago, un en Argentine, pour couvrir ce continent. Nous avons hier au comité directeur de l'UCI eu une présentation de possibles centres en Océanie, puisque nous n'avons pas de centre en Océanie. Et il a été dit que les autres candidatures qui sont toujours pendantes, dont la vôtre, il y a celle du Caire également sur la piste, devront continuer d'être instruites, mais pour l'instant, on n'a pas pris de décision, parce qu'il faut aussi qu'on soit en capacité, nous, de suivre derrière l'ensemble de ces centres et qu'on ne pouvait pas monter en charge, vu l'équipe que l'on avait, dans un délai aussi rapide. Après, il ne m'a pas échappé que, effectivement, dans votre pays ou chez vos voisins du Mali, et je salue aussi le président Sidi Bakayoko qui est avec nous, il y a effectivement des difficultés liées au terrorisme et donc des difficultés à organiser les épreuves. Alors bien sûr, là, on est plutôt parfois dans des compétences étatiques et pas forcément les nôtres, mais que nous puissions voir avec bienveillance les éléments de solidarité que vous pourriez nous demander, on le fera bien volontiers pour faire en sorte que le sport soit aussi une manière de porter espoir dans ces territoires qui sont concernés par ces actes de terrorisme. Alors nous avons, je crois, yes, we have 2 questions behind. Alors, je ne sais pas si on peut, can we give the microphone? Yes.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Je m'appelle Hedson, je viens de Seychelles. Bonsoir, Monsieur le Président. Je suis très content pour être ici au Glasgow pour les rencontres. Et je suis très content pour que les UCI ils sont reconnus l'Union des cyclistes des Seychelles. Et Seychelles, c'est une toute petite île dans l'océan Indien. On n'a pas de moyens pour avoir les vélos. Aujourd'hui, c'est l'échange pour qu'on parle pour les cyclistes. Et Seychelles ne forment pas l'Afrique. Et moi, j'étais un cycliste, j'étais en France, j'ai couru beaucoup en France. Quand j'étais au Seychelles, il y a un gars qui m'a détecté comme un cycliste, c'est Michel Thèse. Et j'étais en France, j'ai fait beaucoup de compétitions où j'ai gagné beaucoup d'épreuves quand j'étais junior, comme chronolisé à biais. Et aussi, j'ai formé partie des familles quand j'étais en Suisse, au Centre mondial du cyclisme en 2004-2006. J'étais au centre et pour moi, je voulais promouvoir les cyclistes aux Seychelles parce qu'on n'a pas de moyens pour avoir des vélos et même on trouve en Afrique. Et ça fait des ans. On n'a pas de fédération, on vient de former des fédérations, là, l'Union des cyclistes. Et pour moi, je suis très content d'être ici, pour former partie de l'UCI. Merci.
Merci beaucoup à vous. Et j'ai eu l'occasion de rencontrer effectivement le nouveau président lors du congrès de la CAC à Nairobi. Moi, je suis très heureux qu'après 2 ans quasiment d'arrêt, on n'avait plus de nouvelles de la fédération, elle a même été dissoute, qu'on puisse réaffilier, comme on l'a fait tout à l'heure, l'Union cycliste des Seychelles, une nouvelle fédération, c'est très bien. Et donc, naturellement, une nouvelle fédération, on est prêt à l'accompagner. Vous avez Rose Etundi qui est là avec nous et qui est la directrice des relations internationales et qui gère les dossiers de solidarité. Donc, n'hésitez surtout pas à la solliciter. C'est ce que j'ai dit à votre président, que naturellement, on étudierait avec bienveillance une demande venant des Seychelles pour que le cyclisme puisse repartir de l'avant dans ce beau pays. Alors, nous avons une question à côté. We have another question just behind.
Hi, my name is Mahad from the Yemeni Cycling Federation. We really appreciate this opportunity to be in here. It's so long that we haven't been in Congress. I would be just short in the question. We was just wondering on the role of the UCI to ensure the democratic transparent in the election, not just in the regional or the international level, but in the national level and in the continent and regional level. You know that there are a lot of people in the national federation that have been so long as I was president in the national federation. So, is there any role of the UCI to ensure that there is a democratic and integrity when it comes to election? Thank you so much.
Thank you, and of course it's a good question because of course there are some integrity rules, and you know that when it comes to elections, the UCI Ethics Commission is responsible to have a look on the elections at the UCI level. They also appoint, and this is something new, we modify the UCI constitution. It's something that I wanted to have in order to have an independent electoral commission in each confederation, and this is the case now, and the chair of this commission is appointed by the UCI Ethics Commission. That means that clearly this is a fair and independent process, and this is the elections, the way the last election took place in the confederations. There are 2 points that you mentioned. The first one is at the national level. Of course, it's written in the UCI constitution that your constitution at the national level must, I would say, be compliant with the UCI one, but there is no, at the national level, limit of terms, except if nationally you decide to have this. So because you have sometimes some laws, you have some, so up to you at the national level to see what is the best governance, but I can only support maybe to have a limitation with the terms. It's a case at the UCI. And I also think that we will propose probably also a modification in the UCI constitution, also to have the same for the continental level, because we don't have any limitation at the continental level, and we believe that we must align probably the UCI and the continental level in the future. So probably a modification for whether the next Congress or the Congress the year after, but it will be something that we have also to put in place. But I can only support the same thing at the national level, because sometimes we also need fresh air. It's good to be a long time involved in the sport, but it's good also to have sometimes some fresh air and to bring some new ideas around the table. So we have a question here, and then we will move. I think we have only one on this side, and after we have 2 or 3, and oh yes, and more. So, notre ami président du Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Abdallah Murenzi from Rwanda. First of all, I want to thank you again for the award, the opportunity you gave to Rwanda to organize 2025 World Championship. What I can say is that we are well set, and we are hoping to organize a very, very good World Championship in 2025. We welcome everybody for visiting Rwanda before 2025. We have Tour du Rwanda next year. The big clubs can come and start experiencing the circuit we are going to have in 2025. Mine is not a question, it's just a reminder that Rwanda have applied for UCI satellites, and now it's around 8 years we have given our demand. So we are hoping maybe if we can be considered to serve the region. As you know, traveling to South Africa is not easy for our neighbors. I think it will be better, as have raised our colleagues, that we have a lot of problem in cycling. The center can serve better the East African, the West Africa, to raise up the level of cycling in Rwanda, in Africa. So I want to recall again, if maybe you can consider our application, and we are ready to improve whatever is not well done, to make the center at the level you wish it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I have no doubt that the championship in Kigali, Rwanda will be wonderful. I know the passion of your country for cycling. I've been to the Tour of Rwanda. I've been in your country twice, and the welcome was always the same. It was full of passion around the routes. I also had the opportunity to meet with your president, Mr. Paul Kagame, and I know he's fully behind the cycling, fully behind the sport, and fully behind the UCI World Championship in 2025. So sure, it will be perfectly delivered, and I met with you last week with your minister, and I know she will be with us here during these championships. Regarding the center, it's also clear, and this was written already in the Agenda 2022, if I'm correct, that we need to have centers in Africa. I would say in the different areas. We have the one in Pearl, but when you have a look on the map, on the world map, when you see the size of Africa, and this is something that Romuald also mentioned, and the cost of the ticket, we also know that we need to have some centers in the sub-regions. Of course, one in the western part, but one also in the central eastern part. And Rwanda can be the perfect location for this, also as a kind of heritage from the bid and the candidature in 2025. We know that you have your national or a little bit international center. The goal is maybe to upgrade this one at the top level. It's something we discuss with you. It's something we discuss with your minister, with your president, and we'll be more than happy to consider this option. And maybe with in mind 2025. That's great, and we will work on this way. So we have, I think, covered all the questions on this side, if I'm correct. So let's move. We have 2 questions behind, and then one after one in front from Kenneth Léveillé, if I'm correct, from Haïti. But we have 2 behind. Kenneth, on va laisser les 2 personnes derrière d'abord. Who has a microphone? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Andrew Chibuye from Cycling Association of Zambia. I start by congratulating you and the management team on the successful Congress and hosting these events. I'd like to draw your attention, Mr. President, to the submission that came through in the financial statements. We had a discussion around the significance of the Olympic movement on the finances of the UCI, benefit which we draw as federations through various means, including solidarity, and we're grateful. However, I didn't hear much regarding commercial arrangements, commercialization of the sport, and growth thereof. When I look at the financial statements, I noted that the likes of media rights and distributions actually shrank year on year, and that's despite all the discussion that we've had around the growth of the sport in its various forms, be it women, be it the different disciplines, and of course the landmark event that is taking place here in Glasgow, Scotland this year. So notwithstanding that the financial overall performance was within budget when you look at the overall deficit, my question is, from a commercialization point of view, which I perceive as important for the sustainability of the UCI and our federations, is there something that we need to be concerned about given what we see? And ultimately, we're looking to take a leaf from how the UCI is commercializing and ensuring that sponsorship is growing, the finances coming into the sport are increasing. And so my question really was around the trends that are there, media and rights and distribution, which seems to have shrunk, with commercial rights increasing only marginally year on year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and it's clearly a very good question. And this is the one also mentioned to my UCI Management Committee colleagues yesterday, because we had some discussions about these 2 topics. And I said, look, we can clearly do more. And around the 2 topics, the first one is the media rights. The media rights, we started the process to renew the contract for the period in between 2025 and 2031. That means 7 years, finishing with the global UCI World Championships. And we believe with the success of this edition, with the success of cycling worldwide, cycling is booming. We have more and more viewers, more and more TV audience. So we clearly believe that with the new tender that we just launched for the next 7 years, not for the contract is until 2024, but due to it's a long process, we'll have to take the decision next September at the UCI Management Committee in Zurich, and then we have some hope that it will clearly increase in the next coming years. So that's why we launch a very solid tender in order to increase the revenues. Second one is about the marketing. The marketing, we are able to renew all the contract we have. That just, first of all, proves that our sponsors are also happy with what we are able to deliver. We have also a personal, very good relationship with them, always listening to our partners, how we can increase also our common values. But it's also true that we have a huge success in cycling. If you just have a look on the TV audience of the last Tour de France, plus 10%, sure Hill, it will boom completely. The TV audience will be great. And we believe and that's exactly what I said in front of my UCI colleagues, then we can do more. I'm sure that we can find also worldwide partners together with our strong partners like, for example, Shimano or Tissot, but we can have even some other partners with them, and we will work on this because, of course, the more revenues we have, the more investment we will do to develop cycling, for solidarity, for development, to help national federations to come here. And for example, so the money is not coming from the sky, so we have to have solid roots. But I think we have a very good product, and sure these championships will also help the UCI to secure more revenues, and so to be also more in the support to our national federations. We have a question from Sri Lanka, if I'm correct. Yes, and Haiti.
Mr. President, actually, as you are aware, this is not a question, and this is actually an appeal. For the conflicts in the Cycling Federation of Sri Lanka is continuing almost 3 years without the proper solution. So we are facing a lot of difficulties. We are facing 2 court cases. Actually, in my case, I have been travel banned by the courts. I had to go to the courts to get it lifted to come here. So actually, as you are aware, this conflict is not only with another group, but the group supported by the Ministry of Sports, that is government, and our conflict, as you are aware, with the Sri Lankan sports law. So on the other hand, we are fighting against the third-party interference for our sports. So we are actually, not only for our sports, and the many other sports in Sri Lanka, there's the same situation. So we are with the Olympic Charter and with the UCI Constitution. So my humble request, please intervene to resolve this issue with the IOC and the NOC, because my president, NOC president, met you recently. And I take this opportunity to thank you because of your recognition and the ACC continuous support, we are continuing and still we are survive. So please pay your special attention and solve this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for attending the Congress in this very difficult situation for your national federation. It's true that I met with your president of the National Olympic Committee at the UCI. We know also that there are clear interference from your government in the Olympic movement of your country. This has been confirmed by your National Olympic Committee. We won, many times the IOC. The IOC is also working very hard with your government because the law in your country is not compliant with the IOC Charter. And the IOC asked your country to change the law and to respect the IOC Charter, which is not the case. We have a clear interference in the matter, and it's clear that you are the federation recognized by the UCI and not the one that they wanted to implement at the ministry level. So that's clearly important for us, and we will continue in this way. We continue to manage the situation together with Jérôme Poivet at the IOC, and we'll continue to do so to help you for that, because we can't accept this kind of behavior from the government. And I just want to remain one point. In the Olympic Charter, the National Olympic Committee of a country can only recognize as a national federation the national federation that is recognized by the international federation, so by the UCI. So it's clearly forbidden to recognize another federation than the one of your federation. So we'll continue to support you in this, for this topic. Thank you. So we have a last question behind you, Kenneth, and after it will be you. Attends, Kenneth, il y a une question juste derrière toi. La dame vient, et après je te donne la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. All protocols observed. My name is Ashley Gore, and I'm a representative of the Cycling Federation of Zimbabwe. My question is there something that is being done, maybe by the UCI or it's on the CAC level, about growing cycling in Africa? Well, why I'm saying this is from Zimbabwe, what we've realized is cycling grows from the introduction of having BMX tracks all over a country. So is there something that, how can UCI help us develop BMX in Africa? As you know, we cannot take the young children from like ages 8 and below to go on the road, but BMX has proved to be a safe place for children to start cycling from. Is there anything that UCI is doing in Africa to develop BMX? Thank you very much.
Thank you, and BMX is key for us, and we know that you will host I think in November, if I'm correct, I look at Linda, but I think in November, the CAC Continental Championship in BMX, and it's so important because it's a way to qualify for the games. But it's true that at the date of today, if I'm correct, we only have 2 countries with the BMX track, your country and Egypt, and we need clearly to have more. I know also that the Burundi one is working on to have also a new facility, and we clearly need more. So I look also at the countries in Africa. It's not normally so difficult to build, and we can clearly assist for this point at the UCI. We have experts. We can send these experts on site to help you to design this and to yes, also for coaches and so on. So what I believe also is, and as I mentioned during my speech, we have a very solid Agenda 2030. We need to have an agenda in your national federations, but also at the continental level. I know it has been the case. I saw the one from different continents. So I hope also that in Africa you can have this kind of agenda with this kind of long-term vision. But we need to have more countries involved in BMX to really start for BMX to grow in Africa. We don't have so many riders at the date of today. So from our side, ready to help. For coaches and so on, Jacques Landry and the World Cycling Center team is clearly available, and the sports department, together with Peter van den Abel, is clearly also available to send experts on site, and we can clearly cover the experts with the Solidarity Funds. This is what we are doing, and Solidarity is also for this, to bring experts, to pay the experts, to also follow what will be on the ground, because we don't want to have any mistake on the way they will build the BMX facilities. So this is clearly the way we can help, but we need more in a BMX track in your continent. I will now pass the floor to Kenneth Léveillé, le président de la Fédération haïtienne de cyclisme. Kenneth. Ah non, c'est pas Kenneth.
Monsieur le Président,
si.
C'est pas Kenneth qui a demandé la parole.
Ah non, c'est
Ala Kwame.
Il s'est fait voler le micro par notre ami de Côte d'Ivoire.
Non, en fait, c'est moi qui ai demandé la parole, c'est pas lui.
Ah, pardon.
Depuis, c'est moi qui demande la parole, c'est pas lui.
D'accord.
Bien, Monsieur le Président, je ne voudrais pas revenir sur les remerciements qui ont été, je pense, suffisamment faits par ceux qui m'ont précédé, mais simplement, je voudrais revenir sur ce qu'a dit le Président Azoumé. En matière syndicale, on aurait dit une motion de soutien. Je voudrais parler précisément de l'accréditation. Je suis à mon 5e ou 6e congrès de l'UCI et cette année, réellement, nous avons eu des difficultés à avoir cette accréditation. Peut-être que vous avez voulu faciliter les choses en utilisant un système informatique, Vous savez, nous ne sommes pas tous doués en informatique. Et au moment où moi je pensais que j'avais réussi à faire l'inscription, en réalité, je n'étais pas inscrit. Alors, il faudrait peut-être que vous vous penchiez très sérieusement sur cette question, parce que, très honnêtement, j'ai failli moi-même m'abandonner. J'ai dû appeler la directrice générale et la directrice des relations extérieures pour leur demander leur intervention, parce que je n'arrivais plus à m'inscrire, et j'étais prêt donc à renoncer au congrès. Alors, avec tous les efforts que vous avez faits, ce serait dommage que les gens aient les visas et qu'ils ne puissent pas venir au congrès parce qu'ils n'ont pas d'accréditation. Ça, c'est la première des choses. La deuxième, c'est vous adresser des remerciements. Des remerciements par rapport à ce que vous avez fait lors de notre congrès à Nairobi. Lorsque vous êtes venu au congrès, nous vous avons dit que d'une manière générale, les fédérations de l'Afrique francophone se sentaient un peu lésées par rapport aux cours qui étaient dispensés. Les cours étaient pour la plupart dispensés en anglais et ça posait un problème. Vous avez noté cela et nous avons vu très vite les résultats. Puisque les derniers cours qui ont été mis en ligne au niveau de la formation des entraîneurs étaient en français. Alors qu'initialement, tout se faisait en anglais. Alors vraiment, nous souhaiterions que cela continue, que ce soit aussi bien pour les entraîneurs, pour les mécaniciens, pour les commissaires. Cela vraiment arrangerait le monde francophone. Voilà ce que je souhaitais dire, il n'y a pas de questions spécialement, mais c'était juste pour appuyer ce que Azoumé a dit. Ça, c'est vraiment très important au niveau de l'obtention de l'accréditation. Dans le temps, ça se faisait très rapidement. Cette année, vous avez voulu peut-être faciliter davantage les choses, mais ça c'est beaucoup plus compliqué, puisqu'on a vu que de nombreux présidents et chefs de délégation étaient là ce matin à attendre d'avoir leur accréditation. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup. Et c'est vrai que c'eût été dommage que vous ne puissiez pas venir, ce d'autant plus que vous avez reçu en plus le mérite UCI, et ça aurait été vraiment dommage. Alors, ce qu'on peut dire aussi, c'est que tout système peut s'améliorer. Là, nous avons effectivement une taille d'événement qui équivaut quasiment aux Jeux Olympiques en termes de nombre de personnes ou de délégations. Donc, il a fallu changer un petit peu de système, de logiciel, ce qui a pu conduire effectivement peut-être à quelques difficultés. On a aussi prévu, comme dans tous les événements, qu'après les championnats du monde ici, on tire aussi quelques conclusions de ce qui a très bien marché, ce qui peut être à améliorer, ce qui a moins bien marché. Et donc, on regardera comment on peut améliorer ce système des accréditations dans le futur, le rendre plus simple, parce qu'il a été aussi très chronophage, y compris pour nous-mêmes, d'ailleurs pour nos propres services qui vous ont accompagnés dans ce sujet. Et nous aurons, pour des prochaines éditions, on a aussi regardé comment, dans les cahiers des charges, on pourra améliorer les choses pour les visas, mais il est clair que pour les sujets d'accréditation, on regardera à ce que les systèmes soient le plus simples possible, les plus compréhensibles possible, et dans une logique d'aider nos fédérations nationales. On a même pour objet que dans certains grands championnats, et pourquoi pas en discutant aussi avec le gouvernement français pour 2027, pour les globaux, que, un petit peu comme les Jeux Olympiques, que l'accréditation puisse valoir peut-être visa pour rentrer sur le territoire national, ce qui faciliterait quand même beaucoup les choses. C'est le cas pour les Jeux Olympiques. On espère que pour des très grands événements comme ça pourrait être le cas. Et j'ai engagé des discussions de ce niveau pour qu'on vous facilite la vie. Donc j'ai bien pris en compte cette remarque de Romuald et la vôtre, et on va faire en sorte qu'on puisse améliorer les choses. Mais on a fait en sorte, de toutes les façons, que nos équipes soient quand même à votre disposition et que personne ne reste sur le bord de la route. So we have still one more question. I think after we will conclude two questions, and after we'll conclude the questions to the National Federation. So we have two questions behind. Can you give the microphone to the yes?
Merci pour m'accorder la parole. Moi, c'est Igumugao Patrick Arnaud de la Fédération burundaise de cyclisme. J'aimerais vous remercier pour cette discussion et ce cadre. Et j'aimerais vous remercier sur le travail que vous faites pour le développement du cyclisme en général et pour le développement du cyclisme féminin en particulier. Et j'aimerais vous dire que aussi le Burundi essaie de développer le cyclisme féminin en créant le Tour international féminin, le premier en Afrique. Et nous sommes à la 3e édition qui va se passer du 23 au 28 octobre. J'aimerais vous inviter, tous qui sont en train de développer le cyclisme féminin, vous inviter au Burundi, vous dire qu'il y a une plateforme que vous pouvez utiliser pour l'améliorer, envie de mettre l'autocyclisme international féminin sur un autre niveau pour que ça soit vraiment international. J'aimerais inviter les présidents des fédérations qui sont ici, ceux qui seront intéressés pour envoyer leurs équipes féminines. Vous êtes bienvenus au Burundi et on est là pour collaborer et pour continuer à développer le cyclisme féminin. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, et je sais tous les efforts que vous faites dans votre fédération, vous-même, Sandra qui est aussi ici, et toute l'équipe de la fédération du Burundi, pour mettre en place ce Tour du Burundi international. C'est très bien. L'objectif, on en a dit d'ailleurs, c'est que l'année prochaine, cette épreuve sera au calendrier international en fait, de l'UCI. On veillera à vous accompagner pour tout cela. Ce que nous avons d'ores et déjà fait cette année, c'est qu'avec le Centre mondial du cyclisme, je regarde Jacques Landry, on a aussi prévu et Jean-Pierre Van Zyl, que un stage soit aussi organisé, un stage de solidarité pour les femmes africaines, pour qu'elles puissent s'entraîner, faire en sorte qu'on ait un bon niveau de participation. Et donc on a une session qui est prévue effectivement au Burundi, donc sur place, avant l'épreuve de mémoire. Donc ça c'est très bien, on continuera de vous accompagner parce que nous avons besoin de plus d'épreuves en Afrique, plus d'épreuves internationales, et là c'est la seule course par étape féminine. Je suis convaincu que cette épreuve va grandir. On vous a soutenu en solidarité. On a encore cette année délibéré pour que vous puissiez aussi avoir de la solidarité pour organiser cette épreuve féminine, parce que pour nous c'est fondamental, et on continuera d'être à vos côtés. Et je ne peux qu'encourager les pays à participer au Tour du Burundi féminin, et nous y serons aussi naturellement au niveau de l'UCI. Et bravo aussi pour cette volonté de créer cette piste de BMX. Je sais que vous y travaillez aussi, on va dire personnellement, à ce que le dossier avance. Donc voilà une fédération du Burundi très dynamique. So we have a last question.
Thank you very much. Ariana Rodriguez from Federação Cabo-Verdiana de Ciclismo. We are islands. So I would like to thank you for the opportunity given us to participate in this World Cycling Championship, Worldwide Championship, with the minimal places for road race and time trial. However, we would like and we appeal UCI to develop a mechanism to insertion of small countries, particularly the country islands as Cabo Verde and other islands, in order to participate in this kind of worldwide competition to allocation of wild card. Otherwise, I would like to appeal you to develop a training program or to facilitate for funding to Olympic solidarity program for training for women and youth, also to develop, in order to develop cycling. Thank you.
Thank you, and we know for you it's not so easy, because if I'm correct, even to come here, it was of course necessary to have a visa, but you don't have any embassy in your country, so you had to fly to Senegal, if I'm correct. You have to fly to Senegal to apply for the visa, come back home, come back to Senegal to have the visa, come back home and come here. So thank you for being with us, because I know it was quite challenging for you and for your athletes, and we are very happy to have you here. Of course, do not hesitate clearly to apply for the Solidarity Funds. Rose is with us, Jacques Landry is with us, so please take this opportunity to meet with our UCI team to see how we can continue to assist you. And regarding the Olympic Solidarity Funds, we are not directly, the one dealing with this. That's the IOC and the Olympic Solidarity Office. It has to go through the National Olympic Committee. So not directly through the UCI. It has to go through the National Olympic Committees. There are 4 topics where you can find some support. So our team is clearly ready also to assist with this, to see where you, at which door I would say you can knock in order to have also some support for the Olympic Solidarity Funds. We have also some support for some time when you have some athletes at the UCI World Cycling Center. So our team is clearly available to assist you around these topics. So I think we've reached the end of the questions from the national federation. So now we can move to the last point of the agenda, which is the closing of Congress by the UCI president. So every day, you know, and that's, sorry, I would like to thank the members of the UCI Management Committee here with me today, and all the delegates of national federations for attending this Congress. I'm looking forward to meeting you again next year for the 2024 UCI Congress in Zurich, in Switzerland, and in 2027, of course, in between, we have Kigali, Rwanda, and Montreal, Canada, and also for this global one in Haute-Savoie for the next UCI Cycling World Championships. It was really a pleasure to be with you today. Transport was arranged for all Congress delegates to go back to your hotel. Your transports will be waiting at the same area where you were dropped off this morning. And I'm very happy that we will stay within the time. It was supposed to finish at 6. So thank you very much for attending this Congress. For the first time ever, we had 151 countries. Congratulations once again to all of you. It was a pleasure to be with you. And for the first time ever also, we've been able to help directly the Tier 3 and Tier 4 national federations, not only for accommodation, but also for flights. And so we believe that this decision from the UCI Management Committee have also a clear result, is that today we have more national federations than ever in the UCI Congress. This is what we wanted, so we are very happy about the result. We will have the opportunity to discuss, to meet together over the next 10 days of the event. Now we will conclude, I would say, all the first part, that means meetings of the UCI Management Committee, Executive Board, UCI Congress, and I hope you will enjoy these UCI World Championships, and please take the opportunity to visit Scotland, to go also to see Donhill. I know our UCI Vice President, she will join this evening, if I'm correct. She will join this wonderful sport for Donhill. Please also go to see different disciplines. If you've never been to indoor cycling, I look like Mr. Lee in front of me, but if you don't know indoor cycling, have a look on indoor cycling. That's also wonderful disciplines. So take the opportunity to see disciplines you never saw before. I'm sure it will give you some ideas for your own country, and I'm sure that the goal is the same. To welcome more countries, to have more athletes, and in 2027 the goal is to have all our 203 nations at the start. So thank you very much for attending this Congress, and I declare the UCI Congress closed. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening.